Good morning, y'all. Got to do my selfie. So for those of you who are here, make sure to scroll about 5 minutes in. I'm not gonna take you guys for the walk. You'll be at the water by the time I start the stream. So scroll within a couple minutes. I'll see you very, very soon. This is for anybody who's watching the replay, of course. Perfect. Let's open up YouTube Studio. Let's go ahead and click the live. Yep, microphone's good. We are one. There's a song I've been listening to. It's been pretty good. It's talking about we're the ocean and the waves are just, everything. We're just one. It's pretty good. I like it. Somebody sent me the song yesterday in the evening. It was pretty good. Why doesn't this one ever load properly? It's so weird. It goes like black screen and then like Google Chrome X, very weird. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Like, I just had it. Gosh darn it. It just worked. And I messed it up. And now it's stuck like that. All right. Yes. No. God damn. I just had it. It's so weird. Even if I restart Chrome, it will still do the same thing. So it never used to do that though. It's weird. I wonder why it's starting to do that now. Anyways, let me turn off Wi-Fi. Come on. Chrome, why are you acting so stupid right now? Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Perfect. All right. I'll be back in a bit. Peace out. Welcome back, people. I'm gonna just fix the phone for a sec. I'm in that, yeah, there we go, better. It's a beautiful morning. I'll wait for everybody to come on. Nice. It'll start working shortly. I decided to take the walk without all of you. I figure I start at the water today. We're going to get into it shortly. Today's going to be most likely a very potentially confusing one. We're here to talk about paradox. Making things that don't make sense. The world has been trained to be very logical. That everything must follow a logical sequence. Because that's how most people think it works. But unfortunately, there are things in all of our lives that we cannot explain, and it happened. Like, there has been moments where I'm like, how is that even possible? Because that was the infinite working through you and getting the mind out of the way, what it needed to do. Yeah. So I'll just wait till I start seeing people showing up and get more into talking about it. It takes YouTube a little bit of time to start pushing things out. So for me, like, talking about the word paradox is a paradox of itself, because, you know, everything is basically, it'll become inception at this point. A paradox of an infinite paradox, and it'll never stop. And the only way to stop that loop is to just accept that there are things in this universe that we cannot explain with our words. There isn't. There are things that our eyes have not been able to see but exist. The unseen. And we know that stuff like that exists, right? Why do you think so many people believe in a higher power, whatever belief they believe in? Because they know something out there is watching over them, or watching with them, or watching within inside of them. But just because you can't see it, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Our finite minds, the third dimensional thinking mind, like I call it, is not capable of seeing a lot of things. It just can't. But the thing is, the mind is attempting to go beyond what it can possibly understand. And this is where a lot of the problems are arising in the world, by this person saying this is the right way, and that's the right way, and this is the right way. You know, this morning I had a voicemail from someone named Noelle on my Facebook, just connected with her. She left me a voice message saying, you know, people are so disconnected from spirituality. I'm like, I haven't responded to her yet, but I do know what I'm going to say. I'm like, well, spirituality is just another box. A lot of spiritual people put themselves in boxes. And that's the paradox of spirituality, that they go and do all these 10 million things, and they start doing all kinds of, you know, techniques and tools and tactics. And yesterday I was saying that, yeah, these things do work. But when you know yourself fully and deeply, you don't need tools and tactics anymore. Doesn't mean that you can't use it at any time. You can definitely still use it at any time. But you don't become reliant or dependent upon it anymore. That's basically what I'm getting at. And most people have made spirituality into their personality. So they start talking differently, they start acting differently, they start eating differently, they start saying things differently, which is fine. The saying part's cool, but just be you. You're already spiritual. You cannot be any more spiritual than you are in this present moment. Whether you go touch grass with your bare feet, or you drink fucking alcohol, or you smoke weed or whatever. Now, I myself don't really advocate for those things, because I don't give a shit about that. But, you know. Is this even on? Oh, duh. There we go. That's better. Sarah Carnage, good to see you, dude. Salutations to you, bro. And that's the paradox to, like, spirituality, right? Morning. Morning, all. You good? Good. There are souls on the trail, so I'm saying hello to them. And that's the paradox to spirituality. So many people put themselves in a box. No matter what, you're always going to be in a box. But if you're going to be in a box, you may as well be in the box of the infinite. Even the word infinite kind of boxes you in to some degree, but it allows you to be whatever you want, do whatever you want, not be limited to just one way of being, right? You know, I've done a lot of meditations, breath work, NLP, EFT tapping, Reiki, somatic, healing, fascia work, mindset, mind mastery, theta. What else? What else is there? Pranic healing. I've done all kinds of stuff. And sure, they did help for sure, but they didn't get me any closer to where I currently am until I decided that this was enough. And that was it. That's the paradox. Just decide. You know enough, you have enough, you are enough because you've always been enough. That's it. The problem is the mind is going to continue to create stories, and it'll keep creating obfuscations that you're not enough, that you need more, right? That's the mind. That's the paradox of the mind. It's always looking for more. It's never ever satisfied with what just is. Doesn't mean that like you're not meant to have more. You're always meant to have more. But what I'm saying is that the mind will always seek more information, more this, more this, more this. It's that's not the word I want to use. By natural curiosity, that's just how the mind works. It's curious, right? And nothing wrong with that. The problem is, it's when we start to obfuscate things. And for those of you, if you're not sure what that word means, it simply means taking something and making it overly complicated when it doesn't have to be. Hey, what's up? What is the meaning of life? You. You're the meaning of life. If you look at my thumbnail on this live, or if you go on my channel, it clearly will state that you are the answer. So the meaning that you're looking for, it's right here. Your mind's not going to accept that though. My mind at times still doesn't accept it, that the answer is right here. It just doesn't like it. Because all concepts, beliefs, thoughts, words, languages, all languages, every language, is just a mental construct from the mind. Get rid of the concepts, the stories, the meanings, the beliefs, the thoughts. What's left? I can only do this at this point. But even doing this is still an action. Because my words are saying to lift up my arm. So I wouldn't be able to do anything. It's just, we just exist. And even the word exist wouldn't really be there, because this is why we have to use words. So the meaning to life could be whatever you choose for it to be. It is really just that simple, but the mind will make it more complicated than it has to be. And that's the paradox that I'm talking about. This morning, when I was going to hang on the bar and stretch out the arms and the shoulders and spine, because I usually do that first thing in the morning once I walk towards the trail, there was two kids and they're like, "Hey, YouTuber." I'm like, "Hey," I didn't even know that they knew I was a YouTuber, because I didn't have my phone out or anything. I just had the gimbal in my hand, but it was closed, right? But they're like, "Hi, YouTuber." I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And I had a message for them. I'm like, I know the world's going to tell you that it has to be hard. But I want you to remember, because they're around like 7, 8 years old. I'm like, I want you to remember that you get to have fun. I didn't go into all the high level things, but I just said, just have fun. Do your best to have fun as much as you can. I know there's going to be times where fun won't be possible, but find time to always have fun. Can you do that? Absolutely, Orion. Cool. And I let them be. They already know, but it's just a reminder for them. It's the current set of generations that are in their 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s right now that needs to hear this message. Just because the world said that it has to be hard, that doesn't mean you have to entertain it has to be hard. The problem is everybody wants to fit in. They want to be accepted by others, so you're going to do what others are doing. It's just that simple. I used to do it all the time. Now I don't care if I'm accepted by anybody. I would rather be hated by the world but have an easier life than to be loved by the world and have a very difficult life. That's a bar, write it down. Yeah, what's up? The waterfall, well, yeah, there's a waterfall over on that side. This is just a stream of water. So, you get to decide in every present moment what your life gets to be. That's why I keep saying every day it will be the same message. I'll just use different aspects, but what's the core that I'm getting at? You get to decide. You are the answer. You get to live a life whatever by your design, not by default. But the mind is a paradox, and it's going to make it more harder than it has to be. And I came here to bring awareness to this. There's a lot of things that social media has become the new news, because I know there are a lot of spiritual people say, I don't watch the news. Yeah, but you watch social media. Social media is the same as news. It's the same shit, just different form of it. And not all things are in alignment. That's why for those who come on my channel and you just don't feel aligned with what I'm saying, don't watch my channel. Like, please, just don't watch it. In fact, block me if you can. Like, if it doesn't resonate with you, block the fuck out of me. I would rather you go be in alignment with whatever it is that you're in alignment with than to be here with me. I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. I'm just here to bring awareness so that you are now aware so you can make the choices in your life. Nothing more. So for me, I just care that you all just have the best experience on this planet at this point. I want everyone to win. You have your best experience. I know not all things are always going to be happy and sunshine and rainbows, and that's just what it is, right? Life is going to do this, but you get to decide how long you stay down and you pick your ass back up. You get to decide. Yeah, you might stay down there for months. It might take months for you to get over your whatever it is that you're going through, but you have the ability to now pick your ass back up. That's how powerful you are. Because you brought yourself down by feeling what you needed to feel, and you need to feel your stuff. But now, how long are you going to take? Now you can pick yourself back up. That's by knowing the awareness that you have the power in every present moment. Knowing that you have the choice. Knowing that reality is a paradox. Knowing that your mind is a paradox and it's making things more harder than it has to be. Sure, if somebody leaves the world, like you're very connected with somebody and they die, right? Feel your feelings. I'm not saying not to feel your feelings, right? Feel it. Take the time to process emotions. Emotions are like clouds in the sky. They're just passing on through. Some clouds linger though, and they persist longer than it should, but if you got to do what you got to do, then do it, right? But what I'm getting is that the mind will create a paradox that you have to stay like suffering and struggle, and it has to be hard, whatever it is. Like you lost your job, it has to be hard. Your woman or your man, cheated on you, or they betrayed you, or they divorced you, or you broke up, and it has to be hard there too. No, you get to decide. Okay, you feel whatever you need to feel, and go up. That's what a paradox is. You get to decide. A paradox is two truths that are both real and true that collide and clash, and they're kind of conflicting with each other, but they're both equally true. That is a paradox. Henry Saville? I guess, I don't know. Water is dangerous. Here's the fear mongering right here. Here we go. We have another fear mongerer. Water is dangerous. Look. Yeah. That's a paradox. I do apologize if I don't read some of your messages, because some of the messages are just like static. Just distraction, noise. No offense, right? I came here to speak about something. So you get to decide in every present moment whether you want to live a great life. You get to decide if life gets to be hard or easy. Like I said, just because the world subscribes to the word hard doesn't mean that you have to. Right? But the reason why you're doing it is because you want to be relatable to everybody else. Because you're seeing the people around you struggling, so you must struggle. That's not true at all. I stopped struggling quite a while ago. The people around me, I've been sharing, like, this is what you have to do if you want to live a more easy, joyful life. Morning. Morning, bro. Some of them still choose hard because that's just who they are at this point. They get to decide. Your mind is very finite, but it has infinite potential. Your soul is infinite and is attempting to tell your mind to chill out, but the mind will keep making it harder than it has to be. The mind will continuously make it more harder than it has to be, always. It will always strive on difficulty because it loves complex things. It's designed for complexity. Somebody asked me, what's the meaning of life? I just said the answer is you. The mind's like, no, it's not. Nope. I refuse for the mind to accept that answer, that the answer is you. Because if everybody knew it, then why isn't everybody else doing it? It's a great question. That's the paradox, isn't it? You know, every one of us, before we came to Earth, we should have had that word paradox tattooed on the back of our eyelids. So that we knew that when we came to Earth, whether you believe you came from somewhere else or you just came from your mother's womb, that that everything was a paradox. You go to sleep, paradox. You wake up, paradox. Every time you blink, you see the word paradox. Because that's what this is. It's a paradox. Everybody who has their beliefs, morning, everybody who has their beliefs, it's true and real, but others who don't believe in your belief, theirs is also true and real too. Paradox. That's why I don't fight with anybody, because there's no point. It's just static and noise, because you're all right. Every one of you are right. How can you not be? It brought you to this point in your life, right? It got you from where you are as a baby to this moment, and whatever has helped you to get here in this moment has helped you. How can it not work, right? There's something deep down inside of each of you that you currently believe, and it's true and real, and it's also a paradox to someone else's core belief and truth. And that's why there's so much fighting on the planet. And I came here to fucking, you're both right. Be like the peacemaker. You're both right, okay? You're right and you're right. Now you can be right and stay right, and you can be right and you stay right. But you two, if you want to continue to do this, then you're just okay. Your choice. If fighting is what is helping you in your life, I mean, keep fighting, but I don't know. I've been doing it, and trust me, it only gets you so far. There's going to come a moment where you're going to have to, do your part to, pause and just, tranquilo, relax. Let's see what we got in the chat. Wait, is the question, where did you get the... this t-shirt was from, what the fuck is that store's name? Not Spencer's. What's the other one? Fuck. What's the name of that other store? I'll get it to you in a moment. There's another store that's similar to Spencer's, but I don't remember the other store's name. I see the logo of the store, but the name is not coming at the moment. Come on, let's dig through. Let's dig through our memory bank. But this shirt now, I attempted to find this shirt because this one's kind of getting a little old. Just like a replacement shirt. I can't find it now. What's the other name of the other store? Fuck. It's a store that's similar to Spencer's. It's funny how I remember Spencer's before the other one, because Spencer's is not as popular as the other one. Oh well. It'll come to me when it's supposed to. See, I appreciate that question. Even though it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, I do appreciate the question. So thank you for that. Life doesn't have to be all serious, people. I did that for years, and it was just like, ugh. That's why, like, when some people come on and they're trolling me, I'm like, hey, I'll play along for a little bit, as long as it's not too, disrespectful or, insultive. But like, I'll play along for a little bit. So I get to have fun now. You all are having fun with me, so I may as well have fun with you. All right, so morning. There's a lot of people on the trail, so there's a trail right up here, so I'm just saying hello to them. It's a little quieter this morning, but it's all good. No biggie. Yeah, y'all get to have fun. There's not really much I want to say, but there's a lot to say. Have a great day. Bye. Take care. Man, if I had known this stuff like 20 years ago, my life would have been so much simpler. But the thing is, then I wouldn't be able to fully articulate the depths that I have right now. That's why I had to go through my struggles, my pain, my suffering, so that I can share with the world that you never have to actually go through you will have to go through some sort of pain and struggle and suffering. It's part of the human journey, so that you can build foundation and depth within yourself, so that you can, be like really locked in. It's like building a house on solid foundation versus building a house on like sand. Which house is going to stand? Well, it depends on perspective, right? But most houses, if we're using physics, will stand stronger on solid ground versus sand, right? Because if water touches that sand, it'll turn to somewhat like mud, right? So eventually the house will just like crumble. So that's why like the pain, the suffering, the struggle, for myself anyways, had to become my foundation, so that I could be able to help better assist others who are struggling and suffering, but to tell you that you don't actually have to go through it for longer than you need it to. But only you get to decide when that ends. Morning. You get to decide when that pain, struggle, suffer ends. That's the paradox. Oh, and by the way, you're also here to make the things that don't make sense make sense. May want to write that one down. You're here to make the things that don't make sense make sense. And you're probably wondering, what the fuck do I mean by that? There are things that you possibly cannot comprehend with the mind, that is waiting for you on the other side of your current experience. For example, some of you might be here to be building the greatest like tech company ever. I don't know. And you're probably thinking from a logical standpoint, well, how am I going to do it? How am I going to build something that I don't even know? Well, how did everybody else do it? How did, Steve Jobs build Apple? How did Elon Musk start Tesla? I mean, yes, he had PayPal prior, but how did he build PayPal? Morning. How did he build PayPal? How did he do it? Was he born with that knowing? Possibly. Or he was an energetic match for being the one to bring it into existence. But you do create your life before you come here. And I know some of you are going to be like, huh? What? That's not possible. But you didn't just create one life, you created many life. You can call it many games. You can call this a video game, a simulator, a VR experience. And each of you are your own universe. Think of it like when you go to sleep, right? Nobody exists but you. But even when you go to sleep, you might have sleep visions, aka dreams. that pop up and some don't make sense. Some could be nightmares. You don't know why that happened either, right? Because where do you go when you sleep? Like, your body's still here on the physical, but where are you, like, you going when you sleep? Some say the afterlife, some say returning home for a moment, because some people, you know, they astral project out of their bodies and start seeing all kinds of stuff. These things are not just for some, it's for all of us, but some of us chose to have these gifts more, like, relevant, I guess, if you want to say that. But the paradox is, like, you came here with many, many different games to play. One would say infinite amount of games. And you get to decide what that looks like. I literally went from doing IT to being, you know, buzzword entrepreneur, whatever that actually means, right? Starting my own business, working with clients, helping people around the world. I never thought that I was going to be a business owner. I never thought in a million years I was going to ever work for myself and helping other people in that capacity. I was always thinking I was going to be an employee, working for a boss, taking orders until I was 65, retiring and then dying at 65 or past 65. Of course I'm going to be dying past 65. Maybe I won't even make it to 65. Who really knows, right? I don't know when my time is up. My time could be up at any time. And that's the other paradox, isn't it? We think that we have all this time in the world, and yet do we really? I don't know. Only you get to decide that. There are people who don't even make it past, like, certain ages, like 5, 10, 20, like, you name it. And they only got a short amount of time. It's unfortunate. They get hit with some sort of life-altering thing that then takes them out, or they get taken out instantaneously. That's what you have to remember. We're actually quite lucky to still be here. I know that the world, it feels hard and difficult, and you know, shit sucks, and the world is like just right now. Like the external reality is just terrible, awful, just you just want to be out of here. But somewhere deep down inside, you want to be here, you just don't want to experience all that difficulty. Why do people have to be so mean, right? So because this is the paradox here, because other people are mean, you have to also just put on the mask and be mean too. Because everybody else is being mean, so I may as well be mean too. Most tend to operate from that paradigm. Do as others are doing. Instead of being who you want to be and then sharing whatever you want to be. Hey, morning, how are you? Good. All good? A little bit cooler today. Yeah. Talking about the paradox to life. How everything is just a paradox, and it's two truths colliding, contradicting each other. Yeah. So, you gonna take your walk and come back? Okay, I'll see you in a bit. I should still be here. All right. I'm gonna drink some water quickly. I told myself, like, whatever happens now going forward in my life, it just is. Like, I do my best not to label it good or bad. It's just an experience that's like a cloud passing in the sky for me. That's allowed me to free myself from a lot of mind traps that the mind likes to do. It likes to ensnare you into things. Here's a good one. You know, right now, there's not as many of you on, but a few of you have already typed messages, so I know the YouTube stream is working, which is great. But not as many of you are on today like you were yesterday, right? And the mind's like, why isn't there so many people on today like there was yesterday? We had over 1,000 people come yesterday on this stream. Hit the milestone of having 1,000 views, right? Which is good. I've had that before. But the mind's like, but there should be more people. It should be more people. No, it is what it is. It doesn't need to have more. It could just be whatever you want it to be. But the thing is, the mind will keep creating stories that it has to be a certain way. Get the mind out of the way. Let it just unfold. If there's only one person today, or no one today, even though there's already been people, that's enough. Somebody is listening to what I'm saying to right now, right? There's someone listening right now. But you get to decide what stories you entertain. And that's another paradox. Because whatever stories you're currently entertaining, there's an opposite that is equally true. So a great example is, that person, like PewDiePie, I just saw him for the first time in 10 years on this YouTube channel. He wasn't on my stream, but he showed up on my feed. I'm like, I don't look up anything PewDiePie. Like, I have no care about PewDiePie. But he popped up. I haven't seen the dude in 10 fucking years. I thought he quit YouTube. I totally forgot about him. Right? But there's a lot of people that will say, but PewDiePie and Mr. Beast and iShowSpeed and all the other big influencers, it's for them, it's not for me. I'll never be as good as them. Well, that's the story that you're entertaining, but there's an opposite. There is a version of you who is just like a PewDiePie in your own unique way. I saw a video yesterday of a sister. Her name is Katie Clark. You can check her out. I know most guys, when they watch her, they like her for her looks and not listening to her for actually what she's saying. But Katie was talking about the fear of being seen. And I've talked about this. Many people are afraid to be seen and afraid of success. Because what is basically feeling seen? It's instant judgment. Judgment is what cripples a lot of people. But you know the funny thing about judgment? It's a paradox. It's static. It's noise. Because at the end of the day, no one's going to truly know who you are. Even your wife, your kids, your mom, your dad, your brothers, your sisters, your aunts, your uncles, your grandparents, your co-workers, your boss, your clients, they will never know the true you because only you know the true you, but even you might not know the true you presently. So someone's opinion of you is based on their projections of their assumptions. That's a bar, write it down. That's why when people say, oh, that guy's Indian or that guy's black or this or that or whatever, like that's their assumptions. And the moment I see comments like that, it immediately tells me where they are in their journey. I'm like, okay, so they're the surface level ones. No judgment, but you can see your ass out of here. You can stay if you want, but most likely what I'm speaking to you is probably fucking Chinese at this point. It won't make any logical sense. But the fear of being seen, which I'm really going to dive more into in another lesson. The fear of being seen is it's a real fear, but it's a fear that the mind created. Your soul, what does it have to be afraid about? It knows that everything is. I used to be afraid to put myself out there and speak my truth. I don't care what people say now. You like me? Cool. You don't like me? Cool. Want to subscribe to the channel? Cool. Don't want to subscribe? Cool. Want to like my videos? Cool. Don't want to watch my videos? Don't like it? Want to report it? Go for it. Doesn't bother me because I know everything's already within. And as I give more of myself within, I show up as I desire to be, not to put on some mask. What you see is what you get. When I turn off the camera, I'm the same person. There's no acting here. You'll see your favorite YouTubers doing what they're doing, but then when you speak to them in real life, they're not the same people. They have like a totally different personality because they're putting on a little bit of a hat, a performance, just to gain your viewership, because your attention is the most important currency to them, your attention. That's why they use all different tactics and techniques to encapsulate you into watching till the very end by changing scenes every 5 seconds. Here's what I'm doing. I'm not doing any of that shit. And a lot of you are watching. Paradox, they both work. Most people want something that's very authentic and real right now. People are looking for that. They're hungry. A lot of YouTube videos are not authentic. They're very hyper edited. It'll work for some, not work for all. I like just straight up turning on the camera and just go live. This is my way of making videos. It's just easier. Making a 20-minute video about the paradox is great, but I won't be able to cover everything I want to. A live stream can do that. I can hit more people like that. And I can actually engage into actual real-time conversations. A YouTube video doesn't do that. Paradox. What's up, bro? Good to see you. Hey, yo, have fun, by the way. Have the best time, bro. I also want to go to Utah. Somebody's been telling me to go to Utah to go see Mount Zion or Zion National Park. Yeah, Zion National Park. So, have the best time, bro. Enjoy that ride. It's going to be great. Let me know what the journey is like when you get back, unless you jump on the channel here and there on your trip. But honestly, bro, enjoy your time. It's going to be great. Have so much fun. Live it up. Do it up. Today we're just talking about paradox. How everything's a paradox. Reality is a paradox of itself, and a paradox is a paradox of 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 a paradox, and it will never stop because it's infinite until you accept and just be in the now. The answer to solve any paradox, it's so simple, but the mind's not going to make it simple, is being right here, right now. That's it. Somebody asked earlier, what's the meaning to life? This moment. What you get to decide in this moment. Nothing more. Not tomorrow, not 10 years from now, not 20 years ago, right now. This moment. You get to decide. You get to decide what that is. It's pretty awesome. To solve a paradox, you just have to stop and be anchored in the now. For me, this is my now. Morning. There's only right now. Nothing more. And every time I stay in the now, whatever I set my intentions to and place my attention on, it just magnifies and grows. I declared that I am XYZ, whatever it is that I want. That's it. Done. It's already created in the mental realm. Now I just have to lock the fuck in and walk the path. And the frequency will build and compound over time. And again, there was someone yesterday who's like, there's another person talking about frequency and it's another buzzword and he doesn't even explain what frequency is. So for those, again, who have not heard what a frequency is, I will explain it. I will keep repeating myself. No problem. A frequency is made up of 7 keys. It is your beliefs, your emotionally charged thoughts, not just regular just thinking thoughts, but emotionally charged thoughts that goes into your subconscious mind. Your perceptions of the world and yourself, your expectations of what you think is possible for you or the world, and if it's easy or not easy, your convictions on what you have so much conviction on, your reactions on how you react to the world and yourself when things come or if you respond, and your attention or your focus, where you place it. That's a frequency. And that will continue to keep compounding. Don't need to do yoga, but yeah. Let's see. Todd said, I will be here every day checking in. Capitol Reef is a great place to see in Utah. I'm definitely going to go check that out. It's a must. There's another brother. I think you heard me talk about Tiff and Dan, that fitness channel. They live in Utah. Where did all these clouds just come from? Hello? Where did you guys come from? You were just blue skies just now. Yeah, they live in Utah. So I want to go see them, but I want to see Utah. But I will see them when I go to Utah, whenever that is. I never had any pull to go to Utah until that person that I met, a different Katie. She was mentioning, hey, you should go to Utah. Come and visit. Why? What's in Utah? What's in Utah that I don't already have in San Diego? Well, I mean, San Diego's got mountains and ocean and all that, but Utah's got some beautiful spots. I think you'd enjoy it. Like, okay, I'll come check it out. Ah, yes, frequency. You probably are playing the human game right now. Another word for frequency is your state of being. How about that? Here's a better human term. Your state of being, your emotional well-being, your whatever you're perceiving. That's what a frequency is. So don't get tripped up with words. It just means your state of being. Are you a positive, optimistic, half glass full type of person? Or are you a negative, pessimistic, half glass empty type of person? That's what a frequency is. So it's essentially just your state of being. Simple. But the universe doesn't use our human language. It uses energy. And energy is with frequency. But again, energy, frequency, vibrations are just human words. That's why I really don't want to use words anymore. I hate the fact that I have to use fucking words to speak. It's annoying because that's what's causing all kinds of chaos in the world. Problems. Because people misinterpret what you're saying. Well, hello there, Chelsea. Good to see you. Hugs to you, too. But yeah. In order to solve a paradox, you must be in the now. That's the only way you're going to solve a paradox. But the mind doesn't like the now. The mind is not designed to be in the now, and the mind will never be in the now until you go beyond the mind. That was all a verse, not even a bar. So how do you do that? How do you get into the now? Many ways. You can breathe. All of you can breathe. Cost you nothing except for a little bit of energy and a little bit of your human time to breathe. The moment you breathe, and it doesn't mean that you have to breathe through your nose. You can just, you're in the now. Congratulations. Now you know what it feels like to be in the now. It's just that simple. But reality is a paradox of itself because our mind is designed in a linear fashion to see memories and experiences in a linear timeline. But time doesn't work linear. Not in the other dimensions. It works like this. And it can be at any moment. For example, you can go back to your past right now, time travel within yourself to when you were a child and you had all the fun in the world. Or maybe you didn't have a great childhood. Because every time you're thinking a thought or feeling a feeling, it's always anchored in the now. That's the paradox. Even whatever you had for breakfast 5 minutes ago, let's say you had breakfast 5 minutes ago, that was 5 minutes ago in the past, but you're thinking of that breakfast 5 minutes ago right now. Let that sit in your mind for a moment. Your mind's not going to like that. It's going to hate that. It gets tripped up. It's like a glitch in the system when it starts tweaking out, or some would say twerking out. So essentially, that's what the mind does. It doesn't like the now. It hates it. And I want you to know that. Everybody's mind is the same. We don't think the same thoughts, but the mind operates the same way. That's why 98% of the people are still where they are. Or let me rephrase that. 20% of the world's wealth is only with 20% of people, and the 80% is struggling right now. Why is that? Some will say, oh, it's because of the super elites and all that. Forget them. Fuck them. The ones that actually generated wealth, they were able to harness this properly. That's why I keep saying, when you master this, you can do anything. Have a great day. You can do anything as long as you master this. And guess what? You want to hear the paradox? You all have mastered your mind, whether positive or negative. Congratulations, you've mastered your mind. You just have to decide. That's how simple it is. Decide. Lock in, decide that you've already mastered your mind. But you know why you won't just decide that you've already mastered your mind? Because you want to be like everybody else and be too humble. Oh, you can't say you mastered your mind? How dare you say that? How dare you? You're like this all-knowing person. No, listen carefully. Mastering of your mind doesn't mean you have all the answers in your mind. Your soul has all the answers. You just simply have harnessed the ability to see when shit happens. And look, when you get triggered. You're still mastered. It comes down to your perceptions and your meanings and your what's the word? That word's not coming out. Fuck it. That word's literally not coming out right now. I was gonna say attribute. See, currently not coming out. I'm having a glitch right now with my mouth and my brain, or my mind. So fuck it. It's your perceptions and your meanings that you give to these things. See me glitching out. I still mastered my mind, but I don't give the meaning like, oh yeah, I fucked up. I can't say that word right now. The human mind's gonna always label, though. It will forever, ever label. It will always label. But you get to see what labels your mind is labeling, whether positive or negative. In the end, it just will be just is. Nature, if you look around, just is. Morning. Nature just is. It's not positive or negative. It's just existing. It's just doing what nature is doing, whatever nature is doing. It just is. We're the ones that's giving it its meaning. Right? We're the ones that's creating the meanings to all these things and creating all kinds of obfuscations. Morning. We're the ones that are creating all kinds of unnecessary problems inside of ourselves or in someone else's life and creating a paradox. Every human is creating some sort of obfuscation, a problem, a difficulty. I've been doing it and I have to stop that shit. In fact, what I'm doing right now is undoing all of the problems. But guess what? As I undo the problems, here's a paradox. It's creating problems in some of your lives right now. You know why? Because some of you come on the stream and you start fighting and attacking me, which is fine. I'm perfectly okay with that. Right? I am A-okay with you coming on and attacking me because I've settled a lot of stuff within myself. I'm good. But you see, everything's like a paradox. There's a ripple effect. All things will happen no matter what. No matter how good you are, there's always going to be something that will... there'll always be something I'm not saying you, I'm just saying there's some people. I didn't say everyone, I said some people. But yeah, good to see you, CJ. Clayton, what's a soul? It can't be explained by words. I can't explain that concept with a word. I just can't. It's something that goes beyond any human word. Presently. That's what a soul is. I can say the words boundlessness, infinite, I don't even know what else. Insert words of that kind of like magnitude. Even those words are still not enough to encapsulate what a soul really is. Our human language is so finite, it can't go any further than that. It sucks. I fucking hate our fucking language. I really do. It drives me nuts. It really drives me nuts that I can't go beyond the language. The only way is to just experience it with like no words. That's what a soul is. Unfortunately, I can't go any further than that with explaining with any language or any word. You can say a word, but it'll limit what the soul is. Because here's a bar. Some of you might want to write it down. The moment you define a soul, you confine it. What does a soul do? It does whatever it wants to do. It can do anything. Hey Olga, good to see you. There is something in Hindu text which describes a soul. Yes, there is, but even that still isn't enough, unfortunately. They can only point to it, but they can't fully encapsulate it. Because our human language is still, doesn't matter what language, Sanskrit, Hindu text, Christian text, English text, whatever you want to call it, it will point to it and it'll do its best, but it can't go any further than that. That's what words are. They have a cap. There's a limit. But you can share. It'll be helpful for that person though. CJ, it said if you take the thickness of a strand of hair and take 1/100th the size of a strand of hair and then divided that by 100 times, that is the size of the soul. Right, but you see the thing is, like, that still has, I mean, that's their representation, right? But that in itself is still a limitation right there because it goes way beyond just like that measurement. But they did their best to explain with their measurement at the time. How could they not? Like, that's as far as it can go. That's why I keep saying about words, how we can't go any further than what we can currently experience with our words. Like, you just can't. Fucking sucks. Or it's fucking amazing. Paradox. But yeah, they're right. But that still caps it. It still kind of like confines it. Our soul can't be confined. We're not. That's the thing. Like, we're not a confinement. We're with this body. It has a confinement, yes, but our soul is like, it's like Inception. It just keeps going. It's like not even Inception, like a fractal. It just keeps. It's infinite. It just keeps going. There's no stop to it. It's just like. There's no end to, like, there's no end or beginning to a soul. It just keeps going, basically. Paradox. Hero Gaming, how goofy. Nice. And then when you look at the power of a nuclear weapon, you realize the power of something so tiny. Hello, Om, good to see you. Where can I find this soul you speak of? Oh, you're now just asking a trolly question. I feel like that's a troll question. If you're being serious about that question, how are you able to type? Have a great day. Thank you. How are you able to even understand what I'm saying? Mr. Who's asking, where can I find this thing you speak of a soul? If you're playing a game with me, that's fine. No big deal. I'm having fun with you too. I'll have some fun with you. But if you're actually being serious about that question, where do you think, well, what do you think you are actually? You think you're just a meat suit roaming about? If you say yeah, then that's basically your experience. You're just a meat suit roaming around. I type by physical processes. How do you resist the urge to stack those rocks? I mean, I stacked it yesterday to explain a concept. I mean, these tiny ones anyways, not these gigantic ones. And what Olga said is spot on, and that's the paradox. And today's topic can be very confusing to the mind. So I'm going to say it, and I'm going to confuse some of you right now. And I look forward to the obfuscations that are going to be shared in the chat. Guess what, y'all? Reality is both real and not real. You're welcome. Enjoy. Reality here is both real and not real. Have fun with that. Let the games begin in the chat. I want to see what some of you are going to say. Reality is both real and not real. I just opened up the floodgates to a lot of the mind creating obfuscations. But please share what you want now, because reality is both real and not real. Let that one sit for a moment. I can tell you right now, the third dimensional thinking mind will hate that idea. Even when I say it, this mind does not like it either. I can tell you that. My mind does not like it. It hates that idea. It hates the fact that it can't be this and that. It has to be this or that. Of course, I'm standing on the rock. Real. So, of course, the mind's like, well, we're here on the rock, so it's real, right? If I punch through it, I'm going to hurt my hand, right? If I go in the water, I'm going to get wet. I'm talking to a camera with a bunch of text. So it's real. But it isn't. The mind doesn't like that. Paradox. How is it not real? Well, our physical experience is real, but our mental experience is not actually real. It's like a VR game that you're playing. It's like you have a VR headset on. And now you're in the VR game called Earth. And I was sharing this earlier. When you go to sleep, where do you go? Your body's still physically here, but where do you go? Where does the you who permeates with your body go? Your body doesn't go anywhere, but you go to some dream world or some vision land, whatever you want to call it. You go somewhere. Some of you go to a black abyss. I know, because I used to go to that black abyss. You would be falling down. Like, you feel like you're falling. Infinite falling, or you get, like, crushed, right? And you die. But your mind has experienced that, but you're not actually awake. You're asleep. So one can say that's just as real as when your eyes are open, isn't it not? Let that one sit. This is why I said reality is a paradox. And you get to decide whatever reality you want to live in too. You're not fixed to one game. You have many games that you came. See? I knew it. There's going to be lots of chatter in the chat the moment I said this. So this is good. Now, some I will entertain, and I'll see what others are going to be sharing. I love to see what we got in the chat. If someone has a hemispheric by severing the corpus and it results in two distinct personalities, does that mean the person has two souls now?
Exactly, Olga. There is a song, Mad Mad World, where he sings the dream in which I'm dying are the best I've ever heard. I should check that out, CJ. I'll check that out. To Clayton. Um, yes and no. There are people who actually inhabit two souls in their body or more. In that particular scenario, because this is the mind wanting to get logical now, right? This is the mind wanting to understand things. What if I told you you're not going to ever understand it? Hello? What if I told you you'll never understand it? Maybe it has two souls, maybe it doesn't. But your mind won't accept it. It wants to know the answer. And that's the problem right there. The mind always looking for the answer to something. It can't just accept that, okay, now this person has a split personality. Technically, at times, I have a split personality too. But nothing has happened with my brain, theoretically, like physically. But I'm in control even when I allow my character, when I say character, my avatar, to start talking in a third dimensional way. Meaning, like I start entertaining third dimensional things. Like I say, you fucking asshole, you bitch, you piece of shit. Like I start acting like a normal human being. Whatever normal actually means. But then right now, I'm beyond the third dimensional character. Though I permeate with this third dimensional character. So can you say there's two souls? Possibly. We can't really tell. If anybody has split personality, maybe it's the mind that's being it's you still creating like the dual split, technically. Because you created the mind. When you came to Earth, the mind wasn't fully engaged, but the mind becomes a spiritual doppelganger, or a doppelganger. It's like a Shinigami hanging over you, and it becomes like the puppeteer. So it's actually you that kind of like splits yourself into multiple, like, when I say you, I mean the you that cannot be explained by any human word, that splits itself into multiple things. And you actually go through and have that experience of having the that split personality experience because you chose that. And yeah, we all choose what we're choosing. I know some of you will not accept that one, and I don't care because that's just what it is. Let me see. Clayton, are you making statements on assumptions that the soul is contained within the brain? There are a lot of evidence of statement that it exists in the chest region. The soul is actually everywhere. It's not tied to just one like physical location, but we point to our heart because that's the first organ that was put in our body before the brain. You know, whether you want to use science right now for a moment, they did measures where the heart has a higher electromagnetic like pulse, 60 to 100 times than the brain or than the mind. But the soul can reside everywhere. But the mind kind of like blocks out the soul from entering its like space because it wants its own it wants its own dominion and sovereignty. And that's why most people operate by the mind, not the soul, or from their true essence. It's really difficult to explain with human words. I asked itself, why didn't you just give us the fucking answer? So that there wasn't any obfuscations. You know what it told me? It told me, well, where would be the fun in that? Imagine every one of us came to Earth already knowing everything about everything. What would be the point of being here? That's why we all chose to come here, to have some fun, to explore, to kind of like forget and remember. It's like playing New Game Plus in a video game. For some of you who've played video games, there's a console. Well, for those who haven't played video games, there's a console called New Game Plus. You beat the game, that means you died. Then you come back, as a different person. You still have your memories, but you don't remember them. They're completely like, whew. And you're starting the game all over again with different parameters. This time you chose to be this. This time you set yourself to be over here. This time you will have more money or less money. This time you'll have this. This time you'll have that. Hey, what's up? This time you'll have, you'll be like 6'5", hulking muscles, or you'll be like 5'2", little petite person, or even like, one of those like dwarfs, right? You chose your conditions, you chose your circumstances, you chose everything, and now you press enter game, and then you come whoosh into the earth, and you start your game again. Now, of course, someone's going to be like, there's no empirical evidence that you did it. That's fine. I'm not here to debate that. You can debate that, but it is what it is. New Game Plus. This is New Game Plus. It's not just New Game Plus. This is probably New Game Plus, 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 plus. You've probably been playing this thousands of times. No, it doesn't affect the soul. It only affects the mind. The soul stays as it is, but the soul can't do anything further because the mind is always in control until you've let the soul take over. Think of it like as soon as you have an experience, right, as a child, where something gets fucked, I call it the process of getting fucked. Quite literally, you get fucked. Somebody rejects you, somebody hurts you, somebody calls you a name, you get like teased at or something. The mind takes over to protect the host body. And the soul is no longer in control. And the soul doesn't want to fight the mind, but this is where you go through your process of building foundations, of being grounded, stable, fundamentals, so that you can be more resilient, resistant to what the earth will throw at you. Hence why you're basically building your character and you're training your character in every present moment. You're leveling it up. And ultimately, you get to decide how your character ends up being. But the thing is, the soul, it's always like, think of it as like it's been thrown in jail. And the mind is keeping the key from the soul, from fully unlocking, until the soul has said, all right, it's time for you to remember who you are. And we'll start to undo what the mind is doing. That's what happened for me, specifically. And that happens to other people too. This is that process of awakening, but I don't like using the word anymore because that's just a buzzword that spiritual people cop out at. Or they just end up using. I just use the word remembrance. You're remembering what you forgot. So no, the soul does not get affected by like drugs. It's like on a different, drugs are like on the third plane of existence. The soul is on like a fifth and higher plane of existence. It has no interaction. It does not get affected. The mind operates from a somewhat of a third and fourth plane of existence, so it does get affected. But the soul does not. And the soul wants to help the mind, but the mind has to stop. It has to basically say enough. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate it. And so are you. Just remember that. Because what you're seeing in me is actually you. So this is that comment's actually for yourself. So thank you. I fully receive, but it's also you. Never forget that. I like the stars, by the way. Pretty awesome. Have a fun day, Sunday. Have fun with family today. I love it. Thank you, Underboss. I appreciate. I will. I definitely will. 100%. And so do you. Have Sunday fun day. It's funny how sun and fun, they go together. Sun and fun. Sun generally makes people happy. And happiness kind of brings like fun. Interesting, right? I'm not saying that always happens, but generally speaking, the sun generally brings more like happy-ish energy through your body. So like the simple words like joy and fun are what we're actually here to have. Have thought a lot of this through. I've thought more than you can ever realize, but the problem is the words just can't encapsulate your questions because your logical mind can't simply accept the answers. That's a bar, write it down. I'm not saying that you're missing anything. I'm just saying that your mind wants to continuously keep obfuscating and keep seeking, keep looking. It just simply can't accept the things I just said. That's just an assumption that you've made of me, and I just made an assumption of you. But there's nothing wrong with that. It is what it is. Oh, my friend is here. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you? No complaints ever. Yeah. Yep, there's a duck over here. All good? Awesome. I'll see you in a bit. For me, there's no need to process anything anymore. I just accept everything as just is. That's why I don't really want to ever have to use words. So when people ask questions like these things, like hypotheticals or all these things, like that's just more noise, literally. Your mind wants to always keep looking. For me, I don't need to look anymore because I just know. That's it. And I just accept myself as just is. That's why my life is so much simpler and so much more freeing and so much more joyful. Without any like need for like chaos and confusion. Because that's what the mind keeps doing, a paradox. The mind will continuously keep like feeding more like noise and distractions on the conquest to keep finding things, and it will never stop seeking, searching, and finding. That's its norm. That's its job. It's to seek, search, and find, to always attain, acquire, accomplish, and achieve something. If you remember just that aspect, then you can stop doing all that because you don't need to. You don't need to keep searching, finding, and consuming, or achieving, acquiring, accomplishing, because you already are it right now. That's why I don't need to search anything anymore. You can ask all the questions you want, but I'm just going to keep saying, for me now, it just is. It's easy, it's simple, it's fun. No obfuscations, no problems. Oh, this person again. Yes, I am very illegal. I'm the most illegal person you'll ever find on the planet. Hey, morning. How are you? Good, good. I'm the most illegal person you'll ever find on planet Earth. In fact, I wasn't born on Earth, so yes, I'm very illegal. I love you humans so much. You are such fascinating creatures. Always an interesting bunch. It's never a dull moment with you humans, truly. Because you brought that up, right? Because you said, "Are you illegal?" I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'll just be alien for a moment. Fascinating bunch. Thank you. Well, just if you're seeing that in me, that's actually you. Because I'm just mirroring back you. So you're actually a very nice person. But I take your compliment. Thank you. I'm just here to help people, mastered their mind or unlocked their fullest potential with their mind. And I hear other people on the other side of the stream. I can hear them coming. They're on that side. It's cool. It's supposed to be sunny today. Come on, clouds, you gotta move. It's okay. It's all good. Must be a redneck Trump supporter to ask that question. Probably. It doesn't really matter to me though. Because that's just a third dimension. That's actually not even third dimensional. That's second dimensional perspectives. It's basically, CJ, it's just static. And it's like static or like a small little like ripple in a massive ocean. That's all it is. You are the entire ocean, and all those like things are just, those waves are just noise. I don't know why today I want to put my hands behind my back a lot. It's interesting. I'm observing that today. Thank you, water, for keeping my water cool. Let me see what else is being shared before I continue. It sure is. I walk every day in my trail, and so I do a live stream almost every day here. Mondays are my only working day with my clients. So tomorrow morning I won't be here. I'll be with my clients. I may come down later in the afternoon for an afternoon stream, or I might just take Mondays off. I don't know. We'll see. Last Monday I decided to live stream after a very long day with them, a very great, productive day with them. But I was a little exhausted. I'm not going to deny that. There was a physical limit to my body in terms of like, it was hot. It's a little, I gave a lot during my sessions, and I should have not live streamed, but I did. And then, yeah. But it's okay. I did it. I still show up. I remind myself I do have infinite energy. As much as I can. I guess that's why we sleep, right? To recharge ourselves. We're like batteries. We need to recharge. I do know Osho. I've read a few of Osho's books. Freemason training camp should have built an ark like Noah's flood story. Yeah, should have. Still lots of noise though. Lots of obfuscations are still happening, even through those stories. That was a nice ripple, by the way. I just threw a pebble, and boom, big ass ripple. Very nice. You say one little thing and it ripples out to the world. That's my mission, to remind everybody, it just is. It just is. Not justice, just is. No, Orion, it can't be. This is the mind, by the way. This is the paradox of the mind. Let me show you this. What happens with people when I say this. Hey, person. I'm going to do a monologue right now. Hi, person. Hi. Do you know the answers to life? No. What is it? It just is. What? No, it can't be. It has to be more than that. That's not true. How's your walk? Good. I see you got your sunflower seeds. Today is what, day 21? When did you stop? Was it 3 weeks ago now?
3 weeks Saturday.
Yeah, so you're on your 22nd day then. So now you've passed that bridge. Yeah. Cuz they say like scientists and like psychologists say it takes usually like 21 days to break a habit or to form a habit. So, yeah, you've already now passed that that threshold. They say that, but that's not entirely true. You can do it at any time. Perception. But now that you've passed that like gap, you'll start to see how easy it's just going to be now. Yeah. By the way, for the live stream, I'm speaking to Tom right now. It's a brother that I see every day or every so often on the trail. So I'll just be chatting with him for a moment. Yeah. Yeah, there are people over there. I heard them. I keep forgetting how to get on that side though. Like I think you have to go on like I think Islington or something to drive over there. I don't remember. So yeah, because I was wondering, I can cross over there, but then I'd have to see what if I cross over with my now wet feet and whatnot to see what would be like, how would I get over there? Like how would I come from that way? So I'll do that one day. I'll explore. Not while I'm live streaming because like not gonna allow my phone to get damaged in the water. Yeah. But I'll eventually do it. I'll see it. Yeah. It's cooled down a little bit. Oh yeah. Next Friday is supposed to be like 40 degrees. I don't know if my phone will be even able to stream for too long because of the heat. So we'll see what happens. Because I have a cooler for my phone, but the problem is it needs external power. I have the battery there, but the battery might not be able to keep like the thing going because it does draw a lot of power from it. And I do keep the phone charged as well, so we'll see what happens. This is the reason why I put it here, because it has shade, right? Because the sun's like over there, but if it's hot, the phone's just gonna get cooked. It's happened quite a few times when I've been out when it's like 40 degrees, and I'm like, well, y'all, the stream it froze because, you know, and they came back and like, what happened to your stream? I'm like, oh, I overheated. My phone overheated. So, yeah. Such is life with technology. There's nothing you can do about it presently. Right? There are phones that have better cooling, but this phone is not a newer phone. This is an older phone now, so it is what it's supposed to be. Yeah. But I will eventually get a newer phone. But this phone is it does its job. So, like, I don't use a phone much for anything except for streaming. Once I'm done streaming, I don't really text anybody on my phone. I have my tablet. My tablet does all the things that a phone does. But I get to do more on my tablet than my phone. So, like, really, I just have the phone for just data if I'm just out and about. I usually bring my tablet if I'm not streaming, and I tether my tablet to get internet on it, and I use all like the GPS on the tablet instead of the phone. So the phone just becomes just a mechanism to hold internet. Nothing more. I don't text anybody on my phone. Like when I text you, my phone because it's an iPhone, I have a Mac. I texted you on my Mac. I didn't text you on my phone. When I sent you those photos, right? I took the photo on my phone, but I sent it through my Mac because my phone and my Mac they're interconnected. My tablet isn't, because it's not an Apple tablet, it's a Samsung tablet. But I have the ability to send things between there. So, yeah. Yeah, no. This is actually perfect that you brought up glasses for a moment. For all of you in the chat right now, I'm going to explain something about lenses. So, you know, I mentioned to you, Tom, that most of us were basically seeing the world based on our perception, and our perception is the lens that we view the world with. So imagine your lens is very distorted, like you're wearing sunglasses and you're saying it looks like it's going to rain. But when you take off your sunglasses, it's not raining, it's clear. Well, kind of clear, right? It's the same thing with our life. depending on how you're viewing things, and that's why I was talking about perception a couple days ago, like whatever lens you are wearing, you will see based on the lens that you're seeing through. But if you change your lens, you will change your way of seeing things, right? So if you change, like if you're, or you can use another example, cameras, right? You know those big old, those cameras that has the big lenses? So some people have those, I call them like the bazooka lens, those big ass lenses that can see much further away, right? That means they're able to see much more. Then there are people who have macro lenses that can only see like right up close, but it can't see anything further than just up close. Then there's ones that have wide angle lens that can see much more. Then there's ones that are very specifically targeting like a narrow shot. So like depending on your view that you're looking through, which lens you have, that's what you're going to see. And just because you only see it through that way doesn't mean that there's no other way. You just got to change your lens. That's the perspective. I hope some of you took that in for a moment, because that was a camera / wearing sunglasses or regular glasses analogy or metaphor. Because think of it like this: you're driving, right? And your windshield, it's dirty. Are you going to be able to see? No, you got to use the wipers to wipe that shit off, right? That's why we have wipers on our cars. Unless you hand wipe it yourself. I mean, like, I don't think you're doing that while you're driving, right? But you know, when we're navigating the world, some people's their glasses, whether it's, when I say glasses, I'm not referring to actual glasses. I'm just as a metaphor. Their eyes have fog, so they can't see. They only can see what's in front of them and what they think is real and true to them, and it is. But that doesn't mean it's the only truth, and that's where a paradox comes in. Because a paradox is like multiple different truths that might contradict or work together like a puzzle piece. They snap together depending on how you see it, perspective, right? That might clash or not clash, but they're both equally true and real. So that's why, you know, paradoxes, I wish every one of us, when we came to Earth, the word paradox was tattooed on the back of our eyelids. You go to sleep, you see a paradox. You wake up, paradox. Everything you do is paradox. And how do you solve a paradox? You have to live in the now. That's the only way. And what's the now? Right now. This. Breathe. This is the now. Your heart is always beating in the now. You can only take a breath in the now. You've taken breaths in the past, but you can only take the breath in the now. That anchors you to the now. You can even blink your eyes. You can only blink your eyes in the now. You can't blink it in the past. You've blinked it in the past, but you can't blink a blink in your past, because every time you're thinking that thought of the past, it's still in the now. The mind doesn't like that, though. It hates it, because the mind doesn't operate in the now. It operates on past and future. It hates the now. That's why everybody's striving for this overly complicated like answer to life. They're striving for, it has to be like some like world changing like epic shift in humanity. You want your epic shift? Here it is, right here, right now. That's it. Congratulations. That's how simple it is. You want to know more? It's right here, right now. That's all you need to know. That's the paradox. Everyone's looking for, and I was doing it for years too. I was always looking for answers. Always looking, seeking, finding. And I found, but it kept next, more, rabbit hole, kept going down, more, never getting out of it. When is it going to be enough? Right here, right now. Right in this moment. Nothing more. The problem is the mind doesn't want you to be in the now. But you are not the mind, as I keep saying. You have a mind. It's like a doppelganger that's hanging out with you. And it's telling you, hey, don't listen to that person. Nope, don't do that. Nope, you can't have that. And it then controls your nervous system. Or you can say it's the one that flicks on or off the electrical system in your body. So that's what your nervous system is, like an electrical signal going in and out, sending current through to make you either do something or not do something. But when you know that you are not the mind and you have a mind, then you get to be the one that gets to flick switches on and off, not the other way around. So once you know that, you get to be able to manage things easier. You get to navigate and traverse our world with more awareness and ease to navigate. Let me just read what some of them wrote in the chat. Okay, cool. Underboss. I'll read everything in a moment, Underboss, but yes, I see your messages. All right. Thank you. It's 10:17. I'll probably start walking myself shortly. Yeah. I've been not staying at the water too long, but, you know, getting enough time at the water helps with, you know, just remember one thing. You are the ocean, temporary being a wave, but you're not the wave. You're just the ocean, that the wave is the mind that keeps creating all kinds of like current and like undertones and stress and conflicts. That's what a wave does. It's like, it makes things much more, but then the perspective is you can ride the wave by knowing how it works. Because you're the ocean. You've always been the ocean. All of us. Yeah. So, simple. Doesn't have to be hard. Can be extremely easy. Hello, morning. Yeah. All right. I'll see you when I see you. Tomorrow you won't see me because of clients. Tuesday, yes, you will see me. Yeah. If you see Chris, tell him I said what's up. If you see him tomorrow. Yeah. Because he doesn't come out on the weekends. He probably is doing whatever. So, yeah. All right, brother. You too. Cheers, brother. I just gave a master class there. For anyone who watches the replay, just anytime you start my streams, if you're watching the replay, just scroll a little bit into the stream. If I'm walking, scroll 40 minutes in. For those who are, when I don't walk to the water or walk to the trail, scroll like 5 minutes into the stream and you'll start seeing me talking. Just a little future FYI for anybody who doesn't catch the live and watches any of the replays going forward. Just, you know, scroll. I do drop bars when I do walk to the trail, but generally speaking, I'm kind of just shooting the shit with everybody. It's kind of like preparing myself. You know, it's funny because a year ago right now, bye, have a good day. It was June 1st actually, so a little bit past a year ago now. A sister came into my reality named S. I just call her S. She's been on the stream before on this channel. We were on a different channel when we met. She helped me to start seeing the world in a paradoxical way, because she started talking to me in like riddles and paradoxes. I'm like, who is this person? But she helped me to go very deep, because at that time, there wasn't anybody else that I knew who was speaking at that level of a paradox. Because her name itself was Lost My Soul Where I Found It. Lost My Soul Where I Found It. I was like, that's an interesting name. Very, very paradoxical name. Lost my soul where I found it. Huh. But if it wasn't for her, I would have not been able to tap deep into this reservoir quite yet. I would have probably figured it out down the road. But thanks to her, she started helping me seeing everything in a paradox, which has started to free up a lot of the mind traps that I was creating myself. I created all the traps. So I had to undo my traps. It's basically me setting out all the bear traps and then me walking into my traps. That's what I've been doing. And that's by using your words. Your words are what's creating the traps. If you didn't know that, your words are what's either ensnaring you or freeing you. There's no way around it because your words are what govern your experience. You'll take the action, but the action is still based on words. Go to the stream. Walk on these rocks, right? These are words that I'm using right now. Stomp your feet. That's an action. That's based on a word. So when people say, actions speak louder than words. No, your words are what create your actions, and it's based on your state of being, which is formed by more words, that by the meanings you've given yourself within yourself. Emotions are based on words. That's why we have words to label emotions. But sometimes words don't encapsulate the actual emotion of what you actually want to say. And this is where we run into a little bit of obfuscation and complication within ourselves. So when I started to see my words in a paradoxical way, it started to help me to free myself from all the mind traps that I placed myself. I put all the traps down in. Now, towards other people in my existence of what I had to experience, they were nothing more than mirrors, and I put my trap, and they were the ones that kind of fueled that trap by me walk into my own trap. Because I was feeling a certain way, so they were basically like the trap setters, but it was really me trapping myself because I used them as, hey person, I'm feeling rejected right now, so I need you, hot girl, to help me to put this trap in the ground because I'm feeling rejected. Can I use you as the trap bearer, and you can put the trap down for me, and I use you and I can walk in to my own trap because I feel rejected because you're going to reject me? This is how I felt. This is how it works. Whatever you're feeling, you're going to bring a person, a circumstance, a situation, or an event into your life in some very unexpected way that cannot be explained by logic, to basically confirm what you know is real and true for you. And that doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. It will just keep confirming. That's why reality will continuously punish or reward you, depending on how you see reality. Do you see the world against you, or do you see that the world always favors you? It's a paradox. You get to choose whichever. The problem is, because of your current physical experience, let's say you had an experience where it's always been rough and difficult and you have to fight for your life to stay alive, then you're going to continue to feed that because unfortunately that's the life you lived and it's accurate, real, and true. So what the thinker thinks the prover proves, and it will just keep giving you that until you start to shift the story within. And the story is based on words and emotions are still based on words. So you see, your words are what really govern your experience. To the brother who said that, I don't think you've thought a lot of things through. Oh, you have no idea what I've actually thought through, because you haven't lived my experience. So you can only make your guesstimation based on your 10 minutes of seeing who I am as a person. Come live my experience, and then you'll see otherwise. Just like I don't know any of your experiences either. That's why there's no assumptions on my end. I do my best not to make that assumption. Right? The thing is, for me, you all are living your own experiences. You have a certain set of things that have happened that brought you to this moment right here, right now with me. For me to kind of just share some awareness about this so that you're aware of it. If you weren't aware of it before, you're aware of it now. Some of it might click, some of it might not, some of it might make sense, some of it might not, and it's okay. Whatever works, whatever doesn't, discard it. But essentially, yeah, in my experience, I had to use people, circumstances, situation, and event. When I say use, I don't mean that in some negative aspect, because it was what I was saying was true about me. Hello. What I was saying was true about me, that I can only be, this is to take no offense to women specifically, but I thought I could only be with women that I found beautiful. Everyone's beautiful to their own extent. That's why you're created the way you're created. But I had a surface level thing about that I can only be with like a certain demographic of women. That I can't be with like a supermodel type of woman. This is being shallow right now. This is a very shallow thing, but you know, I have my preferences. We're attracted to certain types of people. Not to get into this, but you know, I had this preconceived notions that I will never be able to date or be with, you know, a beautiful like woman from like a fair skin tone color. Like I like fair women. That's just what I prefer. Does that mean that I don't like darker skinned women? Of course, they're beautiful, fucking beautiful, but I'm not fully attracted to them. Nothing more. Anyways, to get back on topic, like I had women of that, you know, lighter skin color to basically mirror back what I believed is true, that I can never be with them. Hello, morning. And so I ended up not being able to have them until I was able to shift that belief. Let's talk about money for a moment. This is a big one. I grew up in a house. My parents were actually pretty rich when I was young, but they fucked up. They made some mistakes. They blundered. It's okay. Hello, good morning. And they haven't ever financially recovered since then. They've been struggling ever since because they did not know how money worked, and they kept doing what they're doing, and they're still not making it through. I had to change my beliefs. Their beliefs was money is the root of all evil. That's the big one. A lot of people still have that stuck in themselves, because a lot of people who have money are considered evil in the world, which is not true at all. Not entirely true. There are people who have money who are doing some pretty not so human goodness. Let's just call it that. But there is the other side, the paradox. There are people who have a lot of money who are doing amazing things. The reason why you're not seeing it is because they're being overshadowed by all the negative. That's why so many people don't want money, because they don't want to be perceived as evil. That's why you push it away, unknowingly and unconsciously. If you didn't know that, I had to come to that realization. I was pushing money away because I didn't want to be perceived as evil and negative, or evil and like I'm destroying the world. Fuck that. I'm here to help the world. Money in the hands of good people will do great things. And I'm here to do great things with money, to help the world, not destroy it. So that's why I know that I have it now, thankfully, and I deserve more. And so do you. But the thing is, you have to make that law in your reality if you want more or not. This is just for money. Let's switch to relationships now. There's there's usually 3 pillars: health, wealth, and relationships. I'll get to health in a moment. Relationships. You want to be with that partner. You want to be with a girl. You want to be with a guy. But you're seeing a bunch of narcissistic men or narcissistic women out there, you know, because you've seen all kinds of different social media. Look, put it this way, y'all. If you don't watch the news, you're watching social media, and social media is just another form of news. That's a bar, write it down. So you're still being influenced. The moment you start doom scrolling, it's getting into your subconscious mind, because you're starting to be more relaxed. Because you're starting to doom scroll and you forget time exists as you're doom scrolling. So whatever you're feeding your eyes or your ears, you're basically taking on a potential stray bullet that was never yours to carry. So a lot of content is designed to talk about men are this way and women are this way. So guess what? This is why the world is so very disconnected. There are more single people in today's day and age than there ever has been. Right? In the rise of different movements, right? That also created a lot of rift in the world. All because they forgot who the fuck they are. Each person, to some degree, has forgotten who they are. Hello. I look at money as a tool, amazing carnage, it's just neutral. It can help me in everyday life, but it cannot buy me the happiness I'm trying to chase. Well, first of all, make sure you're not chasing anything. You're attracting and magnetizing, because you're basically Magneto. Because chasing will imply that you don't have it, and if you don't have it, the universe will keep punishing you for chasing, because you'll never have it. It'll never come to you if you keep chasing, but you understand what I'm saying. Money doesn't buy happiness, but it can definitely give you the ability to have amazing experiences. That's the perspective. It doesn't give you happiness, that starts with you, and money is just a tool, it's neutral. It's just a neutral tool that we get to use. So, but yeah, you're basically you're Magneto, and you're magnetizing things to you. That's what I am. I'm fucking Magneto. I'm magnetizing experiences to me. And I'm repelling other things that I'm not putting my focus on that, but I'm literally just repelling it automatically. I'm placing my focus on what I do desire, and I already have it within, and the rest of it just gets, the mind will just discard it. It's the RAS, essentially. The reticular activating system, or I like to call it the reticular awareness system, or even the reticular attention system. Good morning. Good to see you, Jeanette. It's good to see you. Welcome back. I told you I'd see you again. Well, you told me you'd see me again, so I see you again. We're talking about paradoxes, how everything's a paradox. So back to relationships, right? There's content in the world right now that say men are this, and there's content in the world that says women are this. And I've talked about this before. But then there's content in the world that's the opposite, where men are actually empowering women, and then there's content that where women are empowering men. It all comes down to your perception of how you view the world, with your lens that you currently have operating from your eyes and your mind. Your mind is just the projector, and your eyes are just the one that just sends out the signal, but then the signal comes back from your eyes and it creates the loop. But you know, the thing is, if you're looking to be in a relationship with anybody, from a woman wanting to be with a man, or a woman wanting to be with a woman, or a man being with a woman, or a man being with another man, right? It is, you know, whatever it is that you desire to be, right? If you're currently like, I got burnt by my last relationship, fuck all men and fuck all women. Well, guess what? You're going to bring a person, a circumstance, a situation, or an event into your life to confirm what you currently believe is true and real, and they will just keep reaffirming your belief, and it'll just become a nasty cycle until you break the cycle. And the only way to break the cycle is to start to go the paradoxical route by going the opposite way. Or breaking the paradox, or breaking the loop and being in the now and starting to see it for what it is. Yes, I got burnt in my last relationship, okay, but the next relationship I will not be burnt, because I will work myself. I'm going to work on myself. I'm going to give myself even more care and love. I'm going to remember what happened in that experience, but I'm not going to bring it in that experience, and the next person will definitely not be like that other person. Because as you work on yourself, you will bring someone who's in alignment. But where you currently were in that last relationship, that's what you were getting more of, because you're basically mirrors of each other. Hello. You're basically mirrors of each other. You can only ever be mirrors. We're all mirrors to one another. 10:36. Let's see. I don't go back to India because I wasn't from India. I'm a soul. I go back to my whole planet. What a second dimensional comment. I love second dimensional comments like that. They bring me joy. I also believe in deja vu, or paradoxes. They were times I dreamed of moments that I never understood until some days it's like I lived it before, you know. Yep. My perception is that men naturally lead the house, and it's so important for men's mental health to increase for betterment of this world. Indeed. I've had a lot carnage. Or you dream something when you're happening and you're like, what the fuck? Yes, that's happened a lot. Yeah, those second dimensional comments from that person, they do bring entertainment. When I say second dimensional comment, it's not to insult them. I'm not here to insult anybody. It's just where they are, right? That's like a second dimensional comment or a second dimensional perspective is like a word on a page. They can't see 3D. A third dimensional is like, doing what other humans are doing, but I don't operate from third. I operate from fifth and beyond. Everything exists right here, right now. It's easy, it's fun. But yeah, deja vus, you're right. And there's also something called vujade. And it's the opposite of deja vu. I don't remember how to explain vujade, but there is a thing called vujade. It's not as common as deja vu, but vujade is the opposite. And that's also real and true. And yeah, deja vus are definitely like paradoxes and vice versa. That's why it's important to see just kind of like, the reason why I'm bringing up paradoxes as a very important thing today is because it allows you to start to unravel. I call the world a yarn, a ball of yarn. A ball of yarn, what do you mean? I know some of you haven't heard this, but I'm going to say this. This came through recently. The earth is basically a ball of yarn. What is a ball of yarn? It's just yarn wrapped around many, many times. That wrapping around mechanism is the obfuscation I'm referring to. All the confusion, complications, fighting, conflicts, battles, dramas, I'm right, you're wrong, blah, 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 insert third dimensional perspective. That's what the earth is. It's like a ball of yarn. But when you start to be extremely present, guess what you're starting to do? You start to unravel that ball of yarn. And it becomes one gigantic fucking string. It isn't a ball of yarn just one string that's been just wrapped around. That wrapping around is a metaphor for confusing shit, essentially. That's really what the earth is. Now you have the ball. Now you have to undo this, and we all are our own ball of yarn as well. We have to undo all of the noise and obfuscations that we've created through a person, a situation, an opportunity, or an event that has placed itself in our life based on our confirmation bias that we have about what's true and real for yourself. And you have to start unraveling, if you choose to, start unraveling that yarn of ball to become one string. And then you'll see how simple life is. That one string makes life so simple because that string is basically reality and your mind as one. It's so perfect. It came like a couple days ago. It's like ball of yarn. I like that. It's a great metaphor. Fucking great metaphor. I love it. And it came because the library of all that is, which is nested within all of us, wanted that wisdom to come up into the mind so I can share it with all of you. So now you all have it in your mind and it's in your library of all that is. All of our libraries are the same library, but some books are not accessible. It's invisible presently. But I'm here to make those books visible. You can say that's what I'm doing. I'm making the books that's in your library of all that is that are currently invisible and making them visible to you. So you know that you have the book there. That's my role on this planet. To bring things that's invisible and make it visible. That's even better. Instead of saying awareness, I'm here to bring what's currently invisible and fucking making it visible. Better. That's even better. I love it. Real time, folks. Welcome back, Om. Om was already here. Good to see you again. It's a fucking great metaphor. Such a great metaphor. I love it. Use it, by the way. It doesn't belong to me. No information belongs to any of us. It belongs to itself, and we're all itself. So guess what? This is your metaphor too. Use it. The world is a fucking ball of yarn. That's what this is. Been twisted and wrapped around like billions of times, and now you have to undo it. Well, within yourself first, and then you'll see that other people are basically just balls of yarn, just like all twisted and confusing and all that, but really it's just that simple. What is the line? Just is. This. No labels, no language, no thoughts, no beliefs, no concepts, no ideology, no nothing. It just is. Before humans got here, there was no damn ball of yarn. It just was. We were the ones that started to create all these like noise and obfuscations. A fish, a bird, a monkey, a dog, a lion, a tiger, an elephant, a giraffe, a snake, a spider, a whale, an octopus. They don't obfuscate shit. You know what they do? They don't deviate from their blueprint. We've deviated many times through our blueprint. And our blueprint is, but you're supposed to also bring forth whatever you want as well. Paradox. But the ball of yarn is what's doing whatever the ball of yarn is doing, creating the noise and the obfuscation. Fucking great metaphor. I love it. I love it. Such a powerful metaphor. Yeah. Exactly. That's perfect, Jeanette. Let's see. I must have missed some stuff. Same situation, nothing much. Everyone is busy with their lives, trying to decide what to do with the rest of my day. You're almost off work in 20 minutes. Amazing. Do you believe people can visit each other in dreams? Absolutely. That happens all the time for me. And within a paradox in our dreams, I believe it is when we see our other selves in a different perspective, in a different timeline, multiverse type stuff. Indeed. All right, I'm just gonna, I just scroll up a little bit just to see some of the comments. Yes. Ooh, the multiverse. I love that one because there's an infinite version of you. Well, let me rephrase that. There's a version of you that's playing all different roles. Jeanette, Carnage, myself, Ohm. There's 4 of us right now because you guys are actively messaging in the channel. Unless there's someone else that I hadn't seen. But the 4 of you, or the 3 of you and me, right? There is a version of us doing something vastly different than what we're currently doing. Like there's a version of me who is probably like the world's most dangerous criminal. There's probably a version of me who's the world's greatest chef. There's probably just a version of me who's just playing small and hiding in the corner like I'm scared shitless of everything. Like I don't want to be like talked to, like I'm afraid. There's probably a version of me who is very, very like loud and very, very like obnoxious. Then there's a version of me who's absolutely like nervous about everything, like afraid, like I'm afraid. And this goes for you guys too. There's probably a version of me who's living under a bridge right now. There's a version of me who's probably a drug addict. There's a version of me who is, you know, sleeping with like 10 women. There's a version of me who likes men. There's a version of me who hates humans. That was a previous version of me. There's a version of me who is the world's greatest race car driver, best singer, best dancer, or the worst dancer, can't speak, is the ugliest person in the world, is the most handsomest person in the world. All those parallel realities, they exist and they are real. And that also goes for all of you. And guess what? You get to decide with your mind what version of reality you get to live by shifting your state of being, aka your frequency, to whatever it is that you want. Good morning. You get to decide. That's how simple it is. The problem is the mind's going to be like, but that's not true. There's no way. How can that be true? Because you're seeing what you're seeing, right? Because the eyes are telling you a story. But we've been so conditioned to be see it to believe it. But there's certain things you can't see, but you know they exist, right? There's certain things that you can see, but that you can't. Like there's certain things that you know exist, but you can't see. A great example, Wi-Fi. You can see that it's working on your phone, but how do you see the signal from your router to your phone or to your device? Like, how do you see it? I think our brother's gonna want to come down and grab some water for his dogs, so I'll step away. Let me see if he's gonna come down here. Give me a moment, because he has 2 dogs here and they probably want some water. So I'll wait for him. But yeah, there's a version of you that has everything or has nothing. You get to decide. That's the paradox. Morning. Did you want to come down? You sure? Yeah. May as well come down. We get to enjoy them for a moment. I get to hang out with them and see them for a moment. All good today? Good. Yeah, they're enjoying their time.
Yeah, they love doing this. They do it in the winter.
Oh, they do it in the winter too?
Jump in the wind to break the ice and get in the water.
Nice.
Hey, no. No.
Look. It's okay. Hi, Bubba.
Your friendly should start jumping and
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
hey, scratch. Poco forward. I mean, an adult, I don't care much, but little kid,
Yeah, for sure. I watch a lot of Cesar Millan.
that's a good idea. I heard
Yeah.
the other day, you're very right. Hey,
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, I watch a lot of Cesar Millan because Caesar will tell you, like, not like, no touch, no talk, no eye contact, right? So like I'm aware of like,
Yeah, you have to.
right? Because like if you're like, oh, come here and all this stuff, they'll get very excited
They're
and
excited, they don't know. Especially
Exactly.
with the high feet. The other day, a lady came, the big guy down, and this guy said, no, stay away because you're scared of the dogs.
right,
And then she saw them. She was like that, and she saw us. Oh, I love Rottweiler. They're my favorites.
Ah.
Left her around it, and they said,
Yeah.
They were sitting.
right. That was when I passed you that day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she said, oh, they're so beautiful. And this one, her, immediately, she said, hey, out of the way, you know me. This is the problem with Rottweiler. They don't have sense of
Yeah, I know.
space.
Exactly.
Just go in your space.
They just do whatever. Yeah.
This one is a little more.
He's more relaxed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like her space. Doesn't like to be invaded.
Right.
But this is a mix with the pit bull, so they have their. Just stop. Just stop. Go that way. So there's a little more protected her space. That's
For
why
sure.
other dogs would want to go. But this one, she runs to them, runs to people.
Right.
They come every year here and through all the year. Hey, this way. Down. Down.
They get excited when they see other dogs.
Yeah. She wanna play, but this one she doesn't wanna play. You see the expression is different.
Yeah.
Ears down.
She's more like,
She's protected. I
yeah.
think it's a mother.
Right.
Sit down. Ears down.
We're going to observe them.
Down.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah. Hey, see, come.
Yeah, because like when I watched Caesar, he taught me a lot about the energy of dogs, right? Like when you're holding the leash, like they can feel the tension, they can feel like the presence.
I make the same mistake because I see other dogs and things. I know, hey, come here. I put the short lead.
Yeah,
Pull, they feel it.
yeah, exactly.
This is like this.
Yeah.
But some of the dogs get nervous because seeing two dogs and that's sort of going so.
Right.
Where we are, but this dog was very calm. So just,
I think it's because their owner knows, like,
yeah, he doesn't care. He
yeah.
doesn't care. But some owners get a little bit.
Yeah, it's because a lot of humans, they don't know how to handle, like, the energy yet. So that's why, like, dogs are very good mirrors to show, like, your energy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What was your name, brother?
My name?
Yeah.
Luciano.
Luciano. Very nice. Orion.
Orion.
Yeah. Thank you. Hey.
You were born with that, or did you give it yourself?
Yeah, I was born with that. Thank you. Yeah, it's like the constellation in the sky. All right. Have a great one. Thank you. You too. Yeah. Oop! I almost fell in the water there. Morning. I'm gonna read all the messages in a moment. Yeah, Cesar Millan mirrored a lot of things to me recently about how, you know, a lot of humans, they just don't know about their energy. And like, you know, when one of the dogs was coming right in front of me, I knew to just be relaxed and not to do too much touching and no touch, no talk, no eye contact, because they just, you know, like he was in my space, but I was relaxed. Now, if this was me maybe 10 years ago, I'd be terrified. I'd be fucking terrified because I didn't understand dogs. But because I understand how energy works on the planet, now I'm more relaxed. I understand like what happens with us humans. Not just with dogs, but just with ourselves. And because our mind is a paradox, right? It'll label a past story, right? So for example, I had fear of dogs, so that story was continuously perpetuating. So every time a dog would show up, the body would get into a state of like, ugh! But now that I understand the mechanics of how things work, now I don't run into that anymore. They may still bark and I'll still be on alert, but the alertness is just like a primal reaction, right? Here comes the other doggy. You're back. You want to bring him down for a moment? All good? Okay. All right, I'll see you. I was seeing if he wanted to bring his dog. There's another guy's dog that just came. He's walking back. But yeah, like, due to the fact that I had to figure out like how energy worked within myself, that also applies to anything in our life. Like, because we humans, we hold on to memories and stories. And these memories and stories are what perpetuate us to either keep having what we want or pushing away things that we're supposed to have and never having it. That's why I was saying everything's a paradox of itself. It was good to have his dogs here on the stream for a moment. Exactly, Jeanette. This is why, like, I watched, when I watched Cesar, like he has a show on YouTube, Better Human, Better Dog. I was watching it on my other channel until my other channel got copyright strike because I watched one episode that apparently was copyright strike. It is what it is. The moment Cesar comes into the space, of course, depending on the dog, right? He either brings a racket to just to, you know, protect himself, but he's like, hey, shh. It's not even really the hey, shh. It's the confidence that he exudes out of himself. Hey, shh, hey. And he'll put them into whatever, like, state that they need to be in. They need to be in calm surrender. So, like, if even a small little tension within a person can send the signal to the dog, I gotta guard my owner. Oh my God, she's afraid or he's afraid. Gotta protect. That nervousness energy. So that same energy, forget the dogs for a moment, for us ourselves, if we don't know that we have to be calm confident, right? Calm confidence, CC, not credit card, but calm confidence, that will bring forth so many things into your life. It'll open up all possibilities when you're just calm and you're relaxed and you're confident. That's why I'm able to talk about anything, and I have. If somebody asked me a question, somebody said one time I look like I'm like a fucking magic 8-ball. I'm like, yeah, I'm like a fucking magic 8-ball. I can answer anything because I've told myself that I'm not lacking anything. And if I don't actually know, I'll go find out. Because the answer is here, it just hasn't reached here yet. That's it. And this will send the signal to the mind saying, hey, go on Google and like type out blah, 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 you'll find your answer. Or go on ChatGPT and ask blah, 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 you'll get your answer. So then it'll be cataloged in the mind. That's why I'm so confident in everything I say. Because I know, because I've been through all the experiences that I can possibly experience presently. And I was, not to get into all that, and I'm not going to go into all the other stuff, but I've been through a lot of different experiences. But yeah, when we know how our energy works, we can navigate and traverse the world easier. And when you're very relaxed and calm, I'll tell you right now, when you're very relaxed and calm, your mind will allow you to your soul will start to send information to your mind, or people like to say they get a download from God. That works too, if you want to use that way. You get your downloads because you're more open and receptive to receiving. You're in that receptive mode, right? You'll get like I should call like Stacy today or something, or maybe I should send that email to Brad, or I should reach out to Maria. I don't know why, but I feel like I should reach out to Maria for some reason. And yeah, you'll get these insights because you're going to start to be more in a receptive mode to like receive what you are supposed to be doing next, or not doing next. Paradox. I love the fact that I can just like sit in a squat for a while. I always work on my health, and this is number one, by the way. Like sitting in a squat does the body good. I do my best to squat as much as I can throughout the day. Very good for your knees, your back, your shoulders. Morning. Your knees, your lower back, your ankles, your thighs, your calves. It's really good for your posterior chain. I may be talking about the mind, but I also focus on the body. It's very important. You can't exclude one. They work as a system. They're a team. I see the body and the mind as a team that I get to work with. Like, hello, team Orion, mind and body. Let's work together. Sometimes they're fighting each other, though. I'm like, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? I have to like sit them down. I'm like, listen, team, we gotta work together. Otherwise, shit ain't gonna work. You want to do one thing, and you want to do one thing, and I want to do what we're supposed to be doing, but you two are fighting. You need to both get into alignment with me. That's how it works. Not the other way around. I don't get in alignment with the body must get in alignment with me. That's a bar. I don't get in alignment with the mind must get in alignment with me. That's another bar. I love cats, by the way. I call them Cat Meow Bubba. B-A-B-A. And Bubba, in my own language, which is English, I have my own English language, means baby or cute. I like that word. It puts me back into childlike state. Bubba. Anything that's an animal is a Bubba. Yeah. So, let's see. Let me read some of the comments. Let's scroll back up. I'm just scrolling back up to see all the questions with the dogs. Yeah, I'm glad you guys were enjoying the dogs. Dogs see their owners as providers and senior figures in their tribe. That's why they're quite obedient and around them. Funny thing is that dogs see the owners as some sort of bigger dog. Yep. And he has to obey and be docile around them. Yep, and I read that. Yeah, that explains your preference because dogs kind of share wolf DNA to quite extent. I never owned a dog because I don't feel the need to have one. Moreover, dog needs movement. Their primal instincts is about hunting and scavenging. Welcome back, Kyle. Scavenging as for food for like wolf ancestors. Have I ever sailed? I've been in a sailboat, but I've never actually been the one controlling the sail. No. I haven't done that myself, Kyle. My shift is happening, so I'm gonna go. All right, Jeanette, I'll see you again soon, sister. It's good to have you on. Have you ever thought of getting a job? Oh, this person again. Look, we get second dimensional comments again. Enjoy the second dimensional comments. Getting a job and going back to India. You guys are very entertaining. Those ones that are leaving second dimensional comments, yeah. You fascinate me. To the brother who says, do I ever consider getting a job? I already have a job, and that's called helping my clients around the world unlock their minds so they can live their best life by helping probably you guys with their companies with whatever it is that they're doing. I can't tell you NDA, but you're probably buying some of their products. So yes, I already have a job. I have a great job. And I get to work 1 day a week, which is awesome. Someone's gonna be like, that's not a real job. I'm a citizen of the universe. I'm thinking we're gonna have a lot more second dimensional comments showing up in a moment. So let's give a round of applause to Natrona. Give a round of applause for the second dimensional comment of Natrona. Second dimensional. Not even third. That's not to insult you. That's just where you currently are. Second dimensional comments. I love it. By the way, second dimensional comments are just like, I get to look at it as like fun. It's like a little static when you're like changing a radio station. That's what they are, just little static. Nothing more. For those of you who ever used the radio, by the way, you know, when you're flipping stations, that in between, like that buzzy sound, that's what they're doing with their comments. Second dimensional. To them, they have no idea what I'm talking about. To me, I know exactly what I'm talking about. See? By the way, thank you for feeding my algorithm. I appreciate it. I appreciate you spamming the algorithm with, when am I going back to India? Because you're just allowing more people who are supposed to see me show up on my channel. I love it. Is it time for me to get rolling? Yeah, it's probably time for me to get rolling from the water. Well, it's one of my daily traditions, not dropping the water into the water, but to basically give thanks to the water before we roll out. I'm going to put you guys onto the gimbal. Boom, baby. We're in business now. Off we go indeed. So put that in my pocket, put this in my pocket, wrap up my cable and put it in my pocket, give thanks to the water, grab my water bottle, and we roll out. Cool. Let me just make sure this is balanced properly, because sometimes when it's not on the gimbal right, it gives a little bit of an angle. All right. Water, thank you so much for your time and your service today. I appreciate the mirroring as always. I will see you not tomorrow, because I will not be here tomorrow. I'll be working with my clients. So I'll see you Tuesday. Unless I decide to come later in the afternoon, but I most likely probably will not. So, help anybody who comes here tomorrow, water, or throughout the day today. And I will see you Tuesday, water. And off we go. All right, so I just cleaned my shoes yesterday too. Gotta go and clean them again. Oh yeah, and Apocalypse, like, by the way, good to see you, Apocalypse. I know you came on, but I didn't get to acknowledge you, so I acknowledge you that you're here, bro. Good to see you. It's okay. I don't even, it is what it is. Like, if they're on, you know? It's all good. All I get to do is observe comments when I see things of, like, you know, being told, like, get a real job, or you're the blah 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 designation type of person, or, you know, they're feeding my algorithm, so I appreciate it, because, you know, the more they engage, the more YouTube will be like, oh, I think we should send more people this way. Not that I am looking for more attention, but I definitely will have more visibility for sure to reach the people who I'm supposed to reach, like Ohm, like yourself, Apocalypse, like Jeanette, like CJ, like Carnage. I think Carnage might still be here. Someone desperately wants to prove a point. Yep. Let them, though. They're looking for their validation. Morning, brother. Morning. Yeah. There are many people wanting validation and approval. That's why they leave their comments. Let them, though. For me, I'm just simply mirroring back awareness and bringing what's currently invisible and making it visible. Have a good day. Thank you. So, hold on one sec. I feel like something is in my shoe. There you go. Got it out. Yeah, I'm going to keep talking about paradox, though. I'm so grateful that I was able to get a hold of this mind and just let it start working alongside me and not the other way around. Because when the mind is in control, the mind will start to do all kinds of unnecessary obfuscations and create more unnecessary problems that you don't actually need to go through. But to some degree, you still will have to go through it so that you can build your foundation. It's like I was saying this earlier. And you're right, Om, spot on. It's like building a house on quicksand versus, or in comparison to building a house on solid like concrete or solid ground, right? Most people's foundations are built on quicksand. So that's why they crumble very quickly. That's why sometimes pain and suffering is necessary so that you can understand why. But most may not get the lesson, and they will keep perpetuating that lesson over and over until they finally get it. That's why they'll continue to, do the same thing over and over. What is that? The definition of insanity, as Einstein said? Doing the same thing over and over and over, expecting a different result. And they will continuously perpetuate it over and over. Let me see what's going on here. Apocalypse. Their whole personality is being born in a oops, not to me. I didn't want to click me. In a developed country, their senses of entitlement since the moment they've been born is at max level, even though they have no skill and no achievements. Well, here's the thing though. I want to share something, Apocalypse. So that is a perspective, and just so you all know, you all are actually born at max level, but your mind's going to create a story and create what I call the arrogance behind the max level. So you may not agree with what I'm about to say, but it's okay. I'm not disagreeing with anything. You're right, but it's a different paradoxical way when I say max level. So think of it like a parallel version of max level. So there are people who are at max level with arrogance, and then there are people who are at max level that actually had to go through their journey, and they were already at max level, but they are very respectful, or they're considerate, or they have humility and humbleness. So there's two sides to that coin about being max level. I'm at max level, but I'm not going to, and yes, the entitlement piece is basically an aspect, but the thing is that's also, that's a dual-sided sword, or a double-edged sword, I should say. Morning.
Morning.
But it all comes down to perception at this point. But yes, there are people who are like, it's all for me and not for you kind of thing. Yeah, so basically what you just said there is, this is where I'm getting to. It's all for me and it's not for you. Right? There's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin, it is for me, but it's also for you too. Right? So like the ones who were like, yeah, I deserve all this, but, and life is supposed to just like give them everything without them actually like, giving, like being of service to the greater good. Yeah, that's the arrogance piece of max level. Like they're born into like, how do I say this? Because, every word is and that's the other thing too, Apocalypse, every word is a paradox of itself. Every fucking word in every language is a paradox. That's the other reason why I said reality is just a paradox. But basically what I'm getting at is, in that state, let's see, I'm going to let itself kind of take a moment for me to figure out how to say this with words. Give me a moment. I'll let itself do it. Oh, before that, practice love and authenticity. Always, especially authenticity. there's this sort of underlying, like very, yeah, it's all for me and not for you type of energy, whatever you want to call that kind of energy. There's a word for that one. Some can call it narcissistic. It can be, I don't know, insert the word that goes there. Yeah, in that scenario, yeah, you're right. Mind loves living in the gloomy delusion of the world. Even if people have all the means, they will never feel completely happy. This is what melancholy is. Infinite greed. Yeah, greed is when it's all for you and not for anybody else. That's my definition of greed. That's the mind, though, creating a story of greed, though. Because abundance is for everybody. Hello? Because abundance is for everybody. It's meant for everybody. It's everybody's birthright. You do deserve all of it, but not in the way of being like... Deserving and entitlement are two different... They're kind of two sides of the same coin, but they're vastly different. Because you were born to be abundant. There is this notion that, like you were mentioning, that like they haven't done shit, right? But it is still their natural birthright to be abundant. But the way they're going about it can be done more in a more kinder, less arrogant, or more obnoxious way, I guess. That's probably the way I want to say it. I don't know. It's close enough to what I want to get to. This is why I fucking hate words to some degree. Words are what caps us attempting to explain something. But I know where you're coming from, though. I completely get where you're coming from, and I do agree with that aspect. But there is a paradoxical side to that too, which is also true and real. It also just comes down to your perception of how you frame it. It really just comes down to the frame of which you're viewing it from. I do my best not to be stuck to one frame and have many frames, so I can just kind of look at the bigger picture for what it really is. For me, it just is. Hey, cheers to the day for you too. Thank you for jumping on. Just heading back to the house. It'll take about 30 minutes, give or take. We're talking about paradoxes. Why it's important to know that reality is a big paradox of itself, and the mind is a paradox of itself in every present moment, and it doesn't like being in the present moment, and that's another paradox. Because even though it doesn't like to be in the now, because it keeps thinking about the past and the future, every time it thinks in the past and future, it's still happening in the now because you're thinking that thought right now. That's a paradox right there. It's a great fucking paradox. Every thought you ever think, whether of something of the past, whatever that is, you have to take that action of thinking that thought right here, right now. Every thought always happens in the now, even though you're dragging it to the past, or the mind's dragging it to the past. But that past is being perpetuated right here, right now. Or you're worrying about something in the future that might occur or might not occur. Paradox. That's why I wish every human was born with that word etched in their soul, well, not their soul, in their mind, or tattooed on the back of their eyelids. That's why they would know how to actually navigate the world with more ease and not be finessed, because the mind is finessing most people into buying into a bunch of things that are simply just obfuscated. Morning, brother. So the only way to break a paradox, well, it's not the only way, but the most effective way to break a paradox is to just live from the moment of right now. This moment. Nothing more. Not 10 minutes from now, but this moment, right now. You'll start to free yourself and allow your intuition to give you more guidance, more answers. But your intuition will only give you answers based on the current level of your state of being, where it's at. So if you're in fear, it will give you things that are similar to fear, but it'll still help you out on your next stage. But if you're in like joy, it will also give you from that state. It's like going to a website, right? This is a great metaphor for all of you. It's like going to a website that's legitimate and you're downloading from a legitimate site, the whatever file, versus going to a site that's going to be filled with viruses and you'll just be downloading viruses. That's what your intuition is. Your intuition is neither good nor bad, it just is, but it's based on your state of being. So if you're in a negative state, your intuition can only give you from the negative source. Because it's simply just following where you currently are. It works with your state of being, your emotional well-being, or your frequency, which is comprised of 7 keys, and I'll name the 7 keys again. Your beliefs, your expectations, your perceptions of the world and yourself, your emotional charged thoughts, your reactions to yourself or in the world around you, your focus / attention, and your convictions. What you absolutely have conviction in. Like, you have conviction and you can breathe. Like, that'd be absolutely ridiculous, somebody telling you, hey, you don't know how to breathe. You just look at them like, what the fuck? I do know how to breathe. So intuition can be malware depending on the state of being that you're in, yes. But it can help you to at least start to overcome where you are. So it's a paradox of itself as well too. That's why paradoxes, once you just sit with yourself and feel it, you'll know. Morning. You'll start to kind of like dissect things. And I was talking about the ball of yarn earlier, where the earth is just a fucking ball of yarn. Raveled, like it's just like wind up and wrapped up and twisted into this ball of yarn until you just unravel it and it becomes a string. Isn't it both true that the ball of yarn is just a string and a ball of yarn, but when you unravel it, it's just a string. It's no longer a yarn. That's why I love that fucking analogy. So good. That came through me, essentially. Yeah, you're right. The intuition is a torch, but it's going to only light where you currently are. It can't go any further. Like when I was in negative state, I wasn't listening to intuition. In fact, the intuition could only do so much, but it wasn't helping me any further than where I was until I started to be more still and know that, we have the power in every present moment to alter our course of our beingness. But yes, spot on too, right? If it's a torch, for sure, absolutely. That works. Ooh. A little cloudy today, but nice. Very pleasant. The intuition can be a double-edged sword to some degree. Because it's just like, let's get back to what I was talking about. Let's say you're in fear. Like you're in the fear paradigm. Like you're just afraid of everything. You're scared of reality. You're scared to take the next step, right? The intuition is going to find a way to give you currently what's the best course of action while you're in fear. for yourself. And the only way to start shifting is to start like choosing different, like you have to just decide. Literally choosing and deciding is what's going to help you start to shift. I decide that I'm going to be a more caring person. Is it going to happen right away? Well, not really, because of all the emotional energy you've invested into the other side. But as you keep choosing and deciding that that's not who you are any longer and this is who you are right now, you'll start to see the energetic momentum start to be invested into the new paradigm, and then the intuition will start to give you information from that state of being. Sometimes it's a little, I will not say it's hard to explain some of these things. It's more of a felt knowing. So I have to kind of like take a moment to sort of like dig through like the best types of words to use, just so it makes some sort of like coherent sense. Because the moment I say, yeah, it's difficult to explain some of these concepts, then I'm basically shooting myself in the foot saying it's difficult to explain some of these concepts. And that's a paradox. It's actually easy to explain these concepts. And I'll always find the most aligned words to use to help me to explain it with very, very easy and digestible ways to understand it. Let's see. Om. Yes, definitely Om. Spot on. Have a great day. Thank you. You're spot on with that, Om. There's definitely a gap in just thinking of doing something and just doing it. And it's in that gap right there. Hello? It's in that gap right there where you have the ability to make the choice and decide. Or you can call it the space. But that space is where a lot of so-called uncertainty lies. Like the unknown. And the mind marks that as dangerous. Because when the mind doesn't know something, it will immediately, or to some degree, will say, danger, fear, instead of hearing it out and seeing if it's a potential, like, it's actually safe. And it'll either filter it out, or it'll reject it at most, like, points in that space. Have a good day. Thank you. Yeah, so that gap that you speak of, or the space, that is where all of the magic actually lies. That's the now basis, essentially. I'm going to quickly hang on my bar here for a sec. It's my second hang for the day. Some days when I hang on the bar, it's easier to hold the grip and it doesn't tear into my like palms. And other days, my palms, they just like, it's in pain. I don't bring gloves to hold it, so it is what it is. I'm just gonna hold for like a 30 seconds or so. This is good for your shoulders, your spine, your hips, wrist and your grip strength. And of course, when I walk up the hill, I'll be working on my knees, my thighs, my calves, my ankles. When I walk backwards up the hill. Awesome. Oh, let's go. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would turn into either fight, or it could turn into fight and flight mode, or the paradox, when you understand what the mind's doing in that gap, can turn into God mode, or beast mode, or insert mode that empowers you to take that leap of faith, or leap of knowingness, or leap of confidence. My positive energy attracts both light and dark. I'm a dualistic being. Attracted you, and you can go back in your little corner now. Huh? Riverside Media. I don't know if you're referring to me. There's nothing to apologize. It is what it is. I don't know. I don't even think I even saw you yesterday, to be honest. Isn't Riverside like a podcasting app? I think that's a podcasting app. Riverside, yeah, it is. It's a hosting platform. Sure does. Light attracts dark and dark attracts light. They're two sides of the same coin. Can't have one without the other. I attract both. Those who already know, and those who are required to hear, that don't want to hear. And those who don't require to hear, it's okay. I'm not here to force it, right? It's just more of a, maybe 10 years from now, you'll get the message. I always use that expression 10 years from now because it might be 10 years from now when it'll start to land. I hold no resentment to anybody because there's no point, right? I 10 years ago was in the same shoes as a lot of people who, when someone would be, helping to empower others and just bringing awareness and bringing things that's out of a lot of our awareness because of the world being very distractive, I wouldn't listen either. I'd be like, I don't care. But, where many are right now, some are going to listen and some are not ready to hear, and it's not my job to make anybody ready. You almost went back to your old ways with someone was at your spot at the river. Kind of. And I didn't actually go back to my old ways. I went back to my ways, and that's just who I am now. Old ways is not me. That's like an old story. I like how you like to, insert your projections and make it some sort of like truth. I know the games you play, dude. Don't think you're smart. You are smart, but not with me. I'm feeding you a little bit of second dimensional attention right now, just to have fun with you. Then I'll throw you back in the corner where you belong. Hey, there you are. I was waiting for you, dude. I was thinking about you. Hey, good to see you. A familiar face in an unfamiliar territory. What's up, bro? Good to see you. Hey. It's been a while. I'm glad you found the other channel. I won't be streaming on the other channel, by the way. That one's done. It's finished. I called it a wrap on that one. This one has more alignment, but of course we got the opposite spectrum as well. It's so good to see you. I've been hanging out in your background, listening here and there, watching build the new empire. Oh, very nice. Oh, so you have been here. Gotcha. Cool, dude. I didn't know. Well, I'm glad you finally said something. Because I was like, man, I wonder if you've seen me on the other channel yet. Because I know you were subscribed to it or connected to it. I just didn't see any messages from you. I'm like, because I can't tell who's here, right? It's not like TikTok saying, this person has entered the chat. Very nice. I'm glad you're here, dude. Now there's only one other person from the other channel that needs to come here, and it's Misha. But I've reached out to her on Instagram, but she hasn't seen my message yet. So I told her, like, when she does see that message, I'm no longer using that channel. It's now going to be archived. I may still actively like jump on just to like make sure YouTube doesn't do anything with my channel. Just, if you leave it inactive for a while, maybe they might be like, we're deleting the channel or some shit like that, which I know they don't do, but probably just like make like a quick little like 2-minute live on that one and then jump the fuck off just to mark it active. But yeah, let's see. I've probably been watching half of your streams, and then of course I have to leave on between my clients as well. Amazing. Oh yeah, it's good, dude. All right. Well, you know the drill. I'm going to be walking backwards up this thing. It's always good to have familiar faces back on the stream. Of course, some of you who come on, like, who are more newer, like Ohm and Carnage and Jeanette and Nancy and Grace, and if I didn't already say Ohm, and others, right? You will then be familiar. But, have so much rapport with my people from my other channel. So it's really good to have them. Like Soul Fam here, Olga, T-Bray, Nabito, Matrix, S. Who else has been here? Oh, Tiff. Tiff's been on this channel as well. Retain the Gains. Even though he found me actually at the very tail end of the other channel, he He's on this channel. He's from Nero's community. So, and he started live streaming. And I started watching some of his live streams in the evening time when I'm not streaming. I'm like, just supporting the dude. Pretty good. See, you never know what ripple you make to someone and where their life will go just by a small little action or something you say. Yeah, exactly. We're getting to know each other gradually. It's natural. This is the same thing like anybody else. Like with, I call my Kilfrim 26 Soul Fam. That's what I call him. I know his actual name, but I just say Soul Fam. And yeah, you know, we went through a whole process together ourselves. I've known him for over a year. 17 months, close to 17 months I've known him. So this is probably month 18 now. Which way did I walk yesterday? I walked that way yesterday. I'm walking this way today. See? Caught it. I will go... I think I'm going to walk on the main street today. So we'll see cars. I walk on the main area. Let's see. I can't wait for you to get that assistant that's going to go through all your old footage and make collages of your discoveries. It's going to be amazing. Yeah. I had that perception too of like, if I'm walking backwards, I'm like, it feels like MJ doing the moonwalk. But yeah, Soul Fam, it definitely is going to be fun for someone. They're going to have a lot of work and they won't actually run out of anything to do because there's so much content to dig through. So much. There's just to pile through all the insights, all the times I was in the flow, all the times I was dropping the bars and just kind of like navigate. Now, of course, to where I was like 17, 18 months ago, even actually 19 months ago, really, right? I mean, it was just a starting point and you get to see like the evolution, but you know, more of the bars were starting to really get dropped around, you know, November, December, when I started to figure out, the paradox of the mind. That's right. The grand old fucking paradox of the mind. I can cross the street. I always liked this house. Something about this house. It's one of the newer houses built. It only took like 4 months for them to put that house up. It was great. It was such a smaller house that was there before, and now, like, the house is amazing. I love it. I like big house energy. So we're on the main street. We're going to be walking on the main street. So it'll be much more busier, louder. That's how I'm going to get my extra steps as well. Do, do, do. I have to go to the grocery store maybe today and buy water because we're running out, because I've drank like 6 bottles of waters yesterday. Would love to have actually filtered water, but unfortunately the tap water stuff is just not pleasant to drink. So buying it is just cost effective presently. Anyways, let me see if I can talk about paradox, about the mind. Yeah, the mind just doesn't like... If any of you ever take anything away from me, it will be this. The mind is a paradox of itself. It doesn't like to be in the now. It's always striving for past and future thinking. The only way to get past the mind is to go beyond the mind. And the only way to get beyond the mind is to be in the now. So it's like a puzzle, like a riddle you're solving within yourself. Once you understand how the mind really works from that deep level, you don't need anything else from anybody. And you're good. You start to live more peacefully, more with intention, more intentionality, more care, more patience, more kindness, more compassion, more forgiveness, more empathy, not apathy, but empathy. And those who, attempts to do you dirty, unless you mark it as they're attempting to do you dirty because you have the ability to alchemize the meanings and the labels that you attribute to it. And that's the word I was attempting to say earlier today and was not coming out for me for the life of me. Attributes. See, the word is now finally coming through. When I don't need it, now it comes through. It's funny how it works that way. The mind will keep attributing meaning and assigning labels, and the labels and meaning create emotions. So if you say someone did you dirty, you can easily just change the meaning of did you dirty to just like they just did something, and I get the power to flex my skills and my muscles, my mental muscles, and be like, nope, didn't affect me whatsoever, or had very little effect on me. So I was able to alchemize it. Thank you so much. You made me stronger. Living alone, feel too quiet and airy, especially at night. Yeah, they can have that feeling for sure. But just like what I was just saying, right? We can also change the meaning of that too. It could be quite awesome. We're living alone in big house energy or big houses at night, right? I actually, I like when it's quiet and airy at night. It allows you to really lock in and focus. I myself don't get too, I don't get into like, ooh, it's scary at night, like, what is night? Just the absence of daylight, but there's still light. It's not like it's pitch black, unless there's literally no light and you're in some like dark forest, right? But our senses goes through the roof, because it's funny how when our eyes can't see stuff, what kind of things we start to make up in our mind. Oh my God, what's that sound? It becomes novel, right? Anything novel, it's marked as new in the mind. Like, oh shit, novel, right? Like when you walk on a stick, you're like, oh shit, that must have been like a snake or something, right? Because you can't see, right? You ever see people who they get blindfolded and someone is just like bringing, just like touching them with something, and they start to freak out, and it's just like a feather that they're touching them with, because their eyes is no longer being able to be seen, so they're perceiving things as dangerous. That's what the mind does. It will create the stories. This is a bar, by the way. It will create all the stories because it can't see. And when it can't see something, it'll mark it as dangerous. Like if, for example, if I were to close my eyes and somebody were to come or let's say I was blindfolded and they were to, use like a feather or something. Of course, my mind's gonna be like, probably spider. They're putting a spider on me, right? They're putting a spider on me. But of course, because I'm aware of this, I'll be like, okay, you know what? They're probably just like touching me with like some sort of like slimy material, like some goo, pretending to be like some sort of spider, right? Making it kind of like crawl on my skin. Or they can actually put a spider, right? Our senses is what we navigate the world with, quite literally. That's why your body is actually your ego. This guy's thirsty. And there's no offense, you're just thirsty, bro. You're fiending right now. There probably is. I don't know if they'll say anything though. And that depends on what foreign is to you, because, you know, that's very a generic term, because foreign can mean anything. It depends on where you're located. Then you mean other than where you're located? Because I don't know where the fuck you're located in the world. I like when humans like to ask such questions that have no relevancy to what I was talking about. Next. Let me see. You became hyper aware of air, breeze, sounds, and stuff. We actually usually ignore. You can say we see this as a positively, as it's quite strange and a good way to hear gentle hums the earth and its variety. That's why putting your hands together helps you in being internally during meditation. It's true. It's bringing the two opposites together as one. Right? The left hemisphere, the right hemisphere, the intuitive and the monkey mind, whatever word you want to use, is bringing them together as one. The two becomes one. The left and the right, they become one. Everything is a trinity on this planet to some degree. There's usually a fourth, but generally it's usually in pairs, or not pairs, but in groups of threes. Almost back at the house, by the way. Just got to keep walking down a little bit further down this street and then turn to the right. Not this end of the street, but the further end of this street. They got the Buddha head. Very nice. Very peaceful. There's some neighbors over there just relaxing. Hello. They're just relaxing, enjoying their time out, just being. They're just sipping on like tea or coffee there. Peaceful. It's very peaceful. Not calamity. Some people love calamity though. There's a balance. There's sometimes people like, they can't sit with the quietness. You take away someone's phone for 5 minutes and you'll see how crazy they'll get. In today's day and age, for those who don't like meditate and who's always fixated on like doing something more and more and more, take away their phone for 5 minutes and see how they're going to respond. They're going to be like having a withdrawal syndrome. Pretty scary. Someone's doggy. Most likely I'll be cutting grass today. Most likely. But I definitely won't be streaming for much longer because I will have to get my workout in and go and take care of that grass. Gives me more steps, by the way, when I cut grass, which is great. But also just, keeping the yard nice and like clean, or like groomed or landscaped, I guess. Sure. That's called moment of epiphany. Funny thing is, I once attempted to model the frequency disturbance in the room and when I was silent in the big house. And Apocalypse says, no, it's because your sensory receptors are not trying to sense the environment. It is contact with something familiar. That's you. True. Well, it's not no, it's paradox. There is no, it just is. But yes, you're right from your perspective. There is no with me. It works the way I choose for it to work. That's how this works. It's paradox. Welcome back. Red car. Which was my car. Bought brand new. 0 kilometers. We'll be buying my Toyota Supra with very low amount of kilometers. Not the newer one, but the older one. I decided that I want the MK4. Not the MK5. The real Supra. And we have wind again. There's someone yesterday who's like, that the plastic's on the chair, why don't you take it off? Well, because I'm the only one that's sitting out here right now and it doesn't bother me. Yeah. I do need to fix that actually, one sec. I'll probably end the stream shortly, so, and I say that and then I don't end the stream. It's funny like that. Boop, boop, boo. Here we are. Oh man, what a good day. Great conversations. Not as many, I'm not gonna, no, don't even say it. Then watch as they all show up now. I guess I'll restart my stream. One sec, I'll be right back. I'll put it to 1080p 60. We're back. We're back. What am I going to be talking about either tomorrow or Tuesday? Again, I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I probably might just take a day. Oh, I just realized my neighbor hung some bed sheets behind me. Cool. We get to add to the aesthetics. So we've already finished the perspective, perception, projection, present, paradigm, and paradox. I was married at one point, but in my inner world, I'm married. In my outer world, I'm not married yet in the physical. But I already have my partner within. Because when you give everything within, then you're not lacking anything externally. Because when you have everything within, you're not missing anything at all. So, in the physical, no. In the mental, yes. But you can also say I'm also married to the universe. But no, I was married before. For using the human paradigm for a moment, yes, I was married back in 2016 to early 2018. Sounds good. Bye, Om. It's good to have you on today. I'm going to be jumping off shortly myself. So I won't be staying on too much longer. It's good to have you on today. Yeah, it didn't last long simply because I just didn't know myself. A couple things. One, lack of communication. That was a big one. Communication. Not being able to communicate effectively was one of the biggest problems in that relationship. Two, this is me 10 years ago, confidence. I didn't have confidence. Well, confidence is always within, but I didn't know how to access confidence properly. From like a relationship standpoint, so confidence was that. But the number one aspect was communication. 100%. Communicating effective. Hey mom. It's communicating like effectively. I didn't communicate my intentions properly because I didn't even know my intentions, what I really wanted, because I was very unclear with myself. And when you're like lacking clarity to some degree, a lot of problems start to unfold in your life. That's why clarity is a lot of people are looking for it. And I can tell you that a lot of people struggle with clarity of purpose, clarity of vision, clarity of like what they want or what they are supposed to have. Because you ask somebody what is it that they want, they'll be very vague. They won't be with specifics. And because I didn't know to be very specific with what I desired, it dissolved. Yeah, people know how to speak, but very few know how to communicate. That's a bar, Apocalypse. I'm going to take that one. That's a bar. So true. Many people know how to speak, but not many people know how to actually communicate. That's a real bar. I like that. That's a real one right there. Origin? No. Origin is soul. I don't identify as any designation. I'm a soul. Just with a human body. I chose this body for a reason, but I'm a soul. And I'm being serious when I answer that question. Send the invoice. I'll pay it. Yeah, modern soul rates. Modern soul rates? I don't know what that means. Modern soul rates. What does that mean? Oh, got it. Modern Socrates. No, I'm modern Orion. I'm just me. Nothing more. That's a nice butterfly that's flying over there. It looks like a monarch butterfly, but it's very yellow. It's not your standard orange. I've practiced stoicism. I wouldn't consider myself just stoic. I'm everything and nothing at the same time. Paradox. You can say I'm a paradox, basically. But then again, all of us are technically a paradox. No, but I'm being serious now. I do put myself into nothing and everything all at the same time. It just makes things easier to navigate. It allows me to experience anything and just be sort of like the ability to just absorb as much as I can without being like tied down to just like one thing. That's why like when I read through all the different holy books, religious books, I was seeking not answers, but I was seeking commonalities between them. And like how they all are sharing the same thing, but different words. They use different words, but they're expressing generally the same concept. And then when I went down and started reading all the different esoteric, when I started reading all the esoteric books, I'm like, this is just the same thing, just in different words, like the Kabbalion and the Egyptian Books of the Dead, and the Emerald Tablet, and the Hermetica, and then I started reading things in Sufism, Islamic, Hebrew. Of course, these have to be translated. I don't read those languages. Like if they're in the original language, so I'm basically reading the translated version of the original text. But they were all basically leading to the same thing. Like for example, in the Eternal Tao or the Tao Te Ching, there's a statement that says, if you can see, or what is it? If you speak the eternal, oh yeah, if you can speak the eternal Tao, then that's not the eternal Tao. That's a real bar. That's a heavy bar. If you can speak the eternal Tao, then that's not the eternal Tao, because you're basically have capped it into a box by saying that this is the eternal Tao. That's why I live in a state where everything just kind of is. I accept it all. I don't get into any like you're right and you're wrong. I don't play the games like that. I'm just like you're right and you're right. Even if it looks like you're about to like, yeah, exactly. That's the best word. Fluidity. I'm not rigid. I'm allowed to be. Any one of us can be that if you choose. It's a choice. And I've decided that I wanted to be as flexible and fluid with everything I read or have, gone through. Like for example, in the Quran, Allah is no respecter of man until, or Allah doesn't change, to see how I kind of confuse some of the words. Allah doesn't change the condition of man until he changes it within himself. So I would rewrite that passage saying, Allah does not change the condition of human until the human changes the condition within themselves. And then, of course, in the Bible, seek ye the kingdom within, and all its righteousness and all shall be added unto thee. That's within yourself. In the Bhagavad Gita, there's action in action, and then there's action in an action, and then there's action. No, I'm screwing it up. There's inaction. Fuck. There's inaction in action, and then there's action in inaction. Which basically means that, like, if you be still and know that you're taking action from within, and then you take the aligned action from outwardly. But if you're taking just mindless actions outwardly, then you're not focusing internally what is actually true and real. So you're just basically you're just doing more cause, and you're just doing more effect, attempting to change another effect, instead of focusing on the cause and the effect. And of course, the Hermetic principle, the law of cause and effect, right? That's a universal principle in this reality that we are governed by, the cause effect. Most people live by changing an effect, and that's not how it works, because they're operating from a state of fear, and they'll keep doing fear-based actions. So they're thinking that changing this will change that, but no, it's actually starting here and then changing, then doing your actions from a state of alignment. But most are in a state of misalignment. So you see, like, I went and I studied to make sure that I saw the they're all a puzzle piece of each other, quite literally. That's why I don't get into, like, whenever people drop their Bible verses and whatever, like, you're right. I'm not getting into it with you. I'm just going to sit back and I'm going to observe. Nothing more. Yeah, so like anything where it's basically telling you got to do something else to be something else, I don't subscribe to. But I don't take, like, I respect it for what it is, but I don't put myself in like things where I take the lessons that are meant to be within, and nothing where you have to like convert yourself into something, right? Into something else. No, you already are it right here, right now. If something's attempting to tell you got to be something different, then I stay away from it. In fact, that's creating more noise and obfuscation. That's why, like, when it comes to stuff like that, what you just said, yeah, I basically kind of like, I respect it. You go do you, and I'll do me. Yeah. Right, exactly. That's the reason why I don't get into it with anyone's mind who is operating from that paradigm. I don't. There's no point. There's literally no point. And that's why I remind all of you, if you're in a chat and you see stuff like that pop up on this chat, and it's going to happen again, just so you know. I'm not expecting it, but people will come on and they'll drop their verses, right? Don't get into it with them. Just observe. It's the best thing you can do, is just observe. This allows you to, number one, practice being patient with them. Remember, they can't be wrong, but you know for you it's not in alignment. That's the difference. You're not marking them as wrong, it's just not in alignment for you. That's it. Simple. So like for me, when I see people dropping the verses, like they're dropping it so they can pull me into their saviorness. Like they want me to get into being saved. You don't need to be saved. You already are saved because you were born. That's it. It's just that simple. So like this idea of people are this and this and this, and like, you are what you decide you are. That's a bar. Write it down. Yeah. I'm very yeah, I'm open for the conversation, Apocalypse. The time where someone says, Orion, you're wrong, then I stop. Because there's no point. Right? At that point, like, what's the point? I'm just wasting vital life force energy to speak words that they can't hear. It's like you're speaking, like, well, think of it, Apocalypse, like I'm on this frequency and someone else is on this frequency, right? And for those of you, I'm going to use the word state of being, just to make it simple. I'm on this state of being and this person's on this state of being. I'm saying words, they're hearing the words, but it doesn't register, it doesn't click, because they're on a different emotional band. They're on a different like radio signal. So they can't hear, it's all distorted to them. But they hear me speaking, it's distorted to them. So what's the point? There's no point. That's why I don't say anything. I just leave it be. For those particular souls. But like for you, for Om, for Nancy, for Justin, for Soul Fam, who was just on, if he's still here, for Carnage, for Grace, who showed up yesterday, for CJ, for I'm attempting to remember names who actually added to the conversation, to Doc, to who else? Anyone who's dropped some good stuff in the chat, like Kyle, like Aaron yesterday. See, I'm tempting to remember names because, you know, the more I hang out with you all, the names will just be, it'll just, right? Like you guys, I'm not wasting the words because you guys are at least taking the time to sort of like, you know, understand from your own perspective, right? You're not like, you're wrong, Orion, and you're wrong, and like, fuck you, Orion, and, you know, doing that, right? That's not conversation at this point. At this point, it's just like, you must shut up, Orion, and I'm going to speak. Okay. And then they will continue to keep going on and on and on, and what else can you do? Like yesterday, John Patrick, he's come on the stream before, and he started talking about like saving me because like I'm going down, you're worshiping like Satan or whatever. I'm like, are you for real right now? Yeah. You're welcome. See, this is exactly the reason why I share what I need to share. See, is it Drea? Drea. Good to have you on. You're welcome. See, this is the reason why I share. And Justin, what did you say? Talking at you rather than with you. Exactly, Justin. I'm talking with, not at, and not to you, but with you. I'm with you guys. Because there's no point having those conversations when someone is just like you're saying words, but like they're not hearing what you're saying, and you're not here to convince them. But they think that you're throwing them into, like, I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. I'm just here to share that you have the power right now within yourself to alter the best course of reality for yourself. But, you know, it just comes down to how they will perceive it, because it's based on the level of their awareness, their state of being. It's like two things. They're kind of like intertwined, your awareness and your state of being. These two things are wrapped together, and then you'll either understand what someone's saying or you simply will not. And that's the paradox of this. Yeah, exactly. So Apocalypse, they're also waiting for like me to sort of like, I bow down to you, O Savior, or they're waiting for you. Yes, you are so right. You are so right, and I am so wrong. I am so sorry. Please forgive me for being so wrong. That's what they're waiting for. I'm not doing that. I will play the game sometimes, but like, yes, you are so right. You are so amazingly right, and they are right from their own perspective. But I also know that where I stand, I'm also where I stand. I'm not gonna move an inch. I know because I've been through it. I was in the same level of where they were. So I understand what games they're playing. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Drea, my entire family says I'm Delver because I now know God is in me and not outside of me. Stop explaining me to people that never saw me anyways. Exactly, Drea. Welcome. You see, I'm telling you, see, when you start to radiate yourself, you start to magnetize people like Drea, like Apocalypse, like Justin, like Ohm, like Jeanette. That's the other person I was here earlier, Jeanette. Like Grace. Exactly, Drea. That's a bar right there. Playing the game when necessary, but not always knowing I'm playing the game. Yeah. That's why I chose to read all of the scriptures, but not as a religious, from a religious viewpoint, like a religious lens. I chose to read all the books, the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, the Talmud, the Tao Te Ching, the Bhagavad Gita, the Book of Enoch, the Lost Gospels of Thomas, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Emerald Tablets, Kabbalion, anything in Sufism with Rumi, any Islamic texts, the Ashani Pods, all these things. I decided to read all these books from a metaphysical aspect because they're all metaphysical books. Other people have made it into a perception that they're a religious book. And yes, they are a religious book to that religion, but they are also a metaphysics book. That's why I am where I am, and that's why I can say what I can say, because I've been through the phases. That's why I don't argue with anyone. If anyone's coming on like the stream and they're saying like, no, you're wrong and blah, 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 I'm like, hey, whoa. I'm not even saying you're wrong. You're right. You're completely right. But I'm not going to fight. There's no point, because you are where you are based. This is a saying that I have. You are where you are based on your frequency, and your frequency is basically your state of being. And your frequency is made of 7 keys. And I'll share it right now. It's your beliefs of yourself in the world, your expectations of what you think is normal for yourself and the world, your emotional charged thoughts, what you're subconsciously entertaining as true and real, what you perceive of the world, of the perception, and of yourself, your reactions on how you react to the world, your attention / focus, what you place your focus on, it'll grow, and your convictions, what you have absolute conviction in. Like, I believe that there is a God, like in the sky or something, right? Those are the 7 keys to a frequency, or your 7 keys to your state of being. Your self-concept, your state of being, your personal identity. That's basically when I say a frequency. Because I'm using the universal, even though it's still a human word, frequency, it's a word that is governed by the universe to some degree. It uses a principle called frequency and vibrations. I'm not attempting to use like more, it's still a human word though. Whatever the universe is using, that's what I'm using. I just have to use words. And words are what, the words are what's causing a lot of the chaos on the planet, Drea, and Apocalypse and everybody. It's not really just the words, it's the meaning we give behind the word. This is a lost awareness in society right now, quite literally. A lot of humans are simply not aware of the power of words and the energetics behind the words, and it's causing all kinds of different ripples, problems, and obfuscations that don't need to be there, because they're simply stated that this is what this is, but no, it's a paradox. You get to decide how words be. Words are not rigid, they're fluid. You get to change the meaning of something. Words have different contexts as well. I'm going to read what you wrote, and if there's anything else everybody else wrote. Let's see. Metaphysics, oh snap, that's a big word I desire to understand deeply. You're welcome. Yes, we were never meant to solely communicate through only words because of their strength. Exactly. Words can only point to the experience, but they can't capture the experience. Yeah, theory or practical as well, brother. Words can only point, but they can't capture. It's like so a word, think of it like a net. What's up, Doc? Good to see you. It's like taking a net, throwing it into the ocean. This is what words are. You're taking a net, throwing it into the ocean, and then you're pulling up the net, which has a bunch of holes, by the way, and you're saying you captured the ocean. No, you captured part of what the ocean is, but that's not the ocean. It can only point to the experience. That's what words do. They just capture, or they just point to. They don't capture anything. This in itself, when you truly like get to the root of it all, like this core thing that I'm attempting to say, I'm basically having to use words to explain the thing that cannot be explained by words. Talking about paradoxes, but about the words though, that we're using, that every word is just like we're subjected to the limitations of what the word can allow us to experience or not experience. And you have the ability to change the fluidity of the word. This is why language structure is important, but it's also not important. You can break your language structure at any time. The problem is you want to make sure you're coherent with someone else when you're speaking, but let's say you're not speaking to no one else, you can break your language structure. What if the word fuck meant something else? Maybe it meant something amazing for you. Fuck yeah, right? You can use that word in many different ways. That word is not just a negative word. That word can be used like as an empowerment tool, right? So you have the ability to alter your word structure at any time. Now, of course, when you're speaking with others, you want to stay on the same sort of wavelength. This is where the problem happens between humans. Human A and human B. I love you, and human B says I love you to human A. Human A might misperceive I love you as like, ooh, I don't like you romantically. Ugh, yuck. But this person B was saying, but I didn't mean I love you romantically. And that right there is where the problem starts. I meant it in a, like, I care about your soul. I don't love you romantically. And then, oh, you should have said that then. And this is where battling starts to happen. You see what's causing, do you see the friction that starts happening? This is what's causing it in the world. This is just a small example of a bigger scale. I mean, Dad is diabetic, but other than that, no. Not that I'm aware of anyways. I'm healthy AF, but that's because I take care of my body every day. But, you know, everybody else is pretty healthy for the most part. Yeah. And even so, even if there was any chronic like illness, that is also, yes, there's a physical aspect, but you also can undo it mentally as well, to some degree. Not physically, but to some degree. They are. Anything can technically be reversed to some degree. There's been people who've healed a lot of things that you would think is impossible, but they've done it. That's why I'm like, it must be a mind thing then. There's a book, I don't know if any of you have gone down the road of, again, I'm not suggesting you go read the book or anything like that, but Dr. Joe Dispenza's book called Becoming Supernatural. He's had many clients of his who had physical ailments and were able to overcome their physical ailments by healing it with the mind, because they had such conviction that they can heal themselves. You want to hear a story quickly? Some of you may get triggered though, but I will do it anyways. But this is just, I want to share. Yeah, exactly, Apocalypse. All those do come into play for sure. Most of the times it's usually stress, but I'm going to share the story. So recently, or not recently, a year ago, I started watching The Chosen. It's a TV show based on Jesus and his journey. It's not quite done yet. It's almost there. Good show, by the way. But I didn't watch it for. I didn't watch the show for religious aspects. I watched it for how he spoke with power and conviction. Not what he was saying, but how he was saying it. He went to Jerusalem, and there was a dude by the water. And the dude had been at the water for about, 15 years or whatever it was, waiting to be healed, because he had conviction that he could be healed. His legs, it was paralyzed, it was disabled. And he thought that the water was going to heal him, because he had conviction in the water, because other people were getting healed by the water. But he couldn't get to the water because his legs were immobilized. He could only move with his hands. And he would get closer to the water, but he would get trampled on and stepped on, and he would never make it to the water. But he has so much conviction that he would be healed by the water. So this is a metaphor story. So Jesus comes out of nowhere, and he looks at the dude and like, hey, you don't belong here. You don't belong here, dude. Why are you still here? Because I believe I can get healed. Jesus told him to stand the fuck up. Stand up. Get your ass up. I'm going to use our common language now. Get the fuck up. You don't belong here. Get up. Get your ass up. He looked him dead in the eyes and he said, get up. And guess what happened? Because of such conviction that Jesus gave into that guy and basically told him, get up. He didn't say, you can do it, and cheering him. He's like, get up. He got up. And he started walking. Because he had conviction in Jesus that he was healed. And he healed himself. Jesus didn't do shit. It was him that healed himself. It's conviction. That word, conviction, you might want to tattoo it on the back of your eyelids. Literally. Or put it somewhere on your body. I don't care how you do it. Write it out. I don't care what you do. Put that word in your vocabulary. Conviction. That is the strongest word you will have, depending on how your definition of that word, when it comes to either manifestation or whatever it is that you want in your life. You have absolute conviction in your wisdom, that you have enough information to live your best life, that you know enough, that you are enough, and you will always be enough. I have conviction in each and every one of you that you'll live your best life. The question is, do you have conviction in yourself? I have no doubt whatsoever. I'm so fucking confident in that. You can think of conviction as another word as confidence. But conviction goes a little bit further beyond confidence. It's like absolute knowing. Do you have conviction in yourself to live your best life? If yes, congratulations. You start to live your best life. Yeah. That word conviction, use it in whatever way you can in your life to help you to whatever it is that you desire. And know, when I say conviction, that word basically implies knowing, not believing, not faith. Faith and believing have doubt and mistrust. Yep. That's the reason why I do these live streams, because I know it's going to reach people like you, Drea. I will never stop doing what I need to do. I have a short amount of time left on the planet. I don't know how much time, but I do have a short amount of time. And I require for all of you to remember that you have the power right here. It's not outside of you. It's right here. You can use outside if you want. As long as you have conviction on that outside force, use it. But it does start with you. You have to give the conviction to the outside force to help you. Use whatever works. And you're right, Doc. Everyone does have a short amount of time. That's good. I'm glad, Drea. You actually brought, yeah, you brought me to you by your energy. And I did the same. I was looking for souls like you who already know but have been gaslit by the world saying that's not true. No, you should be put back into your box. You're not the only one, Drea. Yesterday there was another sister who came on named Nancy, who also said the same thing, where she started to know that the answers are here, but people kept telling her, no, you've changed and all this other shit. Yeah, of course you've changed. You returned back to who you once were, not the shit that the world told you. That's a bar, write it down. Most people, when you come with all the answers already within you, but then you have to go through your journey of creating an identity, and you have all these layers stacked upon layers, which then has invisible layers, and then eventually these layers have to disappear to get back to where you were. That's how it works. It's the biggest illusion, trap, and greatest game ever, all in the same breath. Let this be the starting point, Drea, and just so you know, you have all the answers within. You ain't missing anything. None of you are. You never have been and you never will. Doesn't mean that this has all the answers. This has all the answers. But this will seek out, like a magnet, what you need to then use the other opportunity, like a person, a situation, an opportunity, or an event, to then tell it here. So it works like this. So this sends signal out to person, opportunity, situation, or event. You don't have the answers here, but here it has, but it can send it here, but here won't listen. So it needs some sort of physical proof in the physical world, and then it's going to send it back here, and now you have it. It'll use your senses. It'll use your ears, your eyes, your nose, or your touch, or whatever, and then you will have it here. So it does like a dance. It goes like That's the simplest way it's doing. This is the process of learning. It's right here though. It can set in from here to there and skip all of the external. The reason why it uses the external, the reason why it's using fucking external is because there's still a see it to believe it aspect that a lot of us are still buying into. You gotta see it to believe it. No, you gotta know it to see it. That's a bar, write it down. You have to know it to see it. As within, so without. Not as without, so within. Most people are living as without, so within. As within, so without. And you have to have absolute conviction in that everything is here. If you don't have conviction, then you're still going to run into the traps of like, and the mind and the eyes are, it's going to, it's going to keep doing this dance until you finally decide. Right now. That's it. You just have to decide. You have all the answers right here. You weren't missing anything. I had to come to that conclusion. It took 40 years to figure that out. Others figure it out sooner. It doesn't matter about time. It's just a matter of figuring it out. And now once you figure it out, you can't unsee it. It's right here. And that's why the mind, it's a paradox. It will always look for, it's always going to look to seek, find, and search for something outside of itself, but the answers are right here. That's why it uses the external as your confirmation bias for you to find the answer, but the answer is right here. The soul can send the answer to the mind, no problem, but the mind will not accept it. If I told you the answer was you, it's going to be like, no. The mind's going to be like, nope. The mind's going to be like, nope, 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 nope. The mind's like, nope, 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 nope. And guess what? The mind's going to keep doing past and future thinking. It doesn't like the now. It doesn't. Amazing. You're basically the same physical age of this character, this avatar. So you're on the same level as me. Anyways, congratulations, by the way. You now know. The mind does not like the now. It does not like the now. I'm going to say that again. The mind does not like the now. It wants the now, but it won't accept the now. Because it wants to find the now in some complicated, difficult, stressful, most extraordinary, like balls to the wall answer. But the problem is, the answer is right here. And I'm glad your yesterday, which is still right this moment, technically speaking, because, the mind does this back and forth, because your thought about yesterday is happening right now. Think about that for a moment. Every thought you think, every feeling you feel always happens in the now. Even if you're thinking of the past, it's still happening now. The mind doesn't like to accept that, though. It hates that idea. Awesome. I won't be on for too much longer, but they can definitely come to my channel whenever they want. I want them to know that they are the answer. That's it. It's going to take some time, Drea. From the mind level, it's going to take some time to accept things. The soul does not need time. It doesn't work with time. It already knows. But there comes a moment where it just locks. Or you can say unlocks, depending on how you see it. That's why my streams are literally just to say that you are the answer. That's it. Of course, someone will be like, yeah. Here comes this is what I call a second dimensional comment from the person above you. I'm not going to even entertain that. Next, I'm only focusing on you right now and whoever else in the chat that's leaving something of value. Your mind is only designed to think in the past and worry about the future. Or I should say, ruminate in the past and worry about the future. It's always like, when am I going to? How am I going to? When am I going to? How am I going to? Oh, here comes the second dimensional comment again. You guys are feeding my algorithm. Appreciate it. So, those who are not focused, they will not hear what I'm saying. And I'm not here to entertain their second dimensional comments. No offense to them when I say that. Anyways, to you, Drea, the mind does not like the now, but here is here's a shortcut. You want to hear it right now? I'll tell you. When I say the answer is you, I'm not saying the answer is your mind. You are not the mind, you have a mind. Your mind is a tool, and it was given to you so that you can explore God's oneness, whatever you want to call it. That would be, it's okay. I leave them be. They're basically feeding my algorithm, so let them be. They're not bothering me because they're just basically what they are, Drea, are static in the shift of the frequency. Nothing more. Their words mean nothing to me. Because like when if they're not here locked in, I'm not wasting my time with them. There's no point. I'm focusing on you specifically right now. So they can continue to interrupt and disturb, but it doesn't affect me whatsoever. I'm just locked in with you. Anyways, you are not the mind, you have a mind. Let that be a bar. Your mind is not the enemy. It has never been no enemy. It will never be an enemy. It's just a tool, nothing more. It always has been a tool, and it will forever be a tool. It can't ever not be anything else but a tool. But the thing is, if you label it something else, then that's what it becomes. You're subjected or adhering to the laws of that word that you create the mind as. So, and that goes for any word. Right? So if you're saying that I'm XYZ, then that's actually the mind, because the mind can't see itself. The mind will just label an identity. Think of it like a doppelganger hanging out with you. You created it, yes, but now you have the ability to tame it and train it. So it works with you, not the other way around. Most are being finessed, puppeteered, controlled. Others actually have control over their puppeteer, and they are in control of it. They've mastered themselves. There's plenty. There's tons of people. They're just focusing on living now. They're not interested in like getting into like doing anything, but some want to share, and that would be me. I know. That's why, like, and you're more like, you're a confirmation for me to know that I'm on the right. Well, I already know that I know what I'm saying, but you're a confirmation for me that I know that I'm reaching the right people, or the most aligned people. That there are people who actually do want to hear this stuff. Even if it's just 1 out of 1,000 people, and you're like that one person that will actually hear and listen, the 1,000 others are just like making, like, being little distorted noise in the frequency. Let it just be the one. Guess what? By the time this thing called life is done for you and I, guess what happens for us? Specifically, we're already ascended. Every soul is ascended, but we won't need to come back, because we will already fulfill our destiny. The rest of them who are distracted, guess what? They're going to be like, why did I get so distracted with life when I was supposed to be focusing on this? Now I want to come back again, and I want to redo this. For us, the next time if we choose to come back, it becomes a choice, not an obligation. For the others, it becomes an obligation, not a choice, because they want to feel like they finished something. It's like anything, like you want to finish what you started, but you didn't get to finish it the last time around, so now you want to finish it. I didn't finish a lot of my games in some of my other lifetimes. Now I'm finishing it in this lifetime. I go live every day, and recently have been having awake people reaching me the confirmation. It's so nice. Amazing. I'm glad to hear that, Drea. That's awesome. And that makes me happy. And the more people who understand this, the less problems we'll have on the planet. It's just that simple. They call it the Great Awakening. I don't like giving it a label, but the shift has begun. There's a sister that I know who is now into like Schumann resonance, and she wasn't even thinking about any of the stuff like 2 months ago. She just had her awakening, and now she sees things so differently. She's being sort of like how you were being gaslit by others, saying, this is not Nancy, this is someone else, her name is Danny. I actually personally know her. I'll be visiting her soon enough, but she basically is being gaslit by her bestie, saying you're crazy. You need to go to a psych ward. I think something's wrong with you. Blah 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 blah. I'm like, listen, Danny, your bestie, she's still trapped. She's still asleep in her matrix, even though we'll never escape the matrix because we are the matrix. But she's playing the old coding of the matrix, not the new code, the old code. So it's only natural that she's going to be like that. There's a reason why you had to become aware of this stuff. You have a specific, journey or mission you gotta do. That's the reason why I'm here doing what I'm doing. I came here to sort of continue what they started. By they, I think you understand they. You're not escaping the matrix, Doc, because you are the matrix. You can't escape the matrix at all. You are literally the matrix, playing your own game. It's the VR headset that you put on. Yeah, because your third dimensional thinking mind is looking for evidence, Clayton. There are things that you cannot see that exist. And I'm not speaking to you specifically, I'm speaking to Drea because she understands what I'm saying. Devil May Cry, welcome back, dudes. Good to see you again. Depending on where they go, Devil May Cry, I really love your name, dude. It always brings me joy when I see you. Depending on location, yes and no. If they're moving to the States in a warm environment like California or Florida or Texas, like in warm environments that have, Texas has winter, that's the problem. Florida, California, I would recommend like places that are hot, or like Phoenix or Arizona, or like Arizona, Nevada, places like that. Anything that has fucking winter, unless you love winter, then move there. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Texas in summer is pretty hot, but they get winter and it is pretty cold there. Clayton, I'm not here to help you to understand anything. You have to go on your journey to figure it out for yourself. I had to do it. I had to go and, I can give you the shortcut, but your mind will not accept my answers. I can tell you that right now. So Clayton, if I told you the answer is you, would you accept that? Just say yes or no. The answer is you. Could you accept that? Or will you fight for dear life that it's not you? Bye. Amazing. All things, Clayton, starts and ends with you. You have to be the one that thinks your thoughts. You're the one that has to believe your beliefs. You're the one that has to feel your feelings. You're the one that has to say your words, and you're the one that has to take the actions or don't take the action. So it starts and ends with you, so you're the answer. Because you're the one that has to be the one that lives your life. It's not something external, but it can be if you want it to be. You get to decide that. That's why I said the answer is you. It's not going to get any simpler than that. That's as simple as it's going to get, but your mind's going to want more. Let's see. I don't understand. I'm convinced of my beliefs based on evidence, as we... It's true. That's what I'm saying. Your mind is playing a story because it has to see to believe. My mind was similar to yours back then, Clayton, or how it is right now. My mind was like that once upon a time. It's not like that anymore because I saw reality for what it is. It's a paradox. It's an illusion, but it's also very real. Like, of course, I'm feeling this, but in the other side, I'm not even touching this. It's a simulator. It's a hologram. It's a matrix. Yeah, that's why I keep telling you, you're not listening. The evidence is right here. Hello? Like, I keep telling you that your mind's not going to accept the answer. I just said the answer is you. Why do you need evidence? Because the mind, I told you, the mind's going to keep looking for things. It wants physical proof. See to believe. The evidence is you. Exactly. Thank you, Doc. Thank you for leaving that comment. That is such a bar. That's all you need to know. The evidence is you. It's so simple. The mind doesn't want to accept it, though. I know, because my mind still does the same shit too, Clayton. My mind's like, it can't be. It can't be. No, I refuse for it to be. No. But it is. Because it's you that has to, we go back to your beliefs. It's you that has to believe the beliefs, because you have to believe that there's evidence. So you're the one that has to believe that there has to be evidence. That's a paradox. So the more you believe what the thinker thinks, the prover proves. That's why I'm saying the mind's a fucking paradox of itself. It confuses itself looking for this mystical answer, but the answer's right here. Well, see, that's a belief, right? You're saying that no, each claim requires evidence. That's not true at all. That's just another belief. Get rid of your words. What's left? Clayton, if I were to rip away all your language right now, okay, well then, if that be the case, it is what it is. I'm not even here to argue, bro. Like, you're right. So, why are you still on my stream then? Because there's no point. See, guys, this is what I'm referring to. There are people who will continue to be like, I need evidence. Okay, well then, keep needing evidence. Enjoy. That's your belief. That's what you're going to get. I was in the same boat too. I needed belief. I needed proof, evidence. I needed, like, there's got to be something here. There's got to be. It could be a kid too. And I know, I'm aware. It's one of those things, right? But like a kid, generally, like, they don't need evidence anymore because, like, well, depends on their age, right? Because they're still fluid, right? They're more like curious about things. When you get to a certain age, you start losing your curiosity. You start to be fixed and locked to like one way, generally speaking. That it has to be this way. It needs evidence. See to believe. See to believe. I have a question, actually, and I've said this before. Can you see wireless signals? You have evidence that it's working, but how do you know that the signal is not coming from somewhere else? You have a router, right? It's probably some sort of physical proof, but you can't see the signal going from your router to your devices. So that just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Same with electricity. You can't see electricity until it starts sparking, but you can see the physical wires, but you can't see the electricity in the wires. And by the way, electricity always existed before we humans called it electricity. We just brought it into existence, and all things currently does exist. It's just some of it hasn't been brought into physical form yet. So, irrelevant. Well, have fun then. I'm not even holding you hostage. Keep going. Enjoy your day. It is what it is. Go. I'll see you on the other side, though. When you and I are back on the other side, I'll be saying, I told you so, even though we don't do that on the other side. But I'll be like, I'm going to make a little note to remind Clayton when I see him on the other side, hey, how was your game? I told you so. You remember? Remember back on June 6th in 2020, or June 7th, 2026, when I said, I told you so? You'll see. Until then, keep needing evidence. Nothing more. It was wonderful conversing with you, Clayton. But I think it's time for you to, you know, if you don't want to, if you need evidence, go get your evidence. I needed to do the same thing too. And where you are sitting right now, and where I was sitting, where you're currently at in your level of awareness, that was 10 years ago, and I needed proof. So I'm well aware where you are, but there's no point continuing to prove something that first of all, one, cannot be proven with words. It's just a knowing, a deep sense of knowing. The reason why you're not getting what I'm saying is because your mind is getting in the fucking way. That's a bar. Write that down. Your mind is getting in the fucking way. I can tell you that. Because my mind used to get in my way too. Because your mind needs evidence. It doesn't want to accept what I'm saying. How can it? It's natural. It wants evidence, it wants proof. Because that's how the world works. You'll see. A couple years from now, you'll see. I'm done with Clayton, so I'm moving on. Exactly, Doc. That's another bar. That's another bar, Mr. Doc. So, I've had people in the past on my other channel be like Clayton. And we eventually found the click, but there's people who are just locked in their ways because the mind refuses to give up because it wants proof and evidence. It wants this, like, it wants something tangible. And it's normal. But that's not how the soul works. That's not how reality actually works. Now that I figured it out, I'm like, okay. I will. Thank you so much, Drea. I'll see you again soon. I don't need to demonstrate shit, bro. I've already done it. You can keep challenging the truth, but you're fucking not listening, so what's the point? I just said the answer is you. You're the evidence. There's my claim. Deal with it. Move on. You can keep being like the other third dimensional humans and continue to look for your fucking evidence if you want. Choice is yours. Or you can just allow your mind to just stop spinning itself in a circle and actually hear what I'm saying. Because you need evidence. I just helped you understand, but you're not letting your mind... Basically, this is what I'm going to tell you. Listen carefully. You ready? You ready for it? Listen very carefully. Zip your lips, open your ears, shut your mouth, and let me speak right now. This is what I want you to do. Tell your mind to shut the fuck up. You want to hear the truth? That's the truth. Tell your mind to shut the fuck up. I'm not saying you. I'm telling your mind to shut up. Be quiet. Tell this up here to be... This is not you, just so you know. I'm not telling you. I'm telling this. Tell that to shut up. Quiet down. Well, if it's bullshit, then what are you doing here? Get going. There's no point wasting my time. All right, I'm basically done with you at this point because, like, there's no point. It's just wasting my time. Can you get going? Go. Go find your evidence. Bye. I'll see you on the other side. Whenever I see you. Maybe 50 years from now. Keep moving. Swipe up. Next. There's no point. There's no point explaining when you're just not listening. I want all of you to see what's happening here. Sure. Then let it be science. And just so you know, in science, if you look at I'll leave you with this last thing with science. When you look at an atom, I think it's an atom, yeah, an atom has a proton, a neutron, and an electron. When you look at it, it's 99.999 to the power of something of pure empty space, and it's like 0.0000. I forget the number. It's a very small number, 1%, like 0.001% of matter. Now, I'll leave you with that. What's your definition of truth? Because truth is subjective, or it can be objective. You can keep asking questions, bro, but like you're not listening, so there's no point wasting my time. You want to know my truth? It's right here, right now. That's my truth. Plain and simple. Clear as day. And right here. That's my truth. Here and right here. When I'm pointing here, I'm referring to the now. What this moment is. This is my truth. I live in a zone or a bubble, you can say, where I exist whatever I want to be. And I exist in a space where all things are happening right here, right now. Period. That's the end. Truth is which comports with reality. Sure, that's your truth, and it's right. Doesn't mean your truth is more right than my truth. Your truth is your truth. My truth is mine. Now keep going. But if you want to argue, then leave, because I'm done. Next. I just said you weren't listening. That's my point. I literally just said it clear as day, and you weren't listening. That's my point. I just did. You're just being difficult right now. You remind me of a brother when we had this. Yeah, you remind me of a brother who I had a similar like conversation with, and he just wouldn't listen. Like I heard him, but he wasn't listening to what I was saying, and it became like, why am I wasting my time on this? It becomes like what do you call that thing where it's just you're spinning your ass in a circle? Right? For me, it just is right now. It just is. This is my truth. Your mind's not going to like that, though. I can tell you. I know, because my mind doesn't like it either. No. That's your truth. My truth can be anything I want it to be, because I live as just is. Simple. That's my truth. Right here, right now, right here. You keep asking the same. You're just being a third-dimensional character right now. Just keep operating from a third-dimensional perspective. Universe, why did you make human minds like this? Like, why? I'm not talking to something outside of me. Like, why? It's so annoying to deal with. Like some of these characters, like they just don't hear what you're saying. Like, god damn, I keep saying it's right here. What part do they not understand? Man, Gosh. It's crazy. I just defined it though. That's my definition. Now. N-O-W. Now. I just did, Mr. Caillou. You're not fucking listening either. Get your ass back in the corner where you belong. my residential troll. Clearly, you guys are not fucking listening. I just said the answer is right now. Truth is here right now. Watch. It's going to be spinning in a circle again. It's going to be spinning in a circle. Bet. Hey, Tiff. You walked into some third-dimensional characters asking third-dimensional questions that they don't want to hear because they have to have some empirical evidence, that some physical. Good to see you, by the way. Good to see you. You know my channel is going to be very polarizing, so there's going to be times where it's going to be like people asking questions and you just won't get the message. Oh yeah. Fun. You doing good, sister? I'm having fun with them. They're just not hearing what I'm saying. See? Here we go again. We're back to square one. I need claims. Okay, then keep needing claims. God damn. The now is a claim. It's right now. There's nothing more to say. It's just right now. Like, it is a beautiful day, Todd. Everyone makes their own truth, so no one has the same truth. Exactly. Bar. I love that, Tiff. And thank you for dropping your perspective too. You're right. He's looking for physical evidence. There's no point. Like, I've already explained it. It's just he's just in a loop right now, and I'm sort of like done with the loop. We're just playing the same game on repeat, over and over. I keep saying the same thing. He says what he's saying. I hear what he's saying, but he's not hearing what I'm saying. I'm not here for him to agree with what I'm saying, but he simply just can't accept what I'm saying because he needs evidence. Who says it needs evidence? Isn't just this enough? You can keep asking intellectual questions, but you're still not getting the point. No, that's your perspective. That's your perspective right there. And that perspective is enough. And Doc is also right, what he just said. Life is the evidence. Tiff, are you home, or are you still, or are you not home yet? Oop. And if you are home, is Jay around? Need to have a chat with him at some point. I'm home. I've been home for... Oh, okay, cool. Awesome. Is he home? Or is he... Not that we need him around, but I'm just curious if he's home. That's all. Got it, okay. You're a joke. Please demonstrate there is a soul. Guys... What are we going to do with Clayton? Do we continue to entertain, or do we just move on? I'm about to finish my stream. I need to go eat. Or I choose to go eat. I stayed on longer just to see if Clayton would get it, but like he's getting mad. He's getting really triggered, mad, and he's not hearing what I'm saying, and there's no point repeating. It's like speaking to a brick wall. There's just like no point. I'm just laughing my ass off right now because there's no point anymore to this. Right? So it just is for me. Let's see. Carnage. The soul is the experience you have gathered through what was to now. Everyone has. You want to know? Well, let's see. Everyone's soul is unique in their own way. If you see it with your eyes, then you're easy to fool. Carnage, man. Good words, bro. We've been saying, every one of them have been saying the same thing, just using different words, but you're not cluing in because you're still looking for evidence. Here's what I'm going to ask the soul of your character. I asked that the soul of Clayton just permeate the mind one day, whenever that happens, for the mind. Hey, Dad. For the mind one day to just allow things to just kaboom. When I say kaboom, I mean to open up for you. Then you'll know. Until then, it's going to be this song and dance over and over. That's what I want for your soul. I want your soul to let your mind to, slow it down. To know that everything just is eventually. Not right now, because, yeah. That was Dad, yes. Yes. Tiff, I'll make sure to say hi for you when he walks back here. I'll make sure of that. If there's a soul, why when I drink alcohol Ooh, that's a bar already. I don't even have to fully read what you said, Carnage, but I saw the first set of words. I'm like, yep, I'm going to read it. What's there to explain what's already understood? Some souls are haters than others, for the other wisdom has been chasing you, but you were too fast. He's not saying that there's no soul, but he's also saying there's no limits to the soul. Why does the soul have to be one specific place at one time? Why can it not be in multiple places? That's another bar, Tiff. I love these conversations, but I also I wonder why, I've been there. I understand where Clayton's coming from. I really do. I get it. I needed the evidence myself, but there comes a point where the evidence is no longer needed because you allowed yourself to be in the now and you get to experience what's the now. Here's a demonstration of the soul. Or my smile. Or me scratching near my eye. Or me feeling the wind on my skin. I appreciate you guys doing your best to help Clayton to understand, but there's gonna come a point where our words will not be able to. There will not be enough, unfortunately. It will constantly be in a loop because he's looking for evidence. What evidence do you need? I'm done. I've already explained it, but. I'm just laughing my butt off because I remember how I was in Clayton's shoes. It was tormenting. when I was in his shoes. I'm like, why haven't I figured it out yet? Like, where is the answer? Like, what the fuck is the truth? I'm so happy that I'm breaking past this because I can see the chaos that's happening in a lot of people's minds right now. And it's unfortunate. And I only have empathy at this point. Hi, Evan. It's good to see you. Dad, Tiff said hello.
Huh?
Tiff said hello. Tiffany.
Oh, okay.
See? Relayed the message for you, Tiff. We all need to understand your knowledge. I don't think we all need to do anything. I think Carnage gets it, Doc gets it. I don't even think I know they get it. They get it, like Tiff gets it, Carnage gets it, Doc gets it. What else do I need to tell you? It just is. I think what he's looking for is a source where it can be proven, yes. But as many scholars there were before us, they are still searching for an answer which never comes for thousands of years. Exactly. That's Carnage. That's exactly. Was it Carnage who said that, or was that? Yes, it was Carnage that said that. Yeah, Carnage. That's what he's looking for. The proof. Like his mind is itching to know. But his mind won't allow him to stop. You know why? Because the mind is. You're welcome, Tiff. The mind is like it's latched on, and it wants to find some mystical answer outside of itself when the answer is itself. But it won't allow him to see it because he will not allow the mind to stop, basically. He's got to let the mind slow down. The only way for you to know, I got to plug in my phone. The only way for you to really know is for your mind to slow down. Nothing more. That's all I can say at this point. I'm going to just sit. I'm going to stand up because I want to stand up for a moment. Oh, yeah, nice stretch. Exactly. You know, Tiff is a great person to tell you guys my story of how hateful I was for a long time, because she actually physically knows me. She personally knows me. And she can tell you the changes that occurred over the years. And, you know, we got into a point where, like, for us, it just is. Like, there's nothing else I can say. Right? I can say, you know, let's remove all humans off of the earth and all the language and all the words and all the concepts and all the beliefs and all the thoughts and ideologies. What's left? What would be left? And I say humans, not animals, not like dogs and cats, but remove all humans for a moment. Remove all language structures. Imagine it's just you on the planet. You have no words, though. You have nothing. Everything gets ripped away from you. You have no memories of anything, you have nothing. What's left? Isn't it just is? Even saying the words just is still words, but I mean, that's the closest words to what I'm attempting to point at. That's how simple this is. For me, it became so simple when I see. It's the words that are what's holding us hostage here. Got it. Now I understand. I get it. The words, the interpretations, the meanings, the ideologies, the thoughts. Right? This is what the mind is looking for, but the mind won't accept it still. Because the mind is continuously fighting for dear life. I'm going to read some of the comments. I know Tiff left some stuff. Uh, this guy will not stop. The only way this is going to stop is I end the stream. So I'm going to be ending the stream because I'm going to go eat. So Clayton, if you want to keep coming back to my stream and keep asking for claims, then thank you for feeding my algorithm. I appreciate it. You're just not listening, and it's okay. Listen again, one more time. I'm going to say these words one more time. And after this, I am done with you specifically because you've taken up a little too much of my time. Because if you want to know, you're going to have to pay me now at this point. Because I have clients and they pay me a lot. I've given you a little bit too much of my time, and I will no longer be entertained by your third dimensional perspectives. So listen and listen carefully one last time. Get your mind to slow down and relax. Just relax. Let your mind just relax. Let it calm down. Let it chill out. Let it just be still. From there, allow yourself to just experience the earth for what it is. No labels, no words, no concepts, no nothing. Just be. Just allow yourself to just exist, okay? Get your mind and your identity out of the way. Just get it out of the way. Get into a relaxed state and relax. And I mean this. I'm literally saying relax. Calm your energy down. Get into a relaxed state. Chill out. Don't be distracted by bullshit. Sit your ass down. I'm going to be blunt. Sit your ass down. Relax. And just observe. Don't label anything. Just feel whatever it is that you're feeling. Just feel it. Just feel it. You will see how easy it's going to be. And then you'll know that you didn't need any evidence. That's it. I leave it at that. I'm not going to be even entertaining any more Clayton's things. And the rest of you, not to ignore Clayton, because I'm not here to ignore him, but there's no point because he's going to continue to stay in the same loop. So for the rest of you, just do, share whatever you want to share, but don't get into it with Clayton because he's just going to keep, it's just going to be a circle. And I just said to just get into a relaxed state and just observe. Just allow yourself to explore without labeling anything. Just feel stuff without the mind getting in the way. The reason why I'm saying relax is because the logical mind is in heavy processing mode, but the subconscious mind doesn't need logic. It doesn't use logic. It uses emotion. And you'll start to feel things. And you'll start to feel things slightly different. This is what happened for me. This is how I blast past my logical mind. It didn't happen right away, but it happened for me because I was receptive to allowing. I didn't get my truth in the way. I said, you know what? I could be wrong. I'm just going to allow myself to explore, and who knows what's going to open up, and bang, it came crashing in. And I was like, okay, it was here all along. It's a conundrum. It's a paradox. It's just you're basically chasing your tail, looking for the answer when the answer is right here. That's what the mind does. It's always chasing itself, looking for something. But the you beyond your mind, I'm going to say this, there's a you beyond your mind. I don't care if you call that a soul, but there's a you beyond your mind that knows that the answer is right here. And it doesn't need evidence. It doesn't need evidence, it doesn't need proof, it doesn't need nothing. It already knows. But the mind doesn't know that. The mind is like constantly looking, seeking, searching, finding. It just doesn't want to accept what's here right now. It just doesn't. That's what I've been attempting to explain to Clayton this entire time, but his mind is in the way. And I know because my mind used to get in the way too. That's why I'm so grateful that I'm where I am right now. It's so simple. Life is like, for me, this is why life is so simple. That's why like there's no point getting into like conversations that, you know, just keep you in a circle, dance over and over and over again. That's why I am where I am, doing what I'm doing, enjoying my life, having fun. But I wasn't a couple years ago. Hell, I wasn't even enjoying my life a year ago. I was struggling, I was suffering, I was having a lot of problems. Okay, you never even met me up until today. You don't have no idea what I've been through. I'm not here to tell you my victim story because that was a story of victimization. I'm not here for my woe story. I'm here to share with you I overcame it. And that's by allowing my mind to basically stop and relax. That's the simple truth for me specifically. And I have to do that because, you know, it's for me. Not for anybody else, but for me. Nothing more. I mean, hey, it is what it is. Can I ask what changed to make you... yeah, definitely. I was basically frustrated with all the stuff that I had like learned and studied. I've read over 500 books. I read all the different religious texts. I've watched thousands upon thousands of hours of podcasts. And when I say thousands, I mean tens of thousands of hours of podcasts. And like, why does it never feel like it's enough? That was my main question. Shan or Shah. I think it's Shah. Again, I do apologize. I do have a little bit of a tougher time saying non-English names at times. So I'm like, when is it going to be enough? When is it going to be enough? Like, when? Is life always going to be like, yes, you're always going to have to see something new and remember, I use the word remember over learning. But I was like, there's got to be a point where like you have enough wisdom to live your life. And then I looked at some people who have never read any books, but they're living their best life. I'm like, how are they doing it? The hell? I've read all these books and I'm still not there yet. What the fuck is going on? It's weird. And then it dawned on me, and it was during last year. I had like a breakdown, and that breakdown was my breakthrough. By the way, you can call it the dark night of the soul or whatever you want to call it. Insert word. It doesn't really matter. It's an experience. Let's just call it that. And during that experience, everything just like I slowed down. Like you can call it time. And everything just made more sense. But I had to go through like I was getting frustrated essentially. I was like, why? Why isn't it simple? Like, why? Why is it so hard? Like, I don't understand. I'm basically where Clayton was a year ago, technically. I didn't understand what the mind was doing. The mind keeps creating stories over and over, and it doesn't stop. Because because we have identified with the stories of our life. But there's a you beyond your mind. Your mind is just a doppelganger of the true you, the you that exists here. And the true you that exists here was not in control for an X amount of time because the doppelganger was in control. You can call it the puppeteer. And the puppeteer has its stories. And that doesn't mean that your stories are invalid. They're very valid. But that doesn't mean it has to be you. Your stories and your whatever current truth may not be your actual truth. Whatever it is right now, it is, right? It's not wrong, it's not right, it just is. But for me, I had to start like slowing down, basically. And as I started to like slow down, then things started to make more sense. Because think of it like this, when you're slowing down, you see more. You see much more, you perceive more. But when you are so fast and your mind is always like constantly like spinning, you can't see as much. You're going too fast. It's this is like physics at this point. You're going fast, you can't see as much. Your perception is narrowed to this. But when you're slowing down, your field of view starts to open up. So my field of view in my mind started opening up. But then I was like, wait a minute, there's a version of me that can go beyond the mind. I know we point up here for the mind, but the mind is everywhere. It's an intelligence that works with your body. Like with the nervous system or the electrical system. I do apologize for anybody else who's leaving comments. Again, you know, I'm attempting to explain for Clayton, but I don't know if I'll read Clayton's things, but he's probably wanting to say, I need more proof. If I see that again, let me read. See, there we go again. See, same shit, same bullshit. All right, dude, this is it. I've explained as best as I could. You don't want to hear what I have to say, then guess what I'm going to tell you to do? You know what you're going to do? Please do yourself a favor and scroll up. That's it. Please. You're wasting my time now. I've explained it. I was doing my best to do it very, very patiently, but now you're just like you just get out of here. There are humans that simply just don't want to hear. That's it. Nothing more. There's no more point. So, thank you for allowing me though to explain how I got to the level of where I'm at, because I was explaining it to Shah, and that's exactly what I was attempting to share with you, where I had to slow down the mind. You said I said absolutely nothing, but I said everything that needed to be said. You have to slow down the mind. Go figure it out yourself now. Go pay a fucking coach $10,000 for you to figure it out, and they probably still won't help you. Go ahead. Be my guest. Go read your 10,000 books. Go watch your 10,000 hours and go figure it out. And then come back to me maybe 10 years from now and you'll see how simple it really was, because I just said the answer was you right here. Nothing more. You don't need anything else. You don't need evidence. The evidence is you. You're the proof. You're the concept. You're everything. So know your role and swipe up at this point. That felt good, by the way. At least I got to explain how I got to, the change in me. It was great. I'm so happy I got to this point. Because like where I am and where a lot of people are similar to Clayton is like, whoa, I'm glad I'm not there anymore. That's for damn sure. I will not be in their level. Doc. Jeanette. Yeah, remember the level and that some just look for an argument or reaction? I remember, Jeanette. Welcome back, girl. You don't have to agree with 99% of what someone says, but sometimes you'll hear something that, yeah. It's true. Hey, welcome. I've explained it enough. I mean, I can explain it more, but there's no point because I've just said the same thing. I'll be saying the same thing over and over, but he'll keep saying that I'm talking shit. You haven't said anything. You're saying shit, but like nothing. That in itself is basically the answer, isn't it? Man, oh my God. I'm so grateful for Clayton. You know why? Because he reminds me of the me from like a year and a half ago. And where I was a year and a half ago, oh, goddamn, fuck. Just absolutely like, ugh. And I'm so happy I'm not in that anymore. It just shows me that all the work that I did on myself, it was well worth it. but how simple it actually was to actually break past this thing. And man, I'm like, damn, like I want everybody to I just want it to just like click for everybody, you know. I want it for everybody. I so badly just want to like just the mind. Just want just like take the mind out of everyone's head and like toss it out and like kick it and all that. But we need the mind because we have to use the mind. It's not the bad guy, but I want to like that's what I want to do. I want to tell the mind to like quiet. But I can't because the mind is actually part of us and we use it to navigate, to use our motor functions, right? You know, moving our fingers and our feet and stuff and doing all kinds of other stuff. Yeah. 138. Oh, yeah. Appreciate you, Clayton. I really do, because you help me to really see why there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, right? Because there's a lot of humans that are like you, similar to you, who's like always looking for empirical evidence. So, and I really appreciate it because it allows me to be so friggin' grateful for the path that I'm on right now, and that I got to figure it out. God damn. And I want others to figure it out too. That's why I do my best with my words to explain the thing that cannot be explained with words. You see what I'm saying? For the rest of you who actually hear me, right? I do my best to explain things that cannot be explained with words, but I have to use words to explain the thing that can't be explained with words. You see the paradox there? I got to use words to explain the things that cannot be explained with words. It's fascinating. Oh, here comes another one. Somebody said rubbish. Okay. Well, then go find it and then bring it back to us, Clayton. Underboss. That's awesome. When you take medication, it affects your body and it makes your real. It's not your soul, it's your personality. Oh, you mean chill by my muscles? Sure. Yeah, boy. Jeanette. What may be rubbish to you because of the level of understanding you're on, yeah, isn't rubbish to others. That's a lesson for the day. You're right, Jeanette. There's a reason why there's only so much you can say until you have to just kind of like, just observe. This is what this channel's about. This channel's about growth. It's going to be the most polarizing channel on YouTube. In fact, it already is the most polarizing channel on YouTube. You can best believe that. But it's here to also connect people that are like-minded to know that they have the answers. That's it. The reason why, so I'm going to just share something quickly. The reason why so many people, and when I say people, I'm going to say the minds in people, feel like the answer isn't them is because they've been taught that it has to be outside of them, and they're looking for that empirical evidence that it has to be something else because that's what their life has been. Because here's the thing, their beliefs are tied to their identity, and if it's tied to their identity and you attack and it looks like it's being attacked, then the identity gets attacked with the belief, and then the belief is like, my belief is being attacked, and guess what? You start to go on the defense. I know, because that's what happens with this mind too. If somebody told me that, oh Ryan, you're blah blah blah, whatever they say, of course the mind's gonna want to fight back. It's natural. It's only natural, but I know that I'm not the mind. I have to watch the mind and be like, hey, what do you think you're doing? You're seeing those words, You're gonna take it from a person that doesn't even know who they are? Really? Huh? Hello? What are you doing? They're like static. They don't even know what they're talking about. This is how I tell the mind to shh. Quiet. In a very nice way. When it's like about to do its thing. Anyways, most human minds are always needing proof, evidence. It's natural. Minds needed it, but minds doesn't need it anymore. The reason why minds doesn't need it is because I got to sit with myself for 17 fucking months on my own live stream where I was alone half the time, and I got to sort shit out. And when I got to sort shit out, guess what? Everything started coming my way. Clients, business, right? Resources, opportunities, all things, because I started to understand the inner workings of the mind and what the mind's actually doing. It just creates a story based on the past, and it keeps writing narratives over and over and over, telling you that this is who you are. No, you're who you say you are, not the mind. The mind will keep telling you a story and gaslighting you into believing a bunch of bullshit. My story, Tiff knows this because Tiff knows me, and I mentioned this earlier. She personally knows me. My story was hating humans for 20 plus years. I hated every single person on this planet once upon a time. I wanted nothing to do with any of you. I wanted all of you to rot and burn, but that's not the case now because I love everybody. Even the ones who want to troll me and call me out and say all kinds of BS, I still love you too. Because I and you are one and the same, even if you don't want to accept that. I don't care if you even accept what I just said there. I'm going to say that. I am you and you are me and we are one, even though we're in different bodies. You're still one with me. And I'm attempting to help other me's remember more of who they are. And I so happily, not to get too deep into that, I have the ability to help people in that aspect, but not everybody's ready to hear. But yet, Tiff, Jeanette, Carnage, Doc, Apocalypse, and a few others who are on the stream understand what I'm saying. I don't even have to say a word. They actually already understand everything I'm saying. So if their evidence of me, of my wisdom, or it's not mine, it doesn't belong to me, of the wisdom that is currently in my possession, even though we all have the same wisdom, from the soul level, not the mind. The mind is constantly always like, but they're if you wanted evidence, they're evidence, but then you're probably gonna be like, how are they evidence, right? How is Tiff or Jeanette or anybody else evidence? But they're human, but they're evidence. They've been here enough. They understand what I'm saying. They get it. They've already figured it out. Some of them, they're still on their journey of like fully like processing, but they understand what I'm saying. They've clocked in. They've clocked in and locked the fuck in. They already know. So there's others who simply will not clock in or lock in, and that's it. I like people with open minds that just can vibe even if they don't agree. It's not about agreeing. It's about sharing energies and ideas. Exactly. Spot on. I love your fluidity, Jeanette. You're not rigid, right? Tiff is not rigid. You're not rigid. You guys are fluid. Doc isn't rigid. He's fluid. Apocalypse isn't rigid. He's fluid. Ohm isn't rigid. He's fluid, right? I'm not here for any of you guys to agree with what I'm saying, right? You guys are here. And you know, Drea, who was here earlier, she's like, fuck yeah, I finally understand someone who gets it. I'm like, I don't know why today I have my hands, but I guess it's just how I feel today. I just want to like put my hands behind my back. I don't know. Anyways, Yeah, it's not about agreeing or disagreeing. It's just being open, receptive, right? Instead of being locked to one perspective, you have many. It's like what Jeanette was saying, like, being open-minded. This is another metaphor, right? If Jeanette has a tool that I don't have, and she can share her tool with me, now I possess the tool. If Tiff has a tool that I don't have, I can use Tiff's tool. If Doc has a tool that I don't have, I can use Doc's tool, right? Now I have these tools at my disposal because they shared their tools with me. And I can see what works. And I use whatever works. And for me, now what works is a tool of just is. The tool of just is. And what does justice allow me to do? Anything. As long as it doesn't break universal principles. I'm in the confines of like the human experience to some extent. Whatever we can do. It's technically limitless, but there's certain parameters that, like don't expect to jump off a building and you're gonna fly. You're coming down. The law of gravity is gonna send you packing unless you have some sort of like mechanism to keep you floating. Universal principles are very impersonal. Electricity will shock an innocent or a negative person. It doesn't discriminate. But anyways, that's a totally different conversation. My point to say is like, just is, not justice. Just is allows me to be whatever I want. And I can explore and be open to all different possibilities. And I'm open to Clayton's because I've been there. I already have been through Clayton's song and dance. I've been there. I did that a year and a half ago. I'm like, come on, man, like what the fuck is going on? Like, well, I've read all these books and I've studied, like, why haven't I figured it out? And there's people that like I personally know and they figured it out. I'm like, but they haven't even read anything. This is stupid. They don't even watch manifestation content. They don't even do personal development, and they figured it out as bullshit. Come on, this is stupid. Like, what the fuck is going on here? And then I'm like, okay, all right, it's the now. The mind. Yeah, it's the mind. The mind is doing all this. It's creating unnecessary obfuscations, bunch of noise, distractions, distortions, all kinds of unnecessary like issues it creates. SLB, yes, I understand what you're saying, what you're trying to say about truth and evidence, but if you don't have all the evidence, it could also lead you down the wrong path, and you can think that one thing is true. Clayton, you're a pretty persistent dude. I admire that persistence. I really do. It's good. That's a good quality. Keep that quality. Never forget that quality. I like your persistence. Oops. My life, this is my life, by the way. My life, I live as if all things are possible and nothing is impossible, to the stretch of the imagination, that I am able to experience whatever I want within, and know that anything is possible within, and I can live as is in any time space I choose to, without reality, because reality is based on your internal, not your external. Hence why you keep looking for proof. The funny thing about evidence is that you're looking for evidence, but the universe is going to be like, oh, so you're looking for evidence. Oh, okay, so I'm going to keep giving you, I'm looking for evidence, and it will keep persuading you into not finding evidence because you keep believing you need to find evidence. When you know that you already have evidence within, then you'll see the universe will just give you the evidence that you're looking for. It's a paradox. Your mind will not understand what I just said there. Your soul does, though. Your soul is here because your soul wants to hear all this. Your mind doesn't want to hear this because your mind is its own being and it wants to reject. And it's okay. I don't want you to accept what I'm saying. I just want you to just be here for the time being, but it's not going to be conducive to you being here going forward. Like once I finish the stream, just block my channel if you can. Don't subscribe. Don't like. In fact, report if you want, and just don't come back to the channel because it's not going to be benefit to you at all. If you want to be open and hearing, I've been attempting to say it. I'm going to keep saying everything what I've been saying every day, because there's always going to be someone new who's going to run into my channel. But you're going to keep asking the same questions over and over. It's going to be just a broken record. Just like I'm going to be like a broken record too, saying the same things over and over. So it will have no value to you whatsoever anymore. So that's just my suggestion. I would love for you to be here, but there's no point getting into the song and dance because I've already explained everything now. Even though you keep talking shit, there's no evidence. It is what it is. Nothing else. Nothing else to say. Yep, here we go again. Every time I come back to the screen and I see I'm looking for evidence, I should just block the word evidence. I won't do that though. No, I won't do that. I need evidence. I need evidence. I need evidence. I know, because I used to want evidence too. It's so fascinating. Thank you, universe. Even though I know it's not out there. Thank you, universe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for last year when I had to go through my pain and suffering to figure out what the answer really was. And I'm so grateful that I came to the conclusion, and now I can see why I was where I was, and I can see based on others on where they currently are, and not to use them in a negative sense, but I'm so grateful that I got past that hurdle. And I wish that for everyone else, because it really does get to become very simple. Clayton, at this point, the only thing I can suggest, if you want evidence, there's a person that you can go and watch. Maybe they might explain it better than I will. There are two people actually that can explain things better. If you want proof and evidence, here's what I'm going to suggest. You might want to write this down. There's two people to watch on YouTube. You might enjoy them, you might not. It all depends. There's a woman named Trina Dawn. You can go look her up. Trina Dawn. Trina and then space Dawn, Dawn. She speaks at the same level as I do, but she's a little bit more she's more eloquent with her words. I'm very direct. But she doesn't dance around. She's pretty direct herself. So Trina Dawn, if you want to get your evidence, they might be able to kind of help fill that mind and give you some evidence. And then Nero Knowledge is another person. Nero Knowledge is two separate words. Nero, Nero, and then knowledge. Those two would be potentially, I'm not saying they are, right up your alley. And that also goes for all of you too. I'm not here to gatekeep anything from anybody. I won't. The only thing is that if I'm working with one-on-one with some of you, if I'm going very, very deep, this was like a fucking client session. So you're basically, you got my time, and I'm going to be billing you at some point in the future. So you best recognize, Clayton, but it's okay. I'm glad that we had this experience, which is good. Anyways, I joke about the billing part for you, but your mind's probably like, anyways, Narrow Knowledge and Trina Dawn. Look them up. You might enjoy them. You might not. You might run into the same questions. You might run into the same problems. Nero does more manifestation though, but he can break things down a little bit more simpler. Trina, same thing. They might help you. You might figure it out with them. I definitely figured it out before needing them, but they were just more confirmation for me. Not that I needed it, but yeah. I don't even know what the fuck's going on in the chat, to be honest. I don't even know what the hell's going on. I'm sorry, but I do not go after people. I'm married, and even if I wasn't married, I don't go after people. I don't go after sleuths that are trying to sell themselves. Ooh, that's a bar. Yeah, exactly. I was just having a nice conversation. I don't know what the hell is going on in the chat, to be honest. Yeah. Tiff can lay down the law, Jeanette. I know her. Like she's a trooper. She can whoop Candy ass if she wanted to. Right, Tiff? I love you so much, Tiff. Always, always, always. So much love to Tiff. Always. I'm so good. I'm so glad that I have you. It's gonna just make sure y'all come to San Diego and visit me when I'm there, though. Okay? Don't be a stranger. Of course, I'll come back and visit. Don't worry. I'll be back in Toronto and visit. You know. Don't worry. Crazy. This guy right here is fiending right now. This guy's thirsty. SLB, this guy's a thirsty MFer, I guess. Earlier we had another dude who was very thirsty. Bunch of third dimensional thirsties here. God damn. I should go grab food. Yeah, I know. She knows how to lay down the law. Yeah. I'm not even paying attention to the chat, to be honest, but I'm just reading some of what Tiff said. We are open-minded, but like I said, I don't accept sleuths in the bathroom. Also, I am a mother as well, so I don't have boundaries. Also, I am a mother as well, so I do have boundaries and morals. Very good. Girl laying down the law. By the way, Tiff, would you like me to say hello to you? Hello for you for Mom? Because I'm about to go inside and grab some food. I'll tell her you said hello. I will do that. Actually, you don't even know. I'll just do it. I'll say, hey, Tiff said hello. I'll have the microphone with me, so. For sure. All right. I'll be back. I'm gonna go grab some food because if I don't go grab food, I won't go grab food at all. So, you all hang out in the chat. I'm gonna go grab that food, and I should really just bring the power plug because I've been using the battery, which isn't good because now I have to go charge the battery. It is what it is. I'll go say hello for her, or for you. I think she's talking on the phone though, but I'll still go say hello on your behalf. She'll definitely want to see you at some point, but again, I haven't said anything about anything, so it'll be a little bit of a shocker, Tiff, when, you know, I don't feel, like, I know you told me I can, but I'd rather you be the one doing it, because, you know, it's your thing. Yeah, she's talking on the phone. I can hear her. She's in the kitchen talking on the phone. Let's go see what we got. I'll be back outside in a moment. Hey. Tiff said hello, by the way. She's on my stream. I will. Tiff said hello. Tiff said hello on my stream.
Yeah, that's what Yvonne said. So she said she don't have that kind of money. I really can't say, girl. I really don't know because, you know, you want me here and that's what I'm saying.
I'll be back out there, y'all, in a moment. Just packing some dishes as well while I'm getting my food. Do do do.
I know.
Ooh, Spice Girls is playing right now on the radio. Oh my god, Spice Girls. Man, I haven't heard them in a hot minute.
It's not like Yvonne don't know the runs.
Do, 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 do. I don't know the lyrics. So tell me what I want, what I want. That's the song that's playing. If you wanna be my lover. If you wanna be my lover. Oh, I don't know the entire lyrics, y'all, so. Grab that spoon.
I have worked a lot of
Probably like 5 minutes, y'all.
How's honey? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, we could talk, yeah. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, okay.
Yeah, Tiff's on my stream, Mom, so she said hello.
Leave the dishes on my dishes.
So you're going to the store? If you go to the store, can you get water? Water. It's running low. I was gonna go get it later.
Uno momento.
I just had to use the bathroom, but I'm good now. I'll be back out there in like a minute. Food time. Food time. I do apologize for the ASMR that's about to occur, but it is what it is. It is what it is, people. I don't even know what's going on in chat, to be honest. I don't know what's being shared in chat. I don't know what's being said in chat. I have no idea because I can't see it. Now, I need water. I require water. I'm running low on water. Tiff, Alex said hello, by the way, if you didn't hear. I like, Alex said hello, since he's home today. Jessica is upstairs in the room. So, I haven't seen her, but actually no, she's not in her room. She went to work. She left for work. Funny thing is, I wasn't even supposed to stay on this, like, past, like, a certain time, but, you know, someone wanted to ask a question, so I was, like, more than happy to give him an answer, but I don't know if he's still here. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. I don't know. You can tell. I go and get meal, or I go and get a meal, and I see, I guess we're having some fun with each other in the chat, it seems. I'm having chicken, but the chicken is with a bunch of bone, so I'm gonna have to dissect the bone from the chicken. Not my favorite thing to be doing while I'm eating, but whatever. I don't care. At this point, I don't care. I'm eating my food in peace, indeed. Hey, you two are doing whatever. I'm just watching at this point. This is like entertainment now for me. Bro, chill out. Should be working now. Yeah, it's working now. And FYI, I'm not your guy. Don't ever tell me I'm your guy. I'm not your guy. I don't know you. Don't be using some Gen Z slang, my guy. Thirsty. Thirsty, dude. She's doing good, actually. We had to get a new car for her recently. Like a brand new car. Only because her car there was a problem. The oil wasn't going to her engine. And if that happened, like if she continued to drive it the way she was driving it, it could caught on fire. So she needed to get a new vehicle. So now she has a new vehicle, finally. God damn. 20 some odd years later. The app probably is on it's overloaded, I guess. I guess I'm pushing it too much. It could be just the weather too, causing it. The phone doesn't have the greatest cooling, plus I also didn't put the cooler on today. So, is the phone heating up? Yeah, it's pretty warm. Yeah. I wasn't expected to be on past a certain amount of time, but here we are. Sounds good. Love you, Tiff. Thank you for being on. I myself will be jumping off momentarily. This guy, this thirsty dude, just be fiending on her. Crazy. Says the guy eating chicken right now. Chicken biryani? It's not biryani, bro. It's just chicken. Sundays are usually some sort of Indian food. It's not my favorite, but it is what it is. Mondays are like also some form of Indian food, also not my favorite. Tuesdays is more stir fry, more my favorite. Wednesdays Italian, more my favorite. Thursdays are pizza, Italian. Well, it's not really Italian because it's American style pizza. More my favorite. Friday is mixed bag of Mexican, Italian, or like Chinese. Saturday is just whatever. And then back to Sunday. Love you too, sister. Enjoy reading back comments. Hello, welcome from Iran. This is Toronto, Canada presently. I'm just finishing up my meal. I was supposed to finish my live stream earlier, but I stayed on longer than I thought I was going to stay on. But hey, here we are. Everything happens exactly for a reason. He never said he was vegan. He said he used to be one at some point. No, I attempted to be vegan. And I have gone vegan in a different experience, but I won't get into that. Hey Zane, good to see you, dude. Zane, yesterday when I helped you, was it helpful? I usually ask for feedback. Did what I share with you make sense yesterday? Not feedback for myself, but feedback for you. Ooh, Tiff. Damn. Good stuff. That makes me happy. See, that's mission success right there. That's all I need. That's all I wanted to know. As long as you're good, that's good. Simple, right? Very, very simple. We tend to make life more complicated than it has to be, but it is really pretty simple. Good stuff, Zane. Keep going. I'm proud of you, dude. You listened, right? And because you listened, now look, it's getting easier. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm gonna just squish this for a moment. Just compress it so I can fit it into the recycling bin. Yeah, the more you make things simple in your life, the easier life will be. It is just that simple. But the mind will not make it simple. It's going to do its best to keep making it more complicated than it has to be. I can tell you that because I've been there. I've done that many, many times. Lots and lots. Yeah, this is, I mean, I know. But it's better than drinking like what's the word? Better than drinking something that has lots of sugar in it, right? Like this is no better, but I mean, it's at least the less evil of the other. And plus, the plastics I transmuted out of my body, so I don't get affected by this. The sugar is, on the other hand, well, that's a different story. Eventually, I won't be. It's true, glass bottles, but the problem is like the water we have, the tap water, has to go through a bunch of filtration. We don't have like the filter water in this house. In my place in San Diego, I won't be drinking bottled water. I'll be drinking filtered water. Some of them are here. Carnage is here. Yeah, CJ, that's that right there. I want some of you to screenshot what CJ just said there, because that's a bar. Because it's so true. And Carnage, you said something above earlier, just a moment too. Emotional attachment, what holds some people back. Some think they are only able to live in the city near you. You can start a life anywhere, and I mean anywhere. That's a bar as well. Spot on. Yep. Yes, you can. I know, because I had to do it a couple times. But I had to circle back here to finish what I needed to do here so I can go on my next part of the journey. Nice. It's so simple. I'm glad that, Carnage, your life's good. That's as it's supposed to. The more of you all that are doing good, the less problems there will be on the planet. You know? Yeah, it's peaceful because that's my state of being inside. It's at peace. But if this was 10 years ago, this probably wouldn't be as peaceful as you're seeing right now, because I was in like a more chaotic mess, and as within, so without. So I would have brought more chaos somewhere in the physical environment to some degree. People would probably be yelling, or there'd probably be more like, there could have been a lot of other things. But because of what I was feeling internally, that's would have been a mere projection of my external, based on my internal. So yeah, Zane, it really does start within you, and when you start to know fully within you, the world will start to shift around you. You're not changing reality, you're focusing within, and reality will change around you. Oh, somebody knows about the Hermetics. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I love it. Yeah. I love when someone just even says the word Hermetics. I'm like, someone knows. Hermetics is like a set of like philosophies. It's going good. Beyond, how is your life? Is stellar right now. I'm at peace. I was attempting to explain something earlier to someone, and I was at peace, but it wasn't clocking in that person's mind. So I was like, there was only so much I could say, and that's it. It's just, it is what it's meant to be. Because I was talking about paradoxes, but to Zane, Hermetics is a set of philosophies that's like predates a lot of the like religious things that are out there right now. It's like at least 5,000, if not 6,000 or 7,000 years old, give or take. Ooh, very nice. I think it's like, I don't know why I'm looking at my watch. My watch doesn't tell me the weather. Actually, well, it does, but 23 degrees Celsius. What is that in Fahrenheit? That would be probably like 76, 77. I think that's around that ballpark. 76, 77 degrees Fahrenheit is here. There's a little wind right now. It's a little windy, or it's starting to pick up, but it's a nice breeze. It's not too hot, not too cold. It's just perfect. Yeah. Earlier, though, if you had jumped on Zane, you would have been seeing a guy who just keep dancing around in a circle. He was like, I need evidence. Evidence? The evidence right here. He's like, where's the evidence? Right here. We kept going in this, and I was like, he's not getting it. And I'm like, the answer's like right here. I need proof. What proof do you need? It's right here. So, it is what it is. I did my best. There's only so much you can say to someone that it just doesn't click anymore. It just does not click. That is a bar right there, beyond spot on. They build their own barriers. They put themselves in their own prisons or their own cages, is another way of saying that. Based on their beliefs, their emotional charged thoughts, their perceptions, their expectations, their focus or their attention, their convictions, and or their identity that they've assigned themselves to. Because based on the level of awareness and their words that they're speaking, their beliefs are their boundaries, essentially. Everyone has to get there at their own time. I tell my daughter that all the time. It's true. You're right, Beyond. It only clicked for me last year fully. Like I was going through and studying for 7 years, like, everything you can think of. Personal development, the mind, psychology, dark psychology, all the religious texts, which I now see as metaphysics, esoteric, the occult, mysticism, everything you can get your hands on, health, wealth, finance, this, that, 500 plus books later. And I was like, why is it not clicking? Like, I don't get it. What the hell's going on here? And then all of a sudden, I had a little bit of a like break down. I was like having a little bit of a breakdown in terms of like, what the fuck? There are people who don't even read all these books and they got it. Like, what the hell is going on here? And then, of course, that's where shit broke through and I finally figured it out. I'm like, the mind is creating stories. We're using made-up words. All words are made up, but we have to use words. Yeah. We have to use... I call it pretentious death, because for me, the ego is actually the body now. I call the ego the five senses, which we get to explore God's oneness. Look at the words I just said there. Explore God's oneness. EGO. Right? Exploring God's oneness. But yes, I had that experience. And kaboom. I have many of those, you can call it deaths, but that one was the final one. That was it. It was done. It was just done. I think it's good that people question and debate and argue. It was something I think they encourage Buddhist students to do. Yes. The only problem about argue is like not to take it into such a extreme emotional like state. I do play tennis, but I don't wear the headband to play when I as a sign of tennis. But yes, I do play tennis. Let's see. Beyond, I like the Thomas Gospels. The Father's kingdom is spread out upon the earth and the people, and do not see it. Yeah. And Zane, you're right. Some people don't tend to listen, indeed, because they don't want to. It was in front of me the entire time. It sure was. See, Beyond, dude, you already get it. You already know. I don't even have to say a word. You're good. Yep, I can tell. Just by the things you're saying, I can already tell you went through a similar experience. Let's see, CJ. But there's a difference between questioning and just being argumentative for the sake of trolling somebody. This is also true. That's a bar. Because some people just want to be right. I don't care to be right. I know, but I don't need to be right. That's why I'm like, when I say I read 500 books, that's not a flex on anything. That's just how much I had to do just to figure shit out. I didn't need to read 500 books though, but I read it. I had to go through endless suffering just to figure it out. I didn't have to go through that endless suffering, but I did so I can build foundation. That's literally it. It's like building a house on like solid foundation, strength. So I work with clients on Mondays. I started this channel. How many streams am I in now? I think I'm on 27, or this is the 28th stream on this channel. So every day almost a full month I've been streaming on this channel. Almost. So kind of full-time, but not full-time. I have another channel where I was just kind of struggling, but I have it all recorded. And it's good because I have proof of the pain and suffering. So when someone's like, yeah, you didn't go through that pain and suffering, you're a liar. You had it easy, Orion. Oh yeah? Go on my other channel. I'll show you how easy I actually had it. So I have a lot of evidence, like somebody was asking for earlier. So it's good to record your journey because you get to see yourself back in those times and be like, damn, that's where I was back, like, you know, X amount of like months ago or whatever. Oh, that's not, dude, you can definitely read more. You can read a book. I used to say the same thing. I was like, I couldn't read books. In fact, Zane, I used to hate books. I was that type of guy who's like, I'm not going to read no stupid ass book. That's for nerds. I was that guy. I'd be like, that person's reading, ugh, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I used to say that. But then during COVID, I started, well, just before COVID, because I had my awakening in 2019, like October, I started picking up books and I started just assimilating them. I went through 110 books in a year, in the first year, because I was like, give me more, I want more, I need more answers, more, give it to me. Because I had spent most of my life not reading and not wanting to learn shit. So that's why I was like, yes, I love books. Why have I not been reading books all my life? So I went on a bit of a experience. I'm not going to read a book either. I stare at computers all day. I prefer audiobooks. Hey, yeah, exactly. And audiobooks are great too, and I love them. I've also listened to at least 600 or 700 audiobooks. Very different books from the books I've physically read. I hate maths and books too, but I envy people who can read books. You can read books. Remember what I said to you yesterday. If you say it's hard or it's difficult, Zane, then it's going to be hard. So if I tell you, Zane, that you can actually, if you told yourself that you can actually read out a book, you'll read it out. I promise you. Just like anything else. right? If you say that you can't do something, then your mind's basically gonna take the command and say, I can't read the book. I know you can read not just one book, but many books, if you choose to. And remember, it has to be something that you enjoy. If it's something that you don't actually enjoy, then you're not going to do it. So you have to want to enjoy books, right? If it's not something enjoyable, then you won't generally do it. That's just how human nature works. You tend to do things based on joy or what you prefer over things that you should be doing, but we don't do because it's like, ugh. Like for me, I'm going to be working out shortly. I'm going to go do my workout. Well, technically speaking, that's a book, bro. So you see, I like mangas too. I haven't read a manga in a while though. I prefer the animation, but sometimes the manga has more things that the mangas or the animes leave out. But yeah. So you see, it's the reverse. Like I prefer for myself to be watching the anime versus to read the manga. It's like I find the manga like, because I expect the animation, but I have to create the mental image in my head, which is easy, right? And I can tell myself, but I can also say it's easy. But here you go. Walks help a lot with focus, collecting thoughts. You need silence too. It's invaluable. Yeah, be still and know. Every day beyond, I take a walk to my trail and I talk for about a couple hours at the water. And so when I'm on my trail, it's very, very easy to just relax and just like I'm already relaxed no matter what, but at my trail it's even easier to get into flow state because I just like lock in. We are by nature supposed to be in nature. Living in houses is not our norm. This is actually uncommon. It's not our normal thing. Our ancestors, hello Mr. Fly, I know you like me. Our ancestors or soul-cestors, if you want to say it like that, they lived in huts, but they were still connected more to nature. Whereas not many people are getting that opportunity to be connected with nature. I saw a lawyer billboard earlier when I was driving that said justice. And then I was like, just is. Yep. Told you. You won't unsee that word now. Just is and justice. Just is. Because it just is. But it's not justice, but just is. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, we can't sit for too long, not built for boxes. Yeah. We're meant to be moving and we're meant to move more. Like I don't like sitting personally. Like I just finished eating my meal, but I would be in a squat position right now. You know what, fuck it. I'm gonna go sit in a squat position for a moment, just so I stretch out my joints. And somebody's using a weed whacker right now. I need to cut the grass. That's what I'm going to be taking care of shortly, actually. I'll be ending the stream soon. Unless you all want to see me cut grass, but I mean, I've already did it on the stream a couple times. But the internet cuts out, so yeah. But yeah, I'm going to cut grass. I feel like it just needs to be done intuitively. By the way, sitting in a squat, I know it may look very silly, but it is very good for your joints. The last thing you want is when you're getting to a certain age that you're starting to like, oh, my back, right? Preventative maintenance, whenever you can. You don't need to do it for 10 hours a day. You can sit for like 15 minutes throughout the day. You just pick like a minute or two at a time, get back up, do your thing, sit back down. find time throughout the day to like get into this, and you'll see just this one thing alone will basically change a lot of things in your mind and in your life. Not only do I talk about the mental, I talk about the physical. So when I help my clients, for those of you who are new, I help them with the mental, overcoming what blocks they think they have, or what blocks they may feel they have, and then we smash those blocks. But I do talk about the physical, how it does help, because you're allowing energy to flow through your body, and that energy is what gives you guidance, because it's like a channel. When you can call it God or itself, I call it itself because it's a very neutral term. When itself is speaking to me, it doesn't speak to me in words. It speaks to me through energy, through me feeling stuff. So, and then those feelings will then be converted into words for the mind to logically process and understand. So that's how I get clear as to what I'm supposed to be doing. Just like that squat for a moment was like get up and go and do a squat. So you're not just sitting. That was a good one right there. I'll read the comments in a moment. I know a lot of people just look at people and judge them for doing a squat, but the thing is, like, joke's on them, because watch when you guys are the same. Like, let's say someone's judging you for doing a squat or doing something that goes against the standard normal human things that most people are like. In the West specifically, humans judge a lot more than in the East, right? In the East part of the world, this is a natural resting position. When you're a baby or when you were a child that was able to start walking, you were in like this position. But as you get old, as you go through Earth, especially in the Western world, you get judged a lot for doing things that are that are actually normal for you to be doing. So when I'm on a plane, guess what I'm doing, y'all? I get up from my seat, I go to the bathroom, I use the bathroom, and then I stand or I squat for about a minute or two, and then I go back to my seat. You know why? Because then if I have a long flight, I don't get tripped up with like, oh, I have pain in my leg. Oh, I have pain in my knee or some shit like that. Because, it's uncomfortable to sit in those seats unless you're in first class for a hot minute. So I don't care if someone looks at me if I'm squatting in the plane. I'm going to do what makes me feel comfortable. I don't care. I do it out in public. I don't care what people say. I'm going to fucking squat. If I need to sit for a moment and like get my, my legs just, in a rested state, I'll just sit in a squat for a moment. It's breaking past the human judgment. You're always going to be judged, just so you know. So you may as well just be you anyways. You're always going to be judged. The problem is judgment leads to this fear of like not being accepted, socially accepted. So, Mr. Flies, I know I left the food here, so you guys enjoy whatever for now. Hey, what's up? Welcome back, Apocalypse. Yeah. This is the best posture, by the way, this posture, by the way, is the best for because it helps align that makes sense. And that helps with like not dealing with like, colon cancer and all that other shit too. That's why a lot of people in the East don't run into health problems. If you've noticed that the West runs into more health problems than the East. The people of the East are doing something right. That's why they live longer too. In the West, you have to be like, and that too, exactly. And also helps with digestion of food quicker as well when you're sitting in a squat. So there's that aspect as well. So it has so much benefits, and yet so many of us just don't do it because we're afraid of judgment. There's a quote that enjoy, Mr. Fly. Go ahead. What you're looking for is what is looking. Hence, there is no journey or nothing to be done like in the normal Western mindset of achieving. You're right. I want something to eat. I just ate something, but I want some. I'm going to go get something. And when I say I desire. Mr. Fly, I know. I'm so sorry, but I have to put this away now. I'll be right back. What do I desire? Something nice. Something nice. I have to wash the dish quickly and pack some dishes quickly before I come back out there and get my thing I desire to nibble on. I'll probably start my workout in an hour. So you guys can hang out with me for another hour, and then I got to get rolling. Four o'clock is usually the latest. I usually do a hard cap at 4 p.m. Eastern time, 1 p.m. Pacific time. I won't usually go past that now. I used to do 12-hour streams, just so you all know. I think I have the record right now for the most consecutive and long live streams. I don't have the longest live stream ever in history, but I definitely have the most consecutive amount of 12-hour live streams in human history, I think. Unless there's someone who's also been live streaming all day for it's actually 16 months. For 16 months straight, then they have the record. But yeah. That's why for me streaming is easy. It's like a normal way of being for me. And helping people became a normal part of my experience. That's why and all the experience that I had to go through, and for Beyond, who also been through his journey, he basically slow down, Orion. Let me take a pause. When Beyond said that he was hitting his head against the wall, that's exactly what I was doing too. After reading all those books, I'm like, come on, what the fuck is going on here? This is bullshit. Why is it not fucking clicking? It doesn't make any sense. I was getting so angry. That's the frustration, and that's when somebody asked me, what was the moment that changed everything? The moment when I had to basically say, fuck it. I'm done. I'm done with all this, and then I had my dark night of the soul, or whatever word you want to call it, and then that's when all the answers start flooding through, when you just had enough. Sometimes you have to go through that frustration period just so that you can find your peace. Somebody clicking something? Oh, my dad. I was like, what the hell is going on? I think they're probably barbecue maybe today. Yeah. We'll see. So because of all that, I had to go through all kinds of... So when Beyond said he was bashing his head against the wall, yeah, I felt that viscerally. When someone has gone through something that's similar to you understand someone at their level. Or if you've gone through something and now someone's going through it, you can completely get it. This is a bar, you can only help someone as far as you've gone yourself. You can't help anybody further than where you've gone. And I have gone a long fucking way in a shorter amount of time than a lot. So I'm grateful for that. I didn't have to spend like, I don't know, 15 years seeking. Sure, it took 20 years to get out of the fucking hate phase, but I mean, you know, it also didn't take me like another 40 years to figure it out. I'd be 80 years old and I'd be like, the fuck? How come only now I'm figuring it out? You know, time is an illusion, but, you know, you go in your entire life and things tell you that this is how it is, but then you find out that that's not how it was all along. That's the most frustrating part about everything. Like, why? Why did life have to be this way? Why is everybody else subjected to this bullshit? And then you find out that others are starting to feel the same way you're feeling. Hence why this live stream is like bringing forth a lot of you that are in alignment. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing, to show that you guys are not actually alone. Yes. Ooh, this is one of my sweet tooth pleasures. And notice I said sweet tooth pleasures and not guilty pleasures, because there's no guilt, because I will be moving my body shortly. I look forward to moving my body. And since I constantly move my body, this will be burnt off anyways, in a matter of like moments. Cool beans, that's taken care of. Do I want to use a plastic fork or do I want to use a metal fork? I'll use a metal fork. Yeah. Cake. And water to wash it down. What do we got? Let me read the chat. Yep. The darkness is something that most people go through. It's like a fire that I burn, and false self, and destroys everything that is not you. Oh, this guy is back again. I thought you had left. Yes, it's real. Well, is it actually real? Who really knows? Because it's the Matrix. That scene reminds me of the time when the girl was in Matrix 2, or Reloaded, and she had that cake, and then like all the things went into her neural pathways. And like she had like an orgasm. Okay, I'm done with you. This is the person earlier. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Now you're just being facetious. Asking for evidence if the cake is real. Get out of here. I'm gonna eat my cake. Leave me alone. Just leave me alone. I'm in peace. Such a good cake. I'm gonna start moving my body shortly. This is what you're gonna get. There's your fucking evidence right there. Thank you for feeding my algorithm. I was gonna ban you, but there's no point. Because you're just gonna keep coming back and asking for evidence. I'm just gonna ignore you. When I did that, that was a third dimensional human act, by the way. I do unleash my own third dimensional human on other third dimensional humans at times. It's necessary sometimes. Okay. If you say so. If you say so. I'm not controlling them whatsoever. You're just a second dimensional human mind that hasn't figured shit out, and you're whining, bitching, and complaining. Ooh, this cake was so good. He's feeding the algorithm. That's all he's doing. Feeding the algorithm indeed. Because it's bringing others like it brought you, Todd. It brought Beyond. It brought Apocalypse. Like people like Clayton are just basically feeding my algorithm. This is what he's doing. I'll show you the game. I'm sure you all see the game, but I'll paint the picture for his game. I'll put you there for a moment. So this is a second. Actually, I'll do like this. This is a second dimensional human. This is a third dimensional human. Then there's fourth and fifth that are beyond. So the second dimensional perspective that he keeps alluding to, that he's looking for evidence, right? He's like words on a page, footnote, static. What he's doing is attempting to fight so that I can get triggered, stir up, and get mad. And he wants proof. He wants evidence. And I keep telling him the evidence is him, but he doesn't want to listen. So he's operating from a second dimensional perspective. And he keeps saying that I'm making claims, but each of you already know without me having to say a word, like anything else. This is what he's doing. He's looking to get into some sort of battle because he's not happy with himself. So he must have needed his regular stream that he usually goes on, who probably isn't here. He's probably using me as his little backup for now. Is basically attempting to, get me into his little game. I'm not controlling Todd, nor did I say to CJ to message anything, but they wrote what they wrote. Are you guys barbecuing?
No, I just put down for border close to get.
Ah.
I don't think I'm going to barbecue. Yeah, can I put it on?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the other thing that Clayton could be doing is just, you know what he could be doing? He can be playing a reverse psychology game with us, and he actually knows everything we're saying, but he just wants us to feed his attention span because there's something that he's like missing within himself, and so I gave him enough time, but I'm not really entertaining him anymore. To be honest, I'm kind of done. I really am. And he's gonna keep going back. Yeah, he's gonna keep going back. Hey Jordan, good to see you. He's gonna keep going back in a circle. So this is who I was referring to earlier. Who was like, I spent a little bit longer than I should have, and I should have ended the stream earlier, but I gave him a little bit more time, and he's lucky he's not my client. Good to see you, Jordan. It's good to have you. And he kept going like, I need evidence. I'm like, but I told you, it's like right here. He's like, no, it's not. I need evidence. You're lying. Okay, I'm lying. Then why are you on my stream? Like, I'm not even like, we're talking about the mind paradox. We're not even talking about anything. He's like, I need evidence. Basically. CJ, there are facts, things we don't know. That's why we say I don't know. I should throw, you know what? I should throw Clayton another curveball. Well, I know this one will cause him to have a massive meltdown in his mind. Because I did that on Monday with someone. And you want to hear the funny thing when I did what I said to that person on Monday? I don't need to repeat it though. But when I said what I said on Monday, before I said it, I'm like, all right, you want to know, right? He's like, yeah, I have your back, Orion. No matter what you say, I have your back. I have your back, Orion. I have your back. Exactly, Jordan, spot on. He's like, I have your back, Orion. I have your back. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna share it to you now. You ready? You ready for? And I told him, I said, are you ready for me to share what I'm about to share with you? You ain't gonna like it, but I'm gonna share it. He's like, yeah, I have your back, Orion. I have your back. So I said what I needed to say. I said exactly what I had to say to him, and guess what happened? Bang! He's like, that's not true, Orion. How dare you say blah blah blah? And it was nothing towards him. I just said, this is what my experience was like. I'm not saying this is my experience, my personal experience. And he's like, no, and he's like, he's a liar. So I was like, there's no point sharing some certain things with certain individuals because there's just no point. So that's why I just like sit back and just chill. So I'm doing good, Prince. How are you, man? Oh, happy birthday to you, dude. I don't know how young you are. I'm not gonna say old because no one's actually old, but you know, happy birthday, dude. Have a great one. Oh, okay, cool. Well, happy birthday. Happy 18th birthday to you. Make it a great one, okay? Celebrating your divinity, by the way, for being here for 18 years. That's good. That's awesome. Cool stuff. Enjoy your birthday. It's going to be a good one. Make it as best as whatever you like it to be. You could have a mental disorder, etc. That's why we need evidence. You all could keep entertaining Clayton. I'm just gonna sit and observe. I already said everything I needed to say to him. But he's similar to the other person that I was talking to on Monday, when I said what I said to him, and he couldn't accept what I said. And he's like, no, it can't be. It can't be. Orion, no, that's not possible. You said you had my back, and you literally switched just because I said what I said. And I'm like, yeah. See, Jordan knows. See, look, Jordan, I've seen Jordan one time before, but like, I'm not controlling Jordan to write or type anything or anybody else in the chat. And they're already saying what they need to say. They're basically, it's hilarious. Yep, spot on, Justin. The only way this is going to end is when I end the stream. I'll tell you, he's probably going to be on here until I end the stream. So just letting you all know, unless he gets tired and he stops typing, unless he's got infinite energy too and he wants to type out, I need evidence. He's going to keep going back in the circle. I need evidence. I need evidence. I need more evidence. I need evidence. Evidence, evidence, evidence. Lots of evidence. I needed the evidence too many years ago. In fact, I needed evidence up until last year. Yeah. He's using a lot of big words. He's attempting to be smart with his words. He's trying to be very sophisticated with his words when it just is. And he just doesn't want to accept that because his mind right now is like locked in a paradigm that's like stuck. So, Apocalypse, what we're talking about is he wants to have evidence that what I'm talking about reality or life just is. Like he wants like proof. He wants like physical evidence. And I told him like you can go beyond your mind, but he's like, I need evidence. And I keep saying that the answers are right here. See, even more. He wants to know about the soul. So if you want to chime in, Apocalypse, and you give your opinion, by all means. That's what this is the guy I was referring to earlier. That's another. I'm sure the other guy is going to, yeah. Ooh, that's a question for. Ooh, Jordan. Ooh, you dropping that fire. That's good. I like that. I've already explained everything I need to explain to him earlier, so yeah, I'm just chilling right now. That cake was awesome, by the way. I want another slice, but I'm going to hold off. You know, I'll share something. If this was a year ago, I wouldn't be laughing the way I'm laughing right now. I'd be in Clayton's shoes. I'd be like, where is the fucking answer? Oh, I need evidence, damn you. I was like cursing an external god in the sky. I'd be like, fuck you, damn it, where is my answer? Answer me, damn it. That's what was happening a year ago. And it is recorded on my stream, just so you know. I can go back and you'll see me raging out. That's why I have it recorded. Thank you, Jordan, for giving Clayton another like asset to go and look at, or another. I want him to figure it out, and I want him so desperately to know. Not desperately. Blah, blah, blah. Take that word. I really desire for him to know where we all kind of are presently in our journey, where everything kind of just. Kind of like, you know, more relaxed, just calm, you know, go with the flow. much more easygoing. I see a lot of you, your minds are more relaxed. You get it. That's why there's not much to need to say to you guys. I just will repeat because there's always going to be someone new, right? But like, there's others who are like, the mind is like doing that. It's doing that all the time because I know I've been there. That's what happened last year. I love how he has an answer for everything, and I also have an answer for everything too. Let me see. Justin, we're not fighting the current, just it's just letting us take us where it's going to take us. Yeah, pretty much. That's basically how I'm rolling in life, bro. That's why I'm just like, because like, for example, you know, we can keep swimming upstream and, you know, we have all this resistance, all this like pent up like energy that we're like fighting for dear life to find some answer. But the answer is also there too in the downstream, and you can just flow to it, right? That's how I found it. Mine was more downflow, like stream, like flowing down the stream, easy. I'm like, this is how easy life was supposed to be, huh? Damn, the fuck was I doing for 40 years of my life? I made it so hard. The hell? Now everything just is unfolding. I have clients that are paying me and I'm living my best life. I only work 1 day a week. I get to live stream. Notice the word, I get to live stream. I don't have to do this. I get to live stream and I get to talk to amazing people every day. I'm going to be booking my trip soon. And I'll get to travel again because my passport was expired recently, but now it's fully renewed and I'm ready to rock and roll again. So, like, it's easy. Like, this is like what you guys see in, like, I mean, you're seeing a fence obviously, but like what you guys get to experience with me is just the present moment, like the now. That's why I talk about all the things I talk about. But, you know, some are going to be like, I need evidence. I have to have evidence. The evidence is right here, right now, this moment. But it's not clicking right now for his mind. And I know because somebody said something similar to me back then, and I wasn't clicking. I was like, no, it has to be something external. Nah. And I kept saying that the mind will continue to keep seeking, searching, finding to achieve, acquire, attain, and accomplish something. That's what the mind is designed to do. It will never stop deviating from that. It will always do that. In order for your mind to stop itself from, you know, in order for the mind to look for the answer, it has to stop and slow down and relax and allow your actual self to go beyond the mind, which you can. That's the process. You have to get into, and I was saying this earlier, you have to get into a relaxed state. Relaxation is going to be the best answer that you're going to what you're looking for. Let me see. Justin, what did you share? Somebody hiked the Grand Canyon a couple of days ago and they weren't careful and the heat got them. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, Jordan. The silence speaks for itself. That's why I the answer is right here. But the mind is going to continue to keep. It won't want. The thing is, I want to share something. It wants the answer. That's why his mind is fighting for dear life. Clayton's mind is fighting for dear friggin' life for the evidence. I need the answer, right? But the mind cannot accept any answer that isn't logical. If it doesn't have proof or evidence and it's not logical, the mind simply won't accept it. It cannot. So guess what? Guess what happens? You get stuck in a loop because you've identified with the mind. Because your mind has been completely you're being controlled by the mind. And there's a version of you that can control the mind. But that version of you is ever present in the now. That's what I was attempting to explain to him, but it's not clicking for him. So I've said what I needed to say. I'll let you guys, if you want to handle it, do your best. Maybe something you guys might say might click for him, but it wasn't clicking. Every one of you guys got it. You guys understand what I'm saying. So what else do I? There's nothing else. He wanted evidence. I'm like, the evidence is right here. Right, and this troll right here, Caillou does the internet. He just likes to find the another troll and be tag teaming. This is what this guy does. Get your ass back in the corner. I keep him on a leash. Caillou does the internet. Get your ass back in the corner. Demonstrate that a mind exists without a brain. No, I'm a soul. You mentioned about the mind and the brain, right? Can a mind function without... I didn't read... I wasn't paying attention to the comments, so I don't know where we're going. So I'm not even... I don't know where you guys are going with that. I was talking about my own aspect. So whoever was chatting with him about the mind, I think it was Apocalypse. You guys can continue that if you choose to. My roots are from a different planet. It's called the universe. Can a brain exist without a heart? There may be no such thing as mind. It's just a collection of individuals. People called it a mind. Exactly, CJ. That's the other thing too. We collectively call things, right? Like this a chair, the grass. But I can break my language structure. Cool. I'm from Nigeria. If that's what you think I am, awesome, amazing. I have a lot of Nigerian people, a lot of friends from there. But yeah, I'm originally from the universe. So anyways, like we labeled this thing called table, this thing called chair, and we all collectively agreed so that we can understand what the hell we're talking about, right? We labeled this thing a water bottle, and it has water inside. This thing is called water. We labeled this thing water, but before humans were here, language didn't exist. It always existed, but we were the ones that brought it into existence. That's how powerful we are. But then we had to label these things so that we can understand what the hell we're talking about. Because if we all started to speak a different, like start making, what is language? It's just words, or it's just sounds coming out of your mouth. And you're using your brain or your mind to form the words so you can shoot it out of your throat, right? That's the mechanism. But essentially, if we all started to call this like 50 million different things, none of us will understand what the hell. The only thing we can be doing is That's how we started, by the way. So then eventually over time in different languages, like this is not called water in a different language, it's called something else. It has the same meaning, but different word, right? That's why I said language is what's creating a lot of the obfuscations on the planet, the meaning behind it. He wants to know if a mind can exist without a brain. I'm not answering that because he won't even accept whatever I say anyway. So it's just a waste of my time. He's just feeding my algorithm. So I'm glad that he's just feeding the algorithm. He's doing my algorithm some work. So I appreciate it. There's an active reach on what a mind is in psychiatry. Ultimately, he's looking for physical, like sort of like evidence of certain things. Because he's like, I need claims, I need evidence, I need this, I need that. But his mind won't stop. So he's going to continue to keep going. And CJ just threw a curveball at Clayton now, which is cool. I want him to handle that one now. I love this. I get to just watch. I've solved everything within myself. I'm good. For me, I don't need to prove anything to anybody. I don't need to prove anything to myself. And I get to just sit back and watch. Because this used to be me all the time. I love debates and stuff. But when it just becomes like combative and just like, I have to be right and you must be wrong, like I'm like, no, I'm not even here for that. It would seem that a mind is an emergent property of the brain. So without any brains, there would be no minds. The mind is not in the brain, though. I have my own piece, but I'll let you guys handle it. Because yes, we point to our head and we feel something, but that's not necessarily true. Again, like what CJ said, who's to say that the mind is even really a thing? Exactly, it's not a physical entity. It's a spiritual entity or astral entity, or insert whatever your favorite word is, a Shinigami, a doppelganger. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! King of Games, Mr. Pharaoh. Pew. I don't know anything. Everything I say I could be completely false. In my opinion, it's more like matter arises from consciousness than the other way around. After all, our experience is primary. I like how he says as best, which means that that's still subjective to some degree. That's not objective. I mean that all we can be sure is that we are having an experience. Matter can be an illusion. Sure can, bro. Everything's a paradox of itself. That's what I'm getting at. Like, I was talking about paradox earlier before Clayton jumped on. I came back to the house and Clayton showed up. But I was talking about how everything's a paradox of itself. Matter, mind, two sides of the same coin, maybe vastly different, both the same, both different. Yeah. Yeah, the coincidence of opposites. Or coincidence, sorry, not coincidence. Coincidence, my bad. I read that incorrectly. Coincidence of opposites. Correct. I admire this guy's spirit though, Clayton's spirit. He's very determined. I just told him I'll see him on the other side, and then I'll be like, "Hey, bro, how was your Earth experience? Did you enjoy it?" Apocalypse, don't even get. He's just gonna keep going around in a circle, bro. Don't get even flustered with him. If only he knew that reality is also a paradox, that it's also an illusion. I like to throw a little bit of fire his way so that he can keep adding more to it. I'm like dangling something in front of him for a little bit. It's definitely good to question things for sure, CJ. Yes, that's the point. That's the reason why I stopped, CJ. Because I came to that conclusion very quickly that I was explaining something and I was going in a circle and he just wouldn't stop. So there came a point where I was like, I'm done. I've been done. I wasn't even arguing. I was like, I'm done. I've been done. I'm enjoying my conversation with all of you, with Jordan, with UCJ, with Apocalypse, with Zane, or whoever else is still here, with Justin. This is like when a religious person comes on and they start dropping their Bible verses. Clayton's just on the opposite spectrum of that. So you say mind doesn't exist, and he says he wants evidence of the mind. That makes... Do you see the conundrum we're in? I told you, like, I'm gonna keep talking about what I'm gonna be talking about. Like, I encourage conversation for sure, but like, there are people who are gonna argue until they're blue in the face because they just want to be right. That's the goal. He wants to just be right. So I told him, you're right. Here. Look, I'm gonna do this just for him. Y'all, just here. This one I'm gonna do for him. Just for him. Clayton, here. Look, this one I'm gonna do. I gotta move the chair out of the way. Oh, Holy One, I get down on my knees and I bow down to your intellectualism, that you are so wise and you are so much smarter and better than me. So I humbly ask for your forgiveness that I've been wrong all this time, Mr. Clayton. Could you please forgive me because you've been right and I've been wrong this entire time? Please and thank you. I beg for your forgiveness. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Would you take my proof of my evidence that I'm bowing down to your superiority and I'm inferior to you in every possible way? There. I hope that helped you. I hope that made you feel better. Yeah, Apocalypse, don't even bother. Just don't. There's no point. I gave him his flowers already. He doesn't. Cool, amazing. I gave him his flowers already, Apocalypse. So I've moved on, and I want to chat with you guys. So you guys are more relaxed, more level-headed, more understanding, more open to perspectives. That's the thing. You guys are open to perspectives. You're open to different ideas. You don't have to agree, but you're at least open. You're not like, no, you're wrong. And do I train my neck? Is that Is that a trap question? Yeah, that's correct, Jordan. I'm gonna end the stream in about, well, I'll end it at 4 o'clock p.m. It's 3:37, so 23 minutes. So you guys hang out with me for 23 minutes, but I just want to see. I mean, I train my entire body because I refuse to, what's the word? I refuse for my vessel to fall apart. Currently, no, but I will be there soon enough, yes. This is Toronto. This is Toronto, Canada. But I'll be living in San Diego soon. How soon? Don't know how soon, but I'm not worried about timelines because it's already finished. I'm not your G. Don't ever use that word with me again, or I'll bitch slap you. I do travel a fair bit, yeah. I will be traveling more soon enough. What the fuck is that message on my computer? Hold on. I see a pop-up. Let's see. What is that? Oh. Nah. I'll pass that. It's one of those like trials that I had on they added a pro version of like Alt Tab on MacBook because you know Macs don't have the ability to Alt Tab properly, and I had to update my Alt Tab program, and then they introduced a Pro version. I'm like, I'm not paying no damn Pro version for that. It's been working perfectly fine this entire time. Why do I need all that? So that was a pop-up on my computer just now. It just showed up. I really do believe Clayton is either just wanting to just be right. He wants to just fight because he's not getting it somewhere else, and he needs to let out some pent-up frustration. So he's using his intellectualization to let go of that frustration, or he's just simply like on a repeat, like he's a robot from a second dimensional perspective. Yeah, we keep telling you the truth, you're just not listening. Because you can't accept it because your mind has convinced you that this is not what it is. I'm like, okay, it is what it is. Exactly. I'm not Googling shit. I don't need to. But anyone else is free to do that. I don't need to do shit. Look at this. We had someone who said I was from Nigeria. And we have someone who says I'm from Pakistan. Can you all make up your fucking minds, please? I'm a fucking soul. All right? Let me just squash all of you guys who keeps asking me about my ethnicity. For those of you who keep asking for my ethnicity, that means you just are judging without knowing. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. But I am a soul. I should really have a fucking disclaimer as soon as you come on my stream. If you ask me what ethnicity I am a soul. I should put that as a disclaimer on my channel. I am a soul. God damn. Fucking people asking about ethnicity as if that's something important to even care about. Who cares? Is that irrelevant? So irrelevant. And I'm not a person. I have no ethnicity. Bar. I should start using that as well. I'm not a person. I'm not a human. I'm an alien. How about that? Now, of course, then I say that, then there's going to probably be someone like Clayton be like, I need evidence that you're alien. I need proof that you're not human. Give me your DNA sample or something. Ask you to do all kinds of shenanigans. I'm a attack helicopter. Amazing. I love that response. That was awesome. I'm an attack helicopter. It's amazing. To Clayton, you got 17 minutes, by the way. Orochimaru, good to see you, dude. Good to see you, bro. Welcome back. Glad to have you on the stream again. Love your name. Orochimaru. But yeah, 17 minutes. I get to just hang out and watch how, you know, this conversation unfolds. So Clayton, 17 minutes. Put it on your, 16 minutes now. Put it on your timer. You got 16 minutes. And if you come back on my stream tomorrow, you keep asking the same questions, I'm going to find one of my mods and be like, just time them out. Because it's just going to keep on repeat. I do remember you. I don't usually forget when I see a name. I'm like, Orochimaru. How can I not know the name, man? I've seen it. I'm pretty good at remembering when I've seen somebody for the first time, like a second time. And I know when someone's like, I'm back, I'm like, and you are who again? I don't think I've ran into you, but yeah, no, I've seen you before. And I said it the first time, I'm like, yeah, I like your name, dude. Orochimaru. I love it. I trust all is good. I know all is good. For me, everything's great. I'm wonderful. Ay, ay, ay. Guys. It all started when he asked me a question, what is the truth? He asked me a specific question. What was the truth? And I told him my truth. He's like, that's not the truth. I'm like, that's my truth. You have your own truth. I have my truth. And they're both accurate and real. I'm not even fighting his truth. But like, it was just hilarious because he just couldn't go. I do play tennis, but I'm not a tennis player. But yes, I'm wearing a tennis headband because it keeps the sweat from dripping when I'm feeling hot. And I like wearing my headbands. I like being different. I used to wear baseball hats, but I don't like baseball hats. I like my hair. Thank you very much. But no. I have a pretty good memory of stuff. Consciousness does not exist without brain. Okay. So now we have another one who's jumping on that. I can't wait. Oh my God, I cannot wait until you all, whoever is here, when we leave the earth, and you all, like the ones who don't know, they're like, I can't wait. I cannot wait. I'm going to have the biggest I told you so to those who are like, about whatever. I can't wait. Jordan, you already know, bro. Like, when I see you in the other side, I'd be like, yo, what's up, bro? Good to see you again. Get that fist bump, even though we're in spirits, and be like, yeah, you remember, even though we don't do this on the other side, and we'll be like, yeah, you remember that those people who are like, you know. I love it. I want people to understand, but some just don't want to understand. That's the problem. Like, I literally said it, but it's not, what did one person, it's not clarking for them. Not even clicking or not even clocking. It's not even clarking for them. How about that? It's a new Gen Z alpha word. It's not clarking for him. So, because it's not clarking for him, guess what? I feel like maybe 10 years from now, I think he'll figure it out. I do have that knowing that he will figure it out. Just not here. He's not going to figure it out here. I've already like not exhausted, but I've shared what I needed to share. I look forward though. I haven't read anything else in the chat, but let's see what's going on. What did Apocalypse say? Did he say anything? Yes. Science hasn't caught up yet to understand what the mind is. Yeah. And soul is a very subjective word. True, it very is. Even the word human is a very subjective word, technically speaking, but we've all collectively agreed that we're called a human. But who's to say we're not called Duman, or Fumans, or Lumens, or Kumans, or humans? Or just take away the word min and just be like, ugh. What if we're just called ugh? You know, to a lot of the other beings, not to get into that, they see us as slimy, disgusting creatures. They see us as like slimy, like insignificant little worms, even though they know that they're one with us anyways. It's so hilarious. Orochimaru, I am neither brain nor conscious. I am Batman. I love it. I was thinking you're going to say, I am Orochimaru, because I would have fit perfectly. But hey, Batman's a cool dude.
Everything done, yes.
For DC, I love Batman, by the way, Orochimaru. For Marvel, it's Wolverine, 100%. For me, there's no question, it's Wolverine. Like, Wolverine. Like, if anybody asks me, favorite Marvel superhero? Wolverine. Wolverine for me. 100% Wolverine. I like the others, but Wolverine. And for Apocalypse, he's Iron Man. I mean, we only have like 10 minutes, and yes, we can definitely talk about something else. The problem is, there's a brother that's going to keep cycling back, asking questions over and over, and he's not stopping. So that's the reason why I'm like, we can continue to talk. I can share, and I can talk about anything right now. But, you know, he's just... the curry eater. See, look at him with this discrimination. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Just say, Clayton, you're right. That's why I did what I did earlier. I bowed down. I gave him like his flowers, and I'm like, yo, man, you're right. You're right. You're the most intellectually superior. I don't care what you personally believe. Cool. At least we can agree to that. Thank God. I'm not even here for you to believe in what I believe. That's the point. I'm so glad we finally came to that conclusion. God damn, it took, what, 2 hours? He just wants evidence. He wants truth, and truth is whatever your truth is. Any nice place to visit to? You say, yes. If you haven't been to San Diego, do yourself a favor and travel to San Diego. If you like beaches and mountains and oceans.
Here's some info
Oops.
about
See, even she even says she's San Diego. If not San Diego, if you like greenery, Ireland. If you don't like greenery or you don't like nature and you want like city, like something very nice, Monaco. Monaco is very, very nice. If you don't want any of that and you want some spice in your life, or variety. Well, I was gonna say Tokyo, but I myself haven't been. I only have my brother's experience from Tokyo, but he's told me like it's not the same like it was during COVID. But I do have to go see it myself for me to give my own like perspective. But I'll always say, if anyone has never been to San Diego, go to San Diego. You'll see why. You'll enjoy it. It's very, very nice. It's very, very pleasant. People are very nice because the weather is always pretty darn good. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. It's just good. People are nice. There's always something to do. There's so many things, and you don't have to travel too far because the city's sort of like encaved. No, that's not the word I'm looking for. It's in like a circle-ish like thing. So you want to go to the mountains from the ocean, 30-ish minutes. You want to go back from the mountains to the ocean, 30-ish minutes. Getting to one end to the other end of San Diego is going to be roughly 45 to an hour. That's nothing. That's with very bad traffic. On very good traffic, you'll get between two places within 25 minutes. And there's so much to do. So much. And there's not just one mountain to hike. There's many mountains to hike. There's many beaches. There's many things to see. Museums to go to. Attractions to have. Like, everything is just there for me. If I really wanted anything else, San Diego already has it. Oh my god, the new Wolverine game. Oh, damn, man. I can't wait. Too bad they fucking pulled it. Sony decided to make first-person game, or first-party games exclusive to PlayStation. Like, fucking Sony. How dare they do that just before Wolverine? I wish they did that after Wolverine. They would have at least released Wolverine on PC, but unfortunately, it is what it is. Yeah, you'll enjoy it. The weather is really good. The weather is extremely nice. You can comprehend it, Orochimaru. I know you can. Don't sell yourself short. You can comprehend it. You're comprehending my words, so technically you can comprehend it. It's if I start to break my language structure right now, which I could, you won't comprehend it. I was attempting to do it right now. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it. Breaking language structure is just, it'll start throwing shit at, it's like throwing like spaghetti at the wall, essentially. Caillou does the internet. This is, by the way, for all of you who've been here, Mr. Caillou of the internet is our residential troll. I call him that, and I usually keep him in the corner for when he has other trolls. He likes to tag team and start to bombard me with like bullshit. So this right here is our residential troll. I'm keeping him around because he feeds my algorithm, nothing more. So you can go back in the corner now. So when you see him, just remember, don't engage too much. You guys got 4 minutes. Hard cap. I'm going to end the stream in, well, it's technically 3 minutes and 30 seconds. As much as I would like to keep staying on, I have my workout to go do. This was a good day. This was a really wonderful day. Just an interesting conversation in the chat. Clayton, like, dude, regardless of like whether you think I'm XYZ or whatever perspective you have of me, I do really have so much love and respect for you and your tenacity. I do really appreciate the tenacity that you have. It's really good quality. Keep it up. I mean it. Keep up the quality. I don't know if I'll see you again. If I do, cool. But I won't be getting. I honestly will not be. I won't be entertaining a lot of the messages. I'm not encouraging. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that I do appreciate his tenacity. Hey, Crystal, I'm about to jump off in like 2 minutes, but good to have you on for a moment. I trust all is well. Yeah. But there are certain things I just won't. I used to tolerate on my other stream. I just don't anymore. I put like an energetic like stop to it. Like when you've answered someone but they still haven't heard what you're saying and you just keep going on a repeat. There's no point. And that's just like, just I'm sure you all have experienced that before. It's not new. But, if you run into people who are like, you're having a conversation and then all of a sudden it takes like a left turn and then you're attempting to explain something, but they still don't understand what you're saying, just kind of no point continuing on because like, it's like you're speaking two different languages. Ah, Michael, yeah, you get it. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like, it's like there's no point. Because it becomes like it's just not only a waste of, Yu-Gi-Oh! I have a Goku t-shirt though. I have a couple. Yeah, it becomes a no point kind of thing going through that song and dance. All right, y'all. I'm going to do my wrap up now since I got 30 seconds. No, not Kyle Ken. This is Yugi from Yu-Gi-Oh! But yeah, I'll be jumping off now. Y'all have yourselves a great rest of your day. I appreciate all of you and leaving your comments and your help towards Mr. Clayton. But you all know what you all need to do or not need to do. All you gotta do is just relax. All is good. I'll see you guys. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow. It's not going to be during the day because I have my clients tomorrow. I work from 7 a.m. to like 3 or 9 to 5, depending on what I choose. I'm probably going to have a long day with them tomorrow. I definitely will, Michael. Thank you. I'm going to have a long day with them tomorrow, most likely, because they've left a lot of messages in WhatsApp. So they basically brain dump everything. So me and them, we work together on what they brain dump to see what we need to plow through. I give my clients about an hour to 2 hours. Sometimes I give them that extra buffer. So it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow because they had a lot of breakthroughs last week. So let's see what happens this week. But yeah, if I don't come back tomorrow, definitely Tuesday morning, I'll be here. But if I do come back tomorrow, it'll be roughly around this time or an hour from this time tomorrow around this time. So if I do come back streaming, it'll be around this time. So with that, have yourselves a good night or good day or good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are. And remember that that's all you need to know right here. Bye-bye. You guys are awesome. Don't ever forget that. Later.